All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome. Today is Tuesday, March 21st, 2023, and I'm welcoming you to a work session / special meeting of the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County. It is an absolutely beautiful, crisp day out there today in Manatee County, and we're going to start the way we typically do. We're going to start by honoring God and by honoring our great nation. So, Commissioner Jason Bearden is going to lead us in prayer, after which Commissioner Mike Ron and Marine Corps veteran will be leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you're able at this time, please stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, gentlemen. So today, we have a great agenda, packed agenda for us today. We're going to have a homelessness update on initiatives from public safety. There'll be consolidation planning from community and veteran services. There'll be an affordable housing update from development services. We'll also discuss community land trusts and comprehensive planning from development services. And Commissioner Satcher added a late item, which is presentation by Hope Pathways. So we will get started with our county administrator, Mr. Washington. Actually, why don't we get started with, why don't we do a, since we have so many folks here, why don't we start by doing public comment at the beginning and we'll do another public comment at the end. I think that's a good idea. So we'll open this things up to public comment. If there's anything on today's agenda you'd like to come forward to address the board on, you'll have 3 minutes. I don't have anyone signed up yet, but is there anyone who'd like to come forward to speak for public comment? Oh, good, a frequent flyer who knows the rules. So first and last name, your county of residence, and sir, you'll have 3 minutes. Please press the button on your mic to ensure that the base is green. Perfect. Green. Go ahead, sir.
I've got a handout here before I start speaking. Some of the commissioners have this. Okay. Mike Meehan, Manatee County citizen. I'm very happy to hear the commissioners are addressing the issue of homelessness. It gets individuals and families off the street or out of their cars and into a safe environment. As a result of a homeless initiative up in Pinellas County, there's been less crime and less panhandling taking place in Pinellas because of the very successful 15-year Pinellas Hope project. And there's some pictures of that project in your handout. It also offers hope to the people in an unfortunate situation to pursue housing and a job. And I think that's where everyone in this room would like to see the people that are less blessed than us end up. So I encourage you to take a look at the little write-up I did on Pinellas Hope project, and also a schematic of a potential tent city, which is located down from turning points, 55 tents. People would stay there for an approximate 90-day period. They would have safety and security in their lives, and then move down the street to turning points for their breakfast, go back for stay at Turning Points for job training and housing assistance, go back, perform cleaning of the site in the afternoon, and then move down to Salvation Army for dinner at night, probably by a special van shuttle service. So that's one idea about how to solve the homeless problem in Manatee County. The second issue I wanted to talk about was I was recently appointed a director at Daily Bread, and one of the first things I found out was that Manatee County cut off the funding for Daily Bread in 2023. There's a newsletter that's attached to that second handout, which shows the county's contribution in 2022 of approximately $17,400, and then nothing in 2023. Is it already over? Okay, well, you can read it and draw your own conclusions. I'm here to request that funding be restored because we are going through a training program with Bob Eichel at Daily Bread to provide the census data that's been required by the community services.
Thank you, sir.
So we'd like to see the funding restored for 2023.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward at this time for public comment? Okay, seeing no one. Mr. Washington, we'll close public comment and we'll turn it over to you, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, County Attorney Clegg. This morning's special meeting and workshop is a culmination of many workshops that we've had on homelessness. This morning we have with us not only Manatee County government staff, but we also have representatives from the Florida Housing Coalition and other departments to support this mission. Last spring, the board made motions to have staff move forward with outlining efficiencies and development services and our affordable housing projects to help move more intentionally in solving the homelessness problem. So this morning, hopefully, we'll be able to provide you that information, give you some updates on how we're moving with not only the Community Land Trust, but also the homelessness study that the board has asked for. So having said that, I'm now going to turn it over to Deputy Administrator Coordinator Paul.
Good morning, Commissioners. Interim County Administrator, Mr. Washington. So I'm Courtney DePaul. I'm the Deputy County Administrator overseeing utilities and development services. In my role in development services, we have affordable housing, and so we have an integral part of this presentation along with community and veteran services and components of public safety. And so this gives you an outline of what we're going to be discussing today, starting off with a homeless update and initiatives from public safety. But before we get started and I call up Ms. Santos, this gives a little bit of a breakdown on how each of us touch homelessness, affordable housing, human services. And so as you see here, it really is a collaborative effort between three big departments, components as well from property management and others. Okay, and then with that, we have Ms. Santos from Public Safety here to discuss a homeless snapshot and initiatives.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Mr. County Administrator, and Mr. County Attorney. My name is Maria Santos, and I'm the Homeless Policy Coordinator for Manatee County Public Safety. As I look around the room and I see many social workers who are integral in the following data, I am reminded that this month is Social Work Month, and as such, I would like to take a second to thank them for their tireless efforts when it comes to presenting the data that you are about to see. They work tirelessly day in and day out to keep our community safe and healthy, and I thank them all for their service. Many of them are here today. On a personal note, I was raised in Manatee County. I decided to become a social worker in this county as a student at State College of Florida, Bradenton, and after years of serving across the great state of Florida, I'm overjoyed to be practicing social work in my hometown and representing social workers here today. Just like every month, but especially this month and more specifically today, it is a great day to be a social worker in Manatee County. So today I will be providing a high-level overview of initiatives by public safety, introducing our Florida Housing Coalition team members, and tag teaming any questions you may have for myself or them. In April of 2022, county commissioners held a special work session on the topic of homelessness. A lot of work has been done since this session, so I'm going to be providing a high-level overview of the advancements we have made in this short amount of time. At the special session, 3 key positions were created. That's myself, the Homeless Policy Coordinator, a grant writer to capture state and federal funds, and a homeless outreach case manager. You'll be happy to know that these 3 positions have been working hand in hand to collect data, apply for federal grants, and create and streamline various programs throughout the county to address homelessness. Since August alone, Angie Cerrone, our homeless outreach case manager, has made over 500 contacts in conjunction with local law enforcement agency and housed over 16 clients. I would also like to give credit where credit is due and brag on how amazing our community paramedicine team has been with connecting people, especially homeless citizens, to resources and coordinated entry. And on a side note, please keep in mind that their outreach component of our community paramedicine team is only 3 people and 1 very cute golden retriever. That is their entire staff, and they have produced amazing numbers. As Mr. Washington pointed out, public safety recently assumed homeless-related responsibilities, with myself being hired into the health service team in late August. At the direction of Mr. Washington and Chief Crutchfield, I hit the ground running as the county liaison for the FHC Roadmap study you are about to hear. I have also been collecting my own data for the last 6 months by attending all regular homeless outreach team, people assisting the homeless, and Suncoast Partnership to End Homelessness meetings to get a better understanding of the day-to-day homeless operations throughout the continuum. As a direct result of what I was witnessing across our community and at the direction of the Board of County Commissioners, I created our first homeless task force and worked alongside community partners to hold our first annual Community Conversation Summit. I'll be breaking down each of these initiatives in the slides to come. To start, let's review some key themes happening in our county to make sure that we are all on the same page. After 6 months of being embedded in our county's continuum and creating and analyzing a service provider survey, I can confidently say that the following themes were voiced amongst nearly all of our nonprofits and service providers. First, organizations are operating in silos. Silos is one of those words I am working diligently to never have to hear across the county ever again. It is the buzzword of 2022. As the FHC presenters will confirm shortly, agencies unwilling to collaborate across organizational lines and organizations who want to work together but do not have the opportunities or resources to do so will always hinder effectiveness. Therefore, it is important that we follow a strategic roadmap and work in partnership with all organizations willing to follow said roadmap, not work in opposition to them. Second, as a direct consequence of these silos and lack of community organizing is gaps and duplications in services. For example, we have absolutely no shortage of individuals who are handing out food and bikes often at the same exact time of day or in the same centralized location in the county. But, and this is not an exaggeration, individuals needing dental work, mental health care, and affordable housing consultation are at times waiting months just for an initial appointment due to lack of providers. Third, and FHC will be breaking down the exact numbers of this theme shortly, we can clearly see that we have a one-size-fits-all approach to programs throughout the county, as opposed to creating targeted efforts based off of data and evidence-based solutions. Last, but perhaps the most impacting, case managers and social workers across the county are drowning in cases. This is an unfortunate theme not unique to Manatee County. It happens across our nation every day. Social workers and case managers are tasked with undoing decades of poverty and trauma with limited resources to do so. For example, I was talking to a gentleman at our Community Conversation Summit, and his total caseload right now, in large part due to the lack of affordable housing stock in the county, is 120 open cases. So I did the math. If he has 120 open cases, and in my professional opinion, we should be allocating about an hour a week per client, at least, depending on their needs, this gentleman would still only be able to meet with clients once every 3 weeks. It is no wonder that we are seeing such a delay in housing individuals, which our FHC researchers will go into more detail shortly. To address these themes, Health Services has created initiatives under the following strategies. First priority when it comes to these strategies is laying down a foundation of trust and communication with our nonprofits, again with the intention of eliminating silos. To be successful, we must have a system built on public-private partnerships, not just public-private contractual obligations. Now, what do I mean by this semantics? Well, as you all know, there are traditionally 2 schools of approach when we work with our local nonprofits. We can either have nonprofits sign a contract, review their data only when obligated, and then make funding decisions at the end of the year, no questions asked. Or we can work hand in hand throughout the entire year with our nonprofits, helping them to identify nonprofit strengths and weaknesses, and assisting them in determining ways to improve outcomes. In my time as a social worker, I've always seen that the latter renders more effective, and I look forward to continuing and deepening these relationships with our partners on behalf of the county. Second, we have been determining past and ongoing targeted efforts using a systems perspective to homelessness. I like to break down what is systems perspective so everybody knows what we talk about when we talk about large-scale systemic change in our community. So I use this visual whenever I teach. Does anybody here, public, raise your hand too, know about the game Kerplunk? Anybody? I see some hands. All right, thank you. For those of you who do not know what the game is, essentially a series of sticks are poked through a cylinder tube, right, all the way through, and at the top are suspended a bunch of marbles. As the game goes on, these sticks are removed one by one, and as such, the marbles fall through the spaces between them that is getting wider and wider as the game goes on. In this illustration, each stick represents a different system in our community. For example, healthcare, mental health, affordable childcare, or very important to this illustration, affordable housing stock. Now, the more sticks or systems in the illustration, the less likely the marbles are to fall to the bottom of the cylinder. Now imagine that these marbles represent the citizens of Manatee County. The less and less resources available in a community a client has, the more likely they are to fall through the cracks. We must create an overall community where these services are accessible to all, so entering homelessness in the first place is the exception and not the norm, as opposed to a series of short-term Band-Aid solutions. In order to create this web of support, we in health services recognize that we must rely on data to drive us. I applaud this board for being one that does not make knee-jerk emotional decisions based off outside pressures or societal trends. FHC is about to present on the bottom line numbers and demographics, and I encourage the board to make decisions based off of this most up-to-date information. By having these perspectives and tactics, I believe that we will be able to increase both quality and quantity at the same time. So as we all know, it's one thing to talk about what we ought to do and another thing to do it, and I am excited to report that we have been working diligently in health services to bring these strategies to fruition. As I mentioned early, in addition to assisting in the execution of the report you are about to be briefed on, I created the Manatee County Homeless Task Force. Currently, the task force has representation from all contract homeless-related nonprofits, and to my knowledge, this is the first time that we have required all of our nonprofit administrators to regularly meet to problem solve and communicate face-to-face. In addition, Deputy Jewett from local law enforcement, Sonia Schuhart from community paramedicine, and a Centerstone representative sit on the task force, and I look forward to maximizing the use of this task force based on the FHC recommendations you are about to hear at your direction. Next, and perhaps the initiative that makes me the happiest, I created the social work field placement in conjunction with University of South Florida. So now we have a designated field placement with University of South Florida to collect social work interns. Our first intern, Brittany, wave your hand so everybody can see you, has launched the first phase of the Community Beautification Program at the Salvation Army, managed caseloads with community paramedicine, and collected data for the FHC Roadmap study. My personal goal is to create a brigade of social work interns who will be able to execute needed projects on this roadmap study while taking things off of our nonprofits' plates. In doing so, we will be making a fruitful and cost-free investment into our future Manatee County social services workforce. To further build upon communication initiatives and break down silos, Health Services, in collaboration with Manatee Community Foundation and Turning Point's PATH members, hosted the first ever Manatee County Hardwood Institute on Homelessness. This community conversation hosted organizations across Manatee County and Sarasota, regardless of contract status, in order to collect FHC study data and increase cross-organizational networking. It is my personal goal to host these community conversations along with Turning Point's PATH every year to discuss roadmap completion benchmarks and strategic planning across all of our nonprofits. Lastly, the health service team and I have successfully created and submitted the Manatee County FR Cares program grant to SAMHSA. If awarded, this program would collect $1.5 million in federal funds to connect individuals who are homeless and may have a substance abuse or mental health need to care. And trust me when I say that this is just the beginning of health services applying for millions more in federal grants. As I stated earlier, after FHC and I answer any questions that you have, I also have some draft motions and additional initiatives to add to the health services team. FHC is about to present on the exact numbers we have based these efforts on, but before they do so, there are a few key themes I would like to bring to the board's attention. The first major theme will be a need for strong leadership in executing a long-term strategic roadmap plan. In order to bring any plan to fruition, additional and strengthened private-public partnerships will need to take center stage. Another major theme you will see is a need for leveraging federal and state funds strategically. By doing so, we will be able to implement these changes without burdening the taxpayers of Manatee County. It is important to note, and I am admittedly a little biased as the homeless policy coordinator, but there is perhaps no better way to spend federal and state funds for these generational safety nets I spoke of earlier to the taxpayers of Manatee County. The last theme I want to highlight is a need for data-driven solutions and a housing-focused perspective. Poverty, homelessness, and welfare of any kind is an innately emotionally charged subject. It's easy to make knee-jerk decisions based off what we think about individuals who are experiencing poverty or what we think about individuals who may be homeless. However, as you're about to see, decisions must be made off of a real-time data and evidence-based solutions if we wish to see long-term positive outcomes in Manatee County, as opposed to a series of what we call in policy Band-Aid solutions. So, now that we have recapped the last 6 months, along with key themes and needs happening in the county, I want to introduce our Florida Housing Coalition partners. Amanda Rosado is Chief Operating Officer for the Florida Housing Coalition. Amanda leads the organization's strategic efforts, facilitates process improvement, and supports staff in incorporating strategic initiatives. Amanda Wander is the Ending Homelessness Team Director for Florida Housing Coalition. She previously serves as the Executive Director at the Big Bend Homeless Coalition, where she oversaw the housing system care for 8 counties in Florida. It has been an absolute joy to partner with the Florida Housing Coalition. I want to thank them and everybody who is here today who took out time to dedicate their resources to this study that you're about to be briefed on. I will remain here to tag team any questions the board may have and discuss draft motions at their direction. Thank you.
Hey, good morning, everybody. I'm Amanda Rosado, and those are some pretty big pictures up there. And this is Amanda Wander, so you can just call us the Amandas. That's fine. We'll both respond. So as Maria just did an incredible introduction and summary of what's been going on, we want to get more specific about what the county procured our services for, which was a roadmap to addressing homelessness. So one of the things I just want to start out saying is how incredible it was that the county not only recognized the importance of doing a study, but they recognized the importance of carrying through to implementation. So one of the things that's really incredible as we have wrapped up our study is that we're actually going to be with the county through the end of the year to help facilitate in the task force, to help create really specific actions and tasks related to the roadmap. So often we see communities commission studies like this when it's a hot button topic and when it's in the news, and then a few months later after things have settled down, it just kind of goes by the wayside. So one of the most important things in developing a plan like this is creating a group of champions, which already exists. So that's great. So just a timeline here on what we've been doing. We first started in September, and we did really robust community and stakeholder input, which is so important because we can pull the numbers, we can see the quantitative data, but really in any community, you have to get on the ground and hear from the people doing the work. You also have to hear from people living the experience of homelessness and people who've experienced homelessness in the past. So we spent a great deal of time between September and December doing that. Then we moved into the research and data analysis phase. In November, we started really doing a system analysis, and I'm going to go through kind of each one of these things. In January and February, we drafted the roadmap report. We're doing the presentation now, and the implementation will begin right after this meeting. All right, so looking at the community and stakeholder engagement. So just a summary here of what we did. We did 4 types of stakeholder engagement. We did one-on-one interviews. And when I say stakeholders, I mean we interviewed COC board and staff from Suncoast Partnership to End Homelessness. We interviewed some county commissioners sitting here today, so good to see you. Service providers, law enforcement, philanthropic, faith community, healthcare, and local government staff. So we did 27 of those interviews. Then we did lived experience surveys. We only had 11 respondents, which isn't uncommon. It's very difficult to get surveys out to people experiencing homelessness. 66 of those, 66% were currently homeless. The others had previously experienced homelessness. 90% were living in Manatee, so we always control in our surveys and ask people if they live in Manatee County so we can get a good look at the specific county. Living situations ranged from shelter, staying with others, to people who are unsheltered. Then we did focus groups with people with lived experience, and this is always a really great part of the study because we recruit volunteers right from the community doing the work to facilitate the groups and talk with people. We were able to do 4 focus groups, including 1 Spanish-speaking, with a total of 21 participants. Lastly, we did stakeholder and provider surveys. We had 98 respondents, which is, I think, one of the most we've had in any community, even communities much larger than Manatee County. And I think that really speaks to the eagerness of stakeholders and providers to address homelessness. They were mainly homeless service providers, social service providers, other nonprofit or advocacy organizations. 28% of those stakeholders had experienced homelessness at one point in their life. So I'm just going to give a little warning here. In the homelessness world, there are so many technical terms. We will do our best throughout this presentation to give quick descriptions and definitions of everything we're talking about, but I just kind of apologize in advance, and you can always ask questions on anything you're unclear about. So when we talk about a housing crisis response system and what that really looks like, so what does a community need in order to effectively address homelessness? And these are the different components that are really needed, and these are components that are funded. So first, we have outreach and coordinated entry. We have prevention and diversion, emergency shelter, rapid rehousing, and permanent supportive housing. And we looked at each one of these components and measured the effectiveness and how much of each that you have in Manatee County. The other thing I want to point out in here is the continuum of care. And we'll define that in a minute. But really what I want you to see is that this continuum of care is just all of the relevant organizations, including local government, that are working together to prevent and end homelessness. You'll see the dotted circle around permanent supportive housing, and that is one of the biggest key recommendations that we have in this report. Manatee County has no permanent supportive housing, which means housing dedicated to people with long-term homelessness with disabling conditions. So just some key terms as we get started: continuum of care. These are designated by HUD. They are geographic regions. Manatee County is part of a 2-county continuum of care, designated by HUD as FL 500, and it includes Sarasota and Manatee. Anytime we're referring to the COC lead agency, meaning HUD requires certain things for a continuum of care to carry out, it's kind of impossible for a whole group of organizations to try to carry those things out in an organized way. So there's a COC lead agency, and that right now is Suncoast Partnership to End Homelessness. We're also going to talk about DCF, Department of Children and Families, because they are the state organization that currently receives federal funding to address homelessness. The Homeless Management Information System, HMIS, this is the database that every community is required to keep And if you're federally funded or some with your local funding sources, you're required to enter data into this system. And then there's the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, which you're probably familiar with, but that's where a lot of the funding comes from. All right, I'm going to turn it over to Amanda Wonder.
Thanks, Amanda. I'm Amanda number 2. So I wanted to explain a little bit to you guys about the structure of COCs and other funders as well as other partners, because that's really important in learning how to access the most amount of funds for your community and how you draw them down. So a COC really is that regional planning body that should be overseeing policies, procedures related to programs run across your 2-county area in this case. They also manage all of the data and what is called the coordinated entry system, which we'll talk a little bit about a few slides later. But HUD is really the entity that is formally putting that COC structure and lead agencies in place. And the reason that this is in place is so that communities have a community-based approach to solving homelessness, and they have a coordinated approach in applying for funding so that different providers aren't applying for duplicative things and offering duplicative services. So that's really the purpose of the COC, is to coordinate all of those partners and coordinate state and HUD funding for homelessness. So you can kind of see HUD is up at the top of this diagram because they're the ones who are naming the COCs, and HUD is also providing what is called HUD COC funding. And COC is continuum of care. You also on the sides have local funders and state, DCF. So through DCF flows kind of balance of state funding that some local jurisdictions like you guys get a direct allocation for. There's also another allocation that goes to the state, and that's distributed amongst the 27 COCs in Florida. Those COCs in Florida range in size. So they can be 1 county up to 8 counties. And you can imagine the more counties you have, the more efficient you have to be with those DCF funds, and the more deliberate you have to be in how you allocate those funds, making sure you're meeting the needs of all of the communities you serve as a COC. So you guys are unique because local government serves like a funding role, but you guys also serve as a stakeholder to help shape and mold how the system works. Because you're funding providers directly, but you're also wanting specific outcomes for your community. And so that takes a lot of collaboration, and just participating as a funder won't get you there. So that really is the important part of the collaboration. You also have, as those stakeholders, service providers, other community stakeholders. That can be community citizens that are concerned. That can be your faith groups that are often doing things like feedings and basic needs. And it can also be cross-system partners. So the other systems that often intersect with homelessness, like justice, child welfare, that kind of thing, it's really important to collaborate with them as a system too, so that there's as much of a dovetail, synced way to get resources to people who might be in any of these systems. So a little bit about how the funding flows to your community. Your HUD COC lead agency, Suncoast Partnership, is integral to getting funding to your community from HUD, specifically HUD COC funding. So what they do is they apply on behalf of the community and with the participation of providers in the community in a consolidated application. This wasn't always the case. Individual providers used to make applications about 20 years ago, and you can imagine that was very uncoordinated. And if you think you have silos now, 20 years ago it would have been much worse. So the COC lead agency submits that application to HUD, and then the money flows to the community. Sometimes it flows directly to the providers, though, once they're awarded. Sometimes it comes through the COC lead agency and they sub-provide it out. And those service providers are the ones who are actually delivering the services or financial assistance directly to the homeless population. On the other side of that, with HUD ESG, which is Emergency Solutions Grant, You guys are an entitlement community, so you get a direct allocation as a government for that. The state of Florida also gets that kind of balance of state allocation. And so that pot of money comes to your community two ways. One, through you, allocating directly with service providers. And then the other way is through the state contracting with the COC lead agency. And then they sub out to service providers. So that is kind of how some of the same monies coming through the state or through your local mechanism make it to people experiencing homelessness. I wanted to do a little bit of a summary of what you guys have as investments from the DCF source, the Department of Children and Family source, as well as Manatee County government. You'll notice you do not see HUD funding on here. One of the major concerns is that most of the HUD funding that is coming through Suncoast Partnership is dedicated to Sarasota County. So that is a big opportunity to have more providers here in Manatee apply for that funding and administer that funding to bring more into the bigger bucket of homelessness funding. But you'll see that Manatee County is currently, according to the 2022 budget, investing, $600,000 or so, while Suncoast Partnership to End Homelessness is investing around $427,000 for Manatee specifically. We did have to kind of make an assumption here that the DCF funds that are supposed to be used for both counties, Sarasota and Manatee, that 50% were going to Manatee. And I will tell you, I think that's a generous assumption. I think that far less of that funding is actually going to Manatee County. So that's something that we can work on through implementation to make sure that the lead agency has an allocation methodology that serves both counties based on need. All right, I'll give it back to you.
Okay, so there is going to, the study that we did, I just want to tell you that there is an incredibly large report coming out in the next couple of weeks where you can dive as deep as you would like into this information. But what we really want to give you more than just data and statistics and all those things, we want to just give you the overall recommendations in each one of those categories of the crisis response system we talked about before. So we made recommendations in each of these areas. The overall coordination of the COC lead agency, outreach and coordinated entry, diversion and homelessness prevention, emergency shelter and transitional housing, rapid rehousing and permanent supportive housing. So each one of those recommendations is just recapped right there. I will say for purposes of this study and in any community we work in, housing is the solution for homelessness. So while sometimes homelessness is pulled out as its own complex issue, you can't talk about addressing homelessness without talking about affordable housing. So we definitely, as the conversation is shaped today about affordable housing, we really need to remember those folks with the lowest incomes. There is such a need in Manatee County to ensure that units are going to ELI, extremely low income households. And there are a couple projects, more than a couple projects coming online. A housing trust group is working on serving that population. So there are some good things happening. So recommendations for the timeline for implementation, this is going to be a multi-year process. None of these recommendations are things that you're going to be able to implement super quick. So that task force structure that's in place is going to be really key for furthering developing the timeline, giving very specific outcomes. One of the terms I heard repeatedly in stakeholder interviews was results. Now, results mean different things to different people, but for us, the result at the end of the day is someone getting into stable housing and having the supports in order to maintain that housing. So recommendation 1.1 is to develop the Manatee Homeless Task Force as a standing committee to the COC committee structure. So one of the things happening in Manatee County is that even though you have Suncoast Partnership to End Homelessness, that's really in charge of the strategic planning for both counties, Manatee County providers noted over and over again that they kind of had to have their own initiatives in order to really address homelessness. So there's not the level of coordination that there could be between the efforts going on in Sarasota and the efforts in Manatee County. So with Suncoast Partnership to End Homelessness, they have a board, the Leadership Council, they have committees and work groups. So we recommend all throughout this report that the initiatives that are happening in Manatee County become part of that COC committee structure. So you have the task force, but it would kind of come under the COC so that there would be reports up to the lead agency and to the Leadership Council to keep elevating and amplifying Manatee County's voice at the table repeatedly, which will also help to increase funding. So some of the strategies here would be to have Maria continue everything she's doing, including really taking charge on this task force. And also what she's currently doing, and we recommend to maintain that, is that she serves on the COC Leadership Council. So the COC Leadership Council is like the governing body to ensure compliance with HUD and also to move the needle on addressing homelessness. So finally, a leader from Suncoast Partnership to End Homelessness would hold a seat on this task force. All right, back to you. Okay.
All right. So to talk a little bit about who's experiencing homelessness right now, we look at coordinated entry data and what is called the community by name list. And so one of the mandates for ESG funding, Emergency Solutions Grant funding, as well as HUD funding, is to manage a coordinated entry system. That is the responsibility of the COC, lead agency. And basically, the coordinated entry system is a way to triage people, like in an emergency room, when you have limited and scarce resources for intervention. And so, like in a emergency room, you would take somebody who's missing a limb or bleeding first, who's most likely going to die, and see them first, give them services first. Same is true for the homeless response system. So currently, you guys have actively for Manatee County 424 people who are known by name and their specific needs are understood about what they need, and they are currently experiencing homelessness. The by name list is a component of coordinated entry, and there is a standardized assessment that is conducted to kind of understand people's various needs and vulnerability. And so that assessment kind of indicates, we'll go through different components of it throughout this presentation, but it can tell you what type of intervention might be most appropriate for somebody. Do they need a high level of financial assistance and less support services, or do they need more support services as well as long-term financial assistance? So that's kind of what you're looking at. Also, this was done looking at data from coordinated entry from 2018 when that process started to December of 2022. And so during that time, 572 people were assessed using that standardized assessment. One of the unfortunate things is that only 63 people were housed out of that group. And more than that, 85 either self-resolved or fell out of homelessness, moved out of the area, what have you. So people are self-resolving faster and more frequently than the programs are actually assisting.
Would you define self-resolved?
Sure. So sometimes people are able to resolve their own situations through staying with family or friends, saving up a little bit of money, getting back into a housing unit. So it can look a lot of different ways. It usually looks like staying with family or friends. So one of the things that we look at is as part of the system is access to coordinated entry. And one of the main ways to access coordinated entry is through outreach programs. And so I'm going to talk about coordinated entry first, because this is kind of the front door to the homeless service system. And it does a few things. It kind of allows you to assess everyone and understand their needs on the same terms. But it also gives you valuable data about what types of programs you might need in your community based on those assessments. One of the hardest things for people to understand in a community is that this coordinated entry process generates a dynamic wait list. So that means it's not first come, first serve. And so you may have somebody who's been on this by name list, wait list for services for 4 months. And maybe they score on this assessment like a 4. But there's somebody else who we assessed today who scores a 13. That person who got that higher score and who is more vulnerable to death without housing, they're going to get the assistance first. So that is very hard to explain to constituents, and it's also very hard to explain to people who are waiting for services. And this is unfortunately the nature of the beast when you have such limited resources. Currently in Manatee specifically, there is a part-time person with Suncoast Partnership doing these assessments for coordinated entry. The Salvation Army, as well as Turning Points, also do this. That is kind of the formal access points. But when we were talking with service providers in the community, a lot of them were doing this in addition to these 3 providers. So that's something that probably can be cleared up, is, who are the current access points and communicating that clearly. One of the major opportunities is outreach doing these assessments. So your outreach programs are going to be the ones who are coming in contact with people who are experiencing unsheltered homelessness on the street, in the parks, in cars. And so it makes sense when you have an encounter with someone through outreach that you would immediately assess them and see what's going on with them and get them started on that process to get services if that's what they want. So you guys have expanded outreach in this community quite a bit over the past couple years. So you have the paramedicine team, you have Centerstone, you have Suncoast Partnership offering some, and you also have the Sheriff's Department. So you have, a pretty robust representation of outreach providers, but not many of them seem to be working together. So we'll talk about that a little bit. And the point of outreach really is to engage and build rapport with people and help escort them to services and housing as quickly as possible. So our recommendation, which really doesn't have a price tag on it, is to have outreach providers who are currently doing this work be more coordinated in their approach. So that could look like one of those entities being kind of the lead to say, okay, this outreach team is going to go here this day to meet with these people because they are most eligible for your services. There isn't really that level of coordination between providers. We did notice it happens sometimes with individual outreach workers, but not as a system of outreach. Let's see. Some of the outreach providers aren't necessarily focused on unsheltered homelessness. So for us, that's the primary focus. But depending on their funding stream, they may not be focused on unsheltered homeless. They may be focused on opioid users or something like that. So it's also just to understand the limits with these funding sources for outreach and what they can dedicate their time to. Let's see. We do recommend as well to work with Suncoast Partnership to see if there's after the coordination of these outreach providers happen, to see if there's a gap in outreach workers. It's hard for us to tell that right now because the level of coordination isn't there. So rather than saying, we recommend adding this many more outreach workers, we recommend first improving the efficiency of what you have and then looking to see if you need to add more.
Amanda, I'm going to pause you real
Sure.
quick because I have 2 commissioners on the board for questions, and I just don't want us to get too far,
Okay.
Down the rabbit hole since they waved their signs. So Commissioner Satcher first, and then Commissioner Ballard can decide if she wants to ask her question now or later. She'll wait. So Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, as far as just discussion and things like that, I've written some notes, but one thing on clarification I didn't want us to get too far away from. Going back to, you said that Sarasota with the Suncoast partnership, that they lead for our, from the federal, our group between Sarasota County and Manatee County. And then you mentioned that we were getting none of that money, but then 50% of that money, but that's probably generous. So I just wanted to clarify that, number one, so that I get a full handle on what's going on and how long what should have been divided has been going to Sarasota County. And then the second thing I wanted to ask, it seems like they're probably lining up that area with our congressional representation. I wanted to ask if there was any plans, or have you heard anything of the federal, changing those maps now that we have a new congressional map? Thank you.
Thank you. Great questions. So actually, the funding that's left out of this chart is the HUD COC funding. And that is the funding that we believe is predominantly dedicated to Suncoast, or to Sarasota right now. So those could be programs like permanent supportive housing, rapid rehousing, and these would be funded through HUD.
Do we know how much money that is?
I don't know off the top of my head, but we could definitely get that for you.
Like we're talking over $1 million? We're talking a lot, way over?
It's probably around $1 million, under $2 million.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not great, but thank you for the clarification.
Sure.
Okay, so when it comes to Suncoast Partnership to End Homelessness,
Hold on.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, I'll give you the floor when we're ready for you again. So next we have Commissioner Ballard and then Commissioner Bearden. Commissioner Ballard?
Commissioner Satcher actually asked my question about when the maps would be redone
Okay.
due to our population increases.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Bearden? You'll wait till the end. Amanda?
Okay, so on the funding question, I just wanted to say that this state money that comes in, that goes to Suncoast Partnership to End Homelessness, they have a RFA process where providers must apply for that funding, and then they are ranked and scored and prioritized and funded in that way. So depending on, there was in the stakeholder interviews, some discussion about like one agency in particular receives such a small amount of funding, because if you'll see on some of these funding sources, like Challenge Grant, the COC only gets $45,880. So you're talking about multiple providers applying for that funding source. So one provider might only get $10,000, and the administrative burden of getting $10,000 and having to report to the state might not be worth it, and they would decide to turn that money back. So it depends on the capacity of providers. So it's not that Suncoast Partnership to End Homelessness is deciding to funnel money to Sarasota. It's the capacity of providers in Manatee County to administer the funding and compete against big providers who have been doing this work for a long time. Okay. And I do not know the answer to your question about the mapping. Yeah, so your funding is dictated by the size of your county and several different things. That's what decides your entitlement funding that comes in to your community.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. So the Suncoast Partnership to End Homelessness, that is our COC agency. Federal government decided that, or did we as a community decide that?
Your community appoints the lead agency. So that's something that's done within your COC governance structure, is the membership of the COC actually votes on that. So
And
it's part of.
Are we a member of that, I would assume?
I would certainly hope so.
Oh, well, we need a new organization.
Yeah, you have representation on the leadership council as well.
Would that,
Okay.
I mean, looking at their website quickly, it looks like our representation might be a former commissioner.
That's been updated though, because you're now officially, okay. Yeah, Maria is officially on the leadership council now. So that previous commissioner that was listed, their website just isn't up to date.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Baugh?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I want to make sure that I kind of got lost there for a second in listening to this. Let me make sure. So what you're bringing forward for us today, the board, the BOCC, we've not asked for all of this. You're doing this because of a community vote that took place. I mean, this is part of the study that we paid for, correct? I'm a little
Yes.
confused.
Yeah, this diving into all of this is part of the study that you paid for.
Okay, and
Yeah.
then Commissioner Satcher, can you explain your question, please? I want to make sure I understand.
I think one of the things it seems like they've uncovered is we were probably being a little too trusting, because now that they're taking a closer look, it sounds like a lot of this money is just staying south of us, rather
Well,
rather than being distributed equally between two counties.
if I
The
may.
majority of it's staying there. Now, the money that the county, if I understand correctly, money that the county puts in ourselves is obviously staying here. But
Okay, the reason I was asking the question too, after your response, and it's Amanda, right?
Yep.
We have two Amandas. It's a little
We're
confusing.
both Amandas. You're
Y'all are
going to
both
get it
great
right.
Amandas.
You're going to get it right.
Oh, we're doomed today. Okay, and the main reason I was asking was because of some of the items that were on here. I was wondering where it all came from, because I knew the BOCC didn't give that direction. So that's why I was asking. All
Okay.
right, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, Mr. Washington, did you want to comment before we resume?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Actually, there's a representative in the audience that actually has more information on what the board was speaking on, if she'd like to come to the microphone and explain a bit better.
Hello, I'm Tara Booker. I'm the interim CEO at Suncoast Partnership. I just want to clarify that Manatee County agencies have not applied for that HUD funding. That is why it's all currently going to Sarasota. And we get about 1.3 million. We would love Manatee County applicants, please.
Well, we have agencies also from Manatee County in the audience that can speak to that better than I can. Kathleen, thank you.
Please state your first and last name and your department.
Kathleen Kramer. I live in Manatee County as well. I'm the executive director of Turning Points. Just so you know, Turning Points does receive some of the funding from the COC. For many years, we received the challenge funding and TANF. And so actually, we receive 100% of that in Manatee County, not 50%. That's something that Turning Points has had for a number of years. It's two grants that fit into our overall needs. And so that's why we've applied for those funding. The other funding has been, we didn't apply because we've been applying through Manatee County for similar funding, such as ESG. We've been fortunate to be funded by the county. Don't have the infrastructure to do twice as much as that. We've been funding what we needed in order to support our clients.
Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, but I don't think that was the question. That was good information, Kathleen. But the question was why. Our first assumption was Sarasota was getting a disproportionate, if not all, of the HUD funds. But we're also being told it's because Sarasota applies for HUD fund. We can't accuse them of taking money that we don't even ask for. So the question, I believe, for Ms. Washington was to staff of why haven't we previously applied for these funds to get our share. So I wasn't sure if someone was going to explain that. I mean, maybe there's a good reason for it. I mean, we apply for funds all over the place. Do we know why we're not seeking these funds?
So I think Kathleen really said it best. The administrative burden in applying for multiple sources. A lot of times these funding opportunities come out at all the same times. So the more aligned you can be locally at the government level with your COC and the process for applying for funding, the more you can streamline that, the less of an administrative burden it is on the provider. So a lot of the providers in Manatee do not have the capacity to actually apply for funding that comes through HUD. It's a little more complicated and difficult to administer. So a lot of providers in a lot of areas are kind of shy of applying for that.
How much does Sarasota get? I think you mentioned it. I apologize.
I'd have to look it up for sure, but I do think it's under $2 million.
Under two. That was the question Commissioner Satcher asked. Over $1 million, under two. I mean, that seems like a pretty decent chunk of change to put some effort into seeking, even if we have to hire a grant writer just to do that. It seems like I thought we did. It seems like a pretty good multiple on overhead. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To understand your statement, what you basically just said is that the system here in Manatee County and the other organizations we work with don't have the time or don't have the staff or don't have the expertise to go in and request this money from HUD. Is Sarasota County alone requesting this money from HUD, or do they have other agencies within them too that are going out and requesting this, that apparently have a better system than we do to go out and get this money? So is that what you're saying? Is that Sarasota has a better job than we do in Manatee, or is it our agencies are overburdened and can't go out and ask for these grants or this funding from HUD?
So typically it is individual service providers who are either, in Sarasota County. It's not the local government that's applying to administer these funds through the COC. So that's the difference. The providers situated in Sarasota have better capacity to be able to apply for the HUD funds. They have also more experience with those HUD funds because they've been getting them. So it's more about the capacity of the provider. And so your role as government, you can certainly invest in building capacity and service providers so that they can help draw down every dollar possible. That is something that we noticed. Most of the providers that are funded in Manatee County, their caseloads are outrageous. 120, 130 plus. So they really do not have the time or staff expertise to apply for those HUD funds right now.
Is that all, sir? Commissioner Ron? Okay, thank you, sir. I have Mr. Washington and I have Commissioner Cruz. Do you want him to go first or do you want to go?
I was actually going to ask him a question.
Okay, Commissioner Cruz.
Do we have, maybe Sarasota has or doesn't have, but it seems like we have a bottleneck here just because we have overworked nonprofits that just don't have time to get funding that they need, and then they in turn turn to us and other sources for it. Do we have, or maybe can we get some sort of a nonprofit liaison within your other department that you handle in all your spare time to assist with this? Is there a way of just having somebody who specializes in this that just sits here and all the turning points and the other groups all come and we help put these together?
Yes, Commissioner. You may be aware last year a lot of changes with reorganizations of departments happened, and we kind of lost some of the momentum, if you will, with that. I will say that the Public Safety Department is doing a good job based on the resources they currently have, but the Deputy Administrator and I were just having the same discussion during this meeting that we need to take a look at that again and probably realign some of the departments. But I raised my comment card to allow our representative from Salvation Army to add to the conversation if it's okay with you, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely.
Hi, I'm Julie Showers. I live in Manatee County, and I am the business administrator and program director for the Salvation Army Manatee County. It's not that we are overworked. How many agencies did you see on that list up there? Main agencies for our county. You saw 2. So we are overworked, we are overburdened, but we don't have the other resources in our community that Sarasota has. They have more than just 2 groups, and there are more groups in this county who are working on it, but you have 2 who are taking the majority of the burden. And so it is a burden to apply for those funds and to accept those funds when you're already having the burden of what is happening in the county with homelessness already. So, but we need more resources in our county. That's just the bottom line. Sarasota, I've sat on the leadership committee before. I've been a part of Suncoast Community for last 10 years. And yes, we did always complain that Sarasota was getting the money, but it was because Sarasota has the resources. They have a lot more resources to help people than we do. And so we need to look at what are some other resources that we need in our community and how do we get them here? I mean, we desperately need more mental health services for people. How do we get those here? How do we get those for people here for free? I mean, that is a big issue for the people that we see each and every day. So it's a matter, and yes, we definitely would accept help in looking at those resources and how we can get them here, but we definitely need to look at more than just how do we get those resources here? What do we need them here for? And move on from there.
Thank you, ma'am.
Can I
Should we
add
hear
to that
from
real
Deputy
quick?
Jewett as well?
Okay. So I'm
First and last name, county of residence, and your department, please.
Deputy Jewett, Mandy County resident, Mandy County Sheriff's Office. I just wanted to add that our outreach workers with the Sheriff's Office has partnered with Salvation Army, but we are maxed out of resources to partner with. And we've sat through these meetings before. Castles came, Harvest Houses came, many agencies who want to come to Manatee County. And now's a good opportunity to look at those agencies and make those partnerships. Because we as outreach workers do work really well together, but we don't have anything to connect people with. So that was it.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Washington.
And also, Mr. Chair, in May, we'll be bringing to the board for its recommendations on what the board would like to see for our nonprofit agencies and the funding that the county provides so we can be more targeted in these areas. So just want to make all board members aware of that.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think, all right, we talk about funding sources and throwing, that's the answer, funding sources, right? But I don't necessarily think that's the answer, right? I mean, if you look at LA, they spend approximately $532 million on homelessness. 42.7% of their budget goes towards homelessness, and they have increased by 4.1%. That being said, we need to take a step back and be more strategic on who we're utilizing and partnering up with for these services. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, what I'm being told is it's easy in Manatee County to be homeless, right? We make it easy for people to become homeless in Manatee County, all right? And so I definitely think we need to be more strategic in some of the private-public partnerships that we utilize and understanding and reevaluate some of the nonprofits that we're giving money to ensuring that we're taking care of this issue and not continually kicking it down the road, right? And nothing is improving. That's my only thing. So I would like us to be more strategic. I hear a common theme. It's housing, right? I've looked up some research. Coronado Island, right next to San Diego, has completely eliminated their homeless problem, right? It was done by private-public partnerships in a more strategic manner. They had in 2011 300 homeless people on the island. Now they're down to 0. So I think we need to approach this in a more strategic way. I don't necessarily think money is always going to fix the issue. Of course, we're going to need some funding, but we need to approach this in a different way is all I'm saying.
So,
Thank you, sir. And I'm just going to, I haven't spoken yet, the only one that hasn't spoken yet. I'm going to agree with most of what Commissioner Bearden said. We need to be, like he said, strategic, right? We have to be smart about how we're spending our money because this can easily become one of those bottomless pits, right? Where it's a feel good, everyone's well intended, and we are as well. We're all Christians and we all want to help people, especially those who are seeking help. But we need to be smart about how we're using other people's money, right? It's not our money. And so we have to be very cautious, as always, and strategic about how we spend the money and ensure that we don't start essentially just throwing money at the problem because that's not the solution, and other municipalities have gotten into trouble that way. So I'm going to agree with most of what he said. But at the same time, I think he's touched on this too. Clearly, the current system in place is not solving the problem, right? So some changes have to be made. Commissioner Ballard.
Yes. So first, I just want to say that I think that with Ms. Santos, we do have a great hire here at the county. I've had the opportunity to speak with her a couple of times, and I do think that she's really focused on responsibility to the taxpayer, and as well as looking at outcome and data focused solutions. So I think that is a really good thing. I do agree with Commissioner Bearden, Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, that what we're doing now is not working, and it is easy to be homeless in Manatee County, because what we have now is we have shelter, which is not enough for everybody, without programming. So we have people who are being put into a shelter night by night. There's nothing that's longer term that's actually getting to the root of the issue. We have that, and we have rapid rehousing. So I worked in the world of child welfare for almost 8 years. I dealt with a lot of people who were close to homelessness or were homeless, and a lot of times what we were doing was we were getting them rapid rehousing vouchers, and we were not dealing with the underlying problem. So then 4 or 5 months later, these people are homeless again. And so from the statistics that I have looked at, and I think it rings true with what I've seen personally, 75 to 80% of people who are chronically homeless are dealing with mental health or substance abuse issues that are not treated. And so when we do this housing first or rapid rehousing, and we're not actually getting to the root of the problem, it's just throwing money into a pit. So I do think that there is a place for vouchers and things like that, but not at all without some kind of targeted program to deal with the underlying issues of why people have become homeless. I mean, obviously there are certain populations, like maybe our older population, maybe families who are dealing with issues of inflation, things like that, where you might want to look at vouchers and things like that to rapidly get them into housing. But for the great majority of people, they need something more than just rapid rehousing. So that was the biggest thing that I wanted to touch on. So I do agree with Commissioner Bearden and Chair Van Ostenbridge on a lot of what they're saying, but I just wanted to expand a little bit.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioners Baugh and Bearden.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. For the new commissioners that are here that weren't here last year and so forth when we had these meetings, the one thing that I was hoping to hear this morning, and I haven't yet, maybe we will, I don't know, but we do have some great nonprofits out there in Manatee County that are working very hard. The problem is they don't work together. And this was discussed heavily last year that, yeah, Amanda did say it. Which one? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But the point is that, at the end of the meeting that we had before the new board was brought on, it was that we wanted and expected the nonprofits to come up with a plan so that they were also working together to cover what they could. And I don't know, talking about the county as a whole, we have many, many programs in place and have had for years. I mean, we do help with rent and so many housing. We already do a lot of that. So the point is that the study, I've looked at this, okay? But the study was really to kind of see how the nonprofits could work together, what the weak spots were, how we could take those weak spots and try to increase it a little bit. Because the bottom line is, we all know that we do have a lot of homelessness in Manatee. Some people don't want to be homeless, some people do. So it's not a problem that we're going to be able to correct with all of this, okay? I was at the Florida Housing Coalition workshop, I guess it was last year, as I recall, I think, or maybe it was year before, I can't remember now. Several of the commissioners were there. And to be honest, it was a little much. I was not pleased with a lot of what I heard, nor will I put Manatee County in that whole environment that we're seeing mostly here. And the reason for that is because one size doesn't fit all. we're not going to be something that, hooks up with HUD and spends millions upon millions of dollars every year with HUD. That's not going to work here. It's not the answer for Manatee. And I think those of us that's been here any length of time probably realizes that, the sheriff's office has bent over backwards trying to help this problem. So I appreciate everyone speaking this morning, but I think we're missing the point on what we really do need in Manatee County. We're going to do a land trust. We've already talked about that, and I think, Commissioner Cruz, didn't we vote to do that, by the way, and we were waiting for it to come back for months? Yes? So this board has done their homework on that. We want to do a land trust. We have a lot of surplus property. Build on it, absolutely. Does that mean that I'm going to gap fund everything that comes up? No, I'm not, because this is a community problem, not just a county government problem. But we do need to work together to solve as much as we can. Do I think we're going to solve the majority this year or next year? No. It's huge. So I really would like to get into the meat and potatoes with most of the people sitting in the audience because they're out in the field. They deal with it every day. They really know what's going on. And they know the problems. And you hear it's drug related. Well, yes, some of it is. A lot of it is, but not all of it. Some of it is due to inflation right now. Older people can't afford because they're on fixed incomes. I mean, there are multiple problems that we have right now. So I do agree with some of the items that I've heard from Commissioner Bearden, from Commissioner Ballard, Commissioner Satcher. It's a big problem. We're not going to solve it today, but we do need to move forward with the land trust. If you want to talk about something, let's hear about the land trust. We're having that later
It's
today?
later in the agenda.
Okay. I think that's real important because we've been sitting back now for at least over a year for something to move forward on that, and it hadn't. And I know some of us kept asking the administration, not Lee, when that was coming back, and we kept waiting, and we kept waiting, and we kept waiting, and it never did. So, we want to move forward. But I can tell you, I wouldn't go with all this. And I kind of highlighted some of the things that I thought. But, there are many things that this county government can do. We want to do them. We've hired 2 people. We showed good faith in the meeting that we had last year, whenever it was. It's been so long ago, I can't even remember. We did what we said we were going to do. We hired the staff to cover the issues, to help with grants and so forth. So now we look to the rest of the community to work together with us to solve these issues as much as we can. And it's not going to be overnight. So thanks for indulging me with all that. I know it was a lot, but some of the commissioner or some of the newer commissioners weren't here when we had all that done. But, we want to make a difference. We want to find the right solutions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Commissioner Bearden and then Mr. Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Ball made an excellent point in regards to a lot of the nonprofits not working together. That being said, maybe we should come up with a initiative that everybody is helping everybody as a countywide effort to bring everybody together, bridge that gap so that we can ensure that all the, maybe the nonprofits will begin to work together on a level so we can take care of this issue as a whole. Next thing I want to bring up is regarding housing, right? For families, that because of the economy or whatever it might be, maybe we can also talk to some of the landlords, maybe give them an incentive in regards to waiving first and last month rent. That might be a possibility. First and last month rent is pretty significant when that's a requirement to go into a home. So that might be something we want to look at to give them an incentive. Hey, will you do this for this if you can waive first and last month rent, on your property? So just certain things, thinking outside the box. It's going to take all of us together to really come together on this, but, I do believe we're heading in the right direction.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I appreciate all the comments from the commissioners. This is a long presentation, and it is one that the board asked for last year. It is a study of where Manatee County is. And I'll just sum it up in my own words. We have to do a better job. But the ladies that are presenting from the Florida Housing Coalition, they've just begun their presentation. They're on 2.1 as far as their recommendations. There are 4 others. As it relates to the remainder of the agenda, it does also speak on the affordable housing. It goes hand in hand. These are the things that the board asked for, to include the update on where we are with the Community Land Trust. Those folks will be here this afternoon. So I only ask that the board give these individuals the opportunity to go through all the information and stop along the way with questions they may have, but let's not tear them down until they get an opportunity to finish their actual presentation.
Okay. It's 10. Okay, Commissioner Ball.
I just want to make sure y'all know, I didn't, the county administrator just mentioned putting them down. I did not mean to put any of you down.
He was talking to Cruz.
Okay. Oh, he's talking Chris.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Well, that is condescending of him. It may be so. But I just wanted to make sure y'all knew that
Okay, so
I wasn't doing that.
it's 10:23. Well, it's 10:23. We take a mandatory 10:30 recess. I think this is a good point for us to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and you continue your presentation. We're in recess for 10 minutes.
I wanted to jump in. Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone. So we're going to resume our presentation on homelessness. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're going to resume our presentation on homelessness. So I will, and I forgot your name, and I apologize. I'm going to turn the floor back over. It's not Amanda, so I'm at a loss.
It's Amanda. No,
What was it? I'm sorry?
Maria.
Maria.
Maria,
I'm sorry. Maria, we're going to turn the floor over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. I did just want to address some commissioner comments before I hand it back over to Florida Housing Coalition about operating in silos and cross-organizational collaboration. As I spoke during my presentation, I'm really happy to say that we are contractually obligating, if you are a nonprofit service provider in Manatee County, you have to have an executive serve on the homeless task force. So I started that task force as one of my first initiatives. We're only on meeting 3 because I was just hired in late August, but I just wanted to let you know that I hear your concerns about that, and we are addressing it via contracts. We also held our first ever community conversation across all contracted and non-contracted nonprofits between the 2 counties in collaboration with Turning Point's PATH, who were essential to making that happen in their regular collaboration meetings. So I just wanted to bring that to the attention that I hear you, I understand, I 100% agree, and we're working on that in health services. And last, I heard some talk about a housing collaborative of sort where we are connecting landlords with vacant units to individuals who are on caseloads at these nonprofits. Suncoast Partnership to End Homelessness actually launched that project. It is an amazing project. It's called the Suncoast Housing Collaborative, and our nonprofits are plugged in with that service to find vacant units around the county. They'll be able to present more data upon request of that program, but I just want to let you know that I'm happy to report as a member of their leadership board that that is currently taking place in Manatee County. So I just wanted to address those concerns before handing it back over. Thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you, Maria. Amanda?
All right, thank you guys. Okay, we were talking about outreach and coordinated entry. We talked about the coordination of outreach providers. Now let's jump into coordinated entry. You need to make sure that there is enough people in your community who can connect with people experiencing homelessness and assess their needs. So one of our recommendations is actually to fund the access points in your community. We mentioned 3 earlier, but we believe there's more than that who are actually doing the work. This doesn't necessarily have to be exclusively funded by the county. So all the recommendations that we have today that you see full-time employees tied to or some dollar amount, there's not one single one where we're recommending that the county exclusively fund it. So there's like a collaborative that would happen with a planning process about who would contribute different components of funding to make that full pot of money. One of the other things that was especially challenging for us was looking at data for people who are lower scoring for that coordinated entry assessment to understand who really needs shelter and not much assistance. We didn't have any data on that. So that is something that we would like to see more data collected on and analyzed at Suncoast Partnership level. All right, this one's you.
All right, so the next component I'm going to talk about is homelessness prevention and diversion. So prevention is when someone is in a unit and they're at risk of homelessness because they're either facing eviction, they're behind on their utility bills, things like that. We saw a great influx of funds throughout the country with the Treasury's ERAP, Emergency Rental Assistance Program, which was aimed at prevention up to 80% of area median income, and found that there were an incredible amount of people in need in each community. Prevention is usually a smaller amount of assistance, between maybe $5,000 and $8,000 per household, and that keeps someone out of the system. When someone ends up experiencing homelessness and loses their housing, it's extremely hard to rehouse people and way more costly to do it that way. So prevention is a great investment to ensure that people keep that housing that they're currently in. Diversion is actually like a conversation. So when someone shows up at Turning Points or they call Suncoast Partnership to End Homelessness and they're in some kind of housing crisis, basically through a conversation with like a resource navigator, people can sometimes be connected to temporary or long-term solutions. So for example, mom kicked you out last night because of some kind of argument. You may go then to Turning Points or to another agency and talk with them, and they may be able to just kind of help negotiate that situation, mediate, or return you to some other location. Some people probably come into Manatee seeking work. The job doesn't pan out. You can, purchase a bus ticket to go back home to other safe housing. So there are a lot of things that go into diversion. Beyond a conversation, it helps to have flexible funding there. Let's say something like a car repair comes up. Let's say someone needs help paying a gap in childcare, things like that. So there are current providers, you'll see on each of these slides, who are currently doing this work to talk with people. So looking at then turning that into a recommendation, 3.1. So this is really to offer flexible funding to help divert households from entering the homeless response system and into stable living situations. So the first strategy, and as Amanda said, and I want to stress, this whole plan is about public-private partnerships. And though we are addressing Manatee County because you procured our services, everything that we talk about would require a coordinated investment plan to assess all the funding available that's currently being invested and funding that you may have available through your general revenue that's already being invested or outside sources that are not tapped, like philanthropy. So creating a flex fund, because we know that federal funding, state funding comes with significant strings. So often it's hard to provide a household with flexible assistance because their rent amount is capped to fair market rent. They don't have a formal eviction notice from their landlord because maybe they're in some kind of verbal lease, things like that. So when it comes to federal and state funding, usually those are situations you can't assist in. So flexible funding would be awarded to those agencies like Turning Points, Suncoast Partnership to End Homelessness, Salvation Army that are already having those conversations with folks. Street outreach as well, they're having those conversations all the time. So the COC lead agency would then help to provide that training and support to the community because there is a training component to diversion to ensure that those conversations are happening in a effective way. And then a uniform tracking process. So you don't want to just create flexible funds and say like, here you go, here's $10,000, divert households. You want to track it. You want to make sure where are people being diverted? How much is it costing per household? What individuals, families, how long have they been experiencing homelessness? All of those things should be tracked through that homeless management information system. Okay. So the next recommendation, establish a permanent rental assistance program. And this would be like Treasury's emergency rental assistance program. This, again, that ERAP was very successful because it was flexible. It didn't cap things like when someone came in and their rent seemed too high or they were at a higher income at 80% area median income. Often HUD programs like Emergency Solutions Grant caps at 30% area median income. So you're talking about people really who can't get served over 30% area median income with things like prevention funds. So establishing something where it looks and kind of mimics that rental assistance program that can definitely help lower income households, but also go up to, something like 80% area median income Or even the city of Fort Myers is a good example of a community that just did that. And it is funded out of their Affordable Housing Trust Fund, which has a variety of sources going into it to fund. So we did look at your housing trust fund, and you do have that funded in fiscal year 22. So that's just something to consider looking at. One, could you expand the sources of funding going into your housing trust fund to bump that up? And then with that housing trust fund, beyond things like crediting or waiving impact fees and things, what could you do with that on rental assistance? Okay. So emergency shelter and transitional housing. Emergency shelter, the whole point of emergency shelter is for people in crisis to be able to access a bed immediately. That's not always the case, especially in Manatee County. Beds aren't always available, and so people might be seeking shelter and just unable to access that. But in a perfect world, emergency shelter wouldn't exist. But then in stepping down from that, ideally, you would hope short-term 1 to 3 months, and it be low barrier, meaning that people who do have behavioral health disorders and things like that can still enter shelter and won't be screened out and continue to sleep outside. So you do have some providers here, but I will say that really the Salvation Army is one of your biggest individual shelter providers. And then transitional housing. This is a longer term program usually. Each program looks very different, but essentially when you were talking earlier about programmatic, this is what we would consider programmatic a temporary housing. So this helps families and individuals get in, get some stability. They may be sharing a room. They may have their own kind of room. They're not in a lease agreement, and they're receiving support services. So with emergency shelter, we actually did not make a recommendation here that you expand shelter or transitional housing programs. That is a pretty significant investment that would need to be explored further. When you don't have resources for permanent housing and you heavily invest in shelter, it takes away those resources that could potentially go to permanent housing. So you do have a large amount of people experiencing unsheltered homelessness. So it's not like the need is not there. But for purposes of this study, we try to focus on the longer term permanent housing solutions. However, when you are funding, let's say through the county emergency shelter, you can put, things in your contracts that require people to have things like case management, that require a certain amount of caseloads. Some places even put that you have to pay case managers more of a competitive salary so that you can ensure people have stable, more long-term case management. You can ask for permanent housing outcomes. So out of the people coming into your shelter, how many people, where are they exiting? Are they returning back to homelessness? Are they exiting into permanent housing? Things like that. So just based on a couple of readings of some contracts with your providers, there were things like provide 1 unit of service, for instance, in your contract. Well, you can make that more specific. You can say how many individuals go into that unit of service. Is the unit of service a month? What does that look like? So there can definitely be some more specifics in your contracts with providers so that you're both on the same page is exactly what's happening. I really think contracts protect the county and they protect providers to be on the same page of what's expected. Also, I just want to mention that for the money that you're investing in shelter, there isn't super great research on exactly the ratio of how much more you should invest into permanent housing, but we know that emergency shelter beds turn over. And so if you think for every 1 bed you invest in, how many more units of permanent housing do you need to invest in, and kind of looking at that ratio. All right, I'm going to turn it back over to Amanda to talk about housing, permanent housing.
All right. So the last two recommendations we have for you are related to permanent housing. And so considering these recommendations, that allows a flow, for people not to get stuck in emergency shelter or on the streets, and that there's an opportunity, an option for them to get into something else later. We have mentioned a couple of times about rapid rehousing. And so one of the best tools that we have in understanding what the community needs right now with regard to this intervention is the by name list, that coordinated entry system that I talked about earlier. So currently on that list of those 424 people, 283 were assessed at needing that rapid rehousing type assistance. And so rapid rehousing typically includes financial assistance for deposit, security, that kind of thing, as well as maybe a few months ongoing rental assistance. It can stretch up to 24 months. And we saw through the pandemic that people were needing that assistance for longer. But typically, 3 to 6 months is what most people need this assistance for. It also comes with some housing search and location assistance. So finding something that is going to be affordable to this household long term, not just while they have the financial assistance. So you guys have providers currently offering this, Salvation Army, Turning Points, St. Vincent de Paul, and Jewish Family and Children Services. Everything is kind of a small scale. So the need outweighs what's currently available in the community. And this is one area where we saw a huge stress on the providers with caseloads of 120, 130. Which means that they can't really help people who might have some outside needs of trying to find health care or trying to find child care. So they're not able to provide those robust case management services just because they simply don't have the time. So one of our recommendations here, and I just want to reiterate, we are talking about coordinated investment planning, not exclusively coming from the county, but we recommend that for Manatee County, a $4.2 million rapid rehousing investment, which would come from sources like HUD, state, as well as Manatee County, to build that $4.2 million. It would be helpful to also have additional providers to offer this assistance so that there's not a bottleneck, but those providers have to have capacity to offer that service. Another component, Maria mentioned the housing collaborative through Suncoast. And so what we've seen in other areas through the pandemic is that some of the funding that was used for rapid rehousing could be used to help incentivize landlords to take people who might have an eviction history or some sort of credit history, something like that. So those incentives worked really well through the pandemic, but most of those funds have kind of dried up because they were related to COVID. So creating a community fund that allows for coverage of damages to units, that really is reassurance to landlords. And oftentimes they don't cash in on it, but they know it's there and they can access it. And they kind of sign on to take some of those what are perceived to be higher risk tenants with access to that mitigation fund. Some of the other things I've seen other communities fund out of one of these is sign-on bonuses. So if you are a landlord and you have 4 units that you're willing to dedicate to a specific population, somebody who's coming out of homelessness, then you get like a $500 sign-on bonus for agreeing to do that. So there are different ways you can use that fund. It really depends on the appetite of your landlords. But that's also a really good mechanism for keeping landlords engaged and getting new landlords to come to the table. Our next recommendation, and the other Amanda said this early on, if you take nothing from this presentation, we hope that you walk away understanding that there is a need for permanent supportive housing here in Manatee County. So permanent supportive housing is kind of the highest level of intervention, pairing financial assistance with service. And typically this is reserved for people who are chronically homeless, who have a disability and have experienced homelessness on and off over years or for 12 months at least consecutively. So these are individuals and households that are going to be using the highest amount of emergency resources typically too. So currently, through that coordinated entry assessment, 137 people need this level of assistance, but there's no option in Manatee County. And this is also something that can be funded through other funding sources. So the state, HUD, they also fund these things. But this is something that we heard a lot from providers, that they were working with clientele that had no long-term solution for them to get out of homelessness, that this was kind of the golden ticket for these 137 people. So our recommendations here are investing $3.6 million in scattered site leasing with existing rental units. So this doesn't really require you to develop additional affordable housing units, but I will say the more affordable housing you have accessible to these programs, the faster it'll go, the better it'll go. And those lengths of time homeless will be decreased. We also recommend doing some set-aside units. And this may be more of a topic for this afternoon, so we won't go too far into it, but there can be requirements for new development to have set-aside units designated to this population so that service providers have access to those units and they're not competing with the general population for affordable units. So this can make a tremendous difference. And this is a long-term thing. So you definitely want long-term funding for this. This wouldn't be something that you would fund once and then let it go, because typically these people are going to need support long-term. So that makes it through all of our recommendations. As far as what's next for our work with you all is right after this, in April, we're going to set up a time with the task force that Maria has pulled together to kind of look at the makeup of that task force, make sure nobody's missing. And so we'll assess the makeup of that, and then we'll start convening and developing action plans specific to each recommendation that's approved to move forward in a timeline and actually assigning community partners to these action plans and action steps. So it is not the responsibility of the county to solve homelessness alone. It's not the responsibility of any local government to do that alone. It really has to be a coordinated effort between private and public partnership. And so that's what we'll stress in our action plans. We will provide monthly updates to the Suncoast Partnership for Ending Homelessness. We will also work with Maria closely so that she can provide you guys ongoing updates about the progress of the implementation. We also assist with identifying potential funding sources and providing community examples from other places who have done the things that you want to do here. So we're kind of here for the next 9 months or so to support you guys and work with you and provide our expertise to guide you to what you envision. Our contact information is here, and we'll be around today. So if there are times where you'd like to talk, especially providers in the back, if you want to step out in the hallway or whatever, we'll be around. So we thank you for having us today, and I'll kick it over to Maria.
I think we have a commissioner or two that might have some questions. Commissioner Ballard?
I'm not ready for a question yet. I do have some things I'd like to talk about, but it's not questions specifically.
Commissioner Ballard? Okay, go ahead.
You go ahead, and I'll
So
go next.
I just want to make a correction on a statement I said earlier. It's 227 million of that budget, which is 42% that actually goes to permanent housing in Los Angeles. Now, I want to talk about how regarding property taxes, right? How we might be able to incentivize those that want to actually, participate in waiving first month, last month. Veterans get a certain property assessed value. They get a $50,000. I think it's 50,000. Is it 50? It's 5,000 off the value that they're assessed with taxes, and then the other one with homestead as well. I don't know if this is something that we could do, that we could leverage pushing out, a message through the tax collector office to incentivize this. Hey, you get X amount off the assessed value of your home if you decide you'd like to, do the whole first month, last month of waiving that fee towards, people that can actually transition. I think that, with over 420,000 residents, that's a message that we could possibly push that definitely might be beneficial for the community as a whole. I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, I'm just responding. We as of this exact moment, that's not really an option. It's something I've looked into and talked to a lot of people. But Senate Bill 102 that just passed the Senate 2 weeks ago, a week and a half ago, and the House Bill 627 that should hopefully get voted on by this Friday, actually have ad valorem tax abatements for affordable housing that answer a lot of that. If you build a certain number of units, I believe it's at least 7 units, there's a lot of different metrics to it, then it allows, doesn't require, but allows municipalities and counties to waive the ad valorem taxes on the affordable units. So there is components to that, and once that gets passed and once it gets signed, those will be options that we have. We don't have them today, but we will have them soon.
Anything else? All right. Commissioner Ballard?
So I've got a kind of a heart for this issue, and so I do have a little bit of a different perspective. I do appreciate the research that you've done. I think that we need emergency shelter, and we need it desperately. I know it can be expensive, but I think that there are ways to do it quickly, and do it a lot more cheaply, because I would like to reduce the unsheltered street homeless population as quickly as possible, and to get people into a central location where they can get connected with the providers that we have. We have great providers in Manatee County. We just have a difficult time getting people into a centralized location so that they can actually get to those providers. Additionally, I think that we could have some great local ordinances on, for example, camping, et cetera, that right now, because we don't have shelter capacity, even if we were to create those ordinances, we couldn't enforce them. So I think that we need to get a handle on the emergency shelter situation immediately, as well as a transitional housing situation. I have a difference in focus. I do agree that we need those long-term things as well, but I really, really want to focus on immediately dealing with getting the people who are out chronically homeless on the street, getting them into a shelter situation if they want it, and then if not, dealing with a kind of a compassionate enforcement situation. So I also want to say that we have a really great opportunity to do that with some of these American Rescue Plan funds, because this is money that we are not ever going to have again. It's money that we can utilize for these purposes. So Sarasota County, for example, they're spending $25 million of their American Rescue Plan funds on affordable housing and on homelessness. Let me look at some of the other counties, what they've allocated. Collier, $14 million. Lee, $9 million. That's all I have right here. I think Pinellas is actually spending $30 million of their American Rescue Plan funds. We need to be doing that, because we have it's a big problem. It's a problem that we can deal with, and we have significant funds to be able to deal with it that are not going to be direct Manatee County taxpayer funds, that are not going to be coming out of our regular budget. So I think that we need to hit the issue hard, and I had the opportunity to look at a facility like Pinellas Hope, where they're doing kind of a temporary shelter situation. It doesn't necessarily have to be tents. We can do some sort of temporary shelter where people can get access to services, where they can stay for a few months and get connected with the things that they get connected to. And then we should also look at a transitional housing option as well. And I think that we should look at trying to jumpstart those programs with our ARPA funds. I also had the opportunity to look at a study from the Discovery Institute where they basically talked about kind of a comprehensive plan to kind of deal with homelessness. And a lot of the things, I think that you guys should try to read it if you can. It's probably 15, 20 pages, but they have kind of an executive summary, but they have 8 steps, which I personally agree with. Immediately build a safe ground facility for unsheltered population, adopt that compassionate enforcement policy, enforce a strict ban on public camping, implement policies to mitigate the addiction crisis, which we are working on. We have significant funding from the opioid litigation that we're able to utilize. Orient services and around a philosophy of transformation, provide paid work opportunities for people in need, and lobby for conservatorship of severely mentally ill people. So I think that is the strategy that I would personally like to take.
And
thank you for letting me just talk and talk and talk.
I am totally supportive of everything you just said. You're absolutely right. Those are non-reoccurring funds that we have. Now's the time to use them for that very purpose. I like that. And I would also mention, and I know that our county attorney has left the room with the chairman. I don't know what that's about, but we need that camping ordinance. We need to get that done. The camping ordinance. I'm sorry?
He's going to bring it up later.
Okay, good. That needs to be done. Also, there's other facilities around like Robbins Apartments. And I can tell you, I know that they're looking for more areas to be able to build more of those types of facilities. So we do have a lot of people that are involved as well. And I certainly don't want to leave out, there's many other nonprofits, Salvation Army, Turning Point's two of my favorites, that work very closely with the sheriff's office. We have a lot in Manatee County. We just need to make sure that we're using it correctly.
And could I dialogue, Commissioner, really quick? I did want to mention Salvation Army. I think that they do a great job. I just think that they're significantly overburdened. And if we were to have an additional facility, it would allow them to focus their services possibly on women and children, or really focus those services on the people that they can help the best.
Okay. I'm going to turn this back over to our chairman, but Commissioner Cruz and then Commissioner Bearden.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to hear about this. Since we started talking about ARP funds, I've been commenting about that I wasn't a big fan of most of this list, because honestly, most of this list, and you're saying we don't take money out of our budget, we still would, because our ARP list seemingly was just stuff we were going to have to spend with general funds or other sources that we crammed into an ARP to help bridge a budget gap, as opposed to actually doing something meaningful for the community with this one time. So, I would spend as much as humanly possible. You mentioned a few municipalities, and they got to the same point we're getting to right now, just a little bit faster. You look at Pinellas, you look at Hillsborough. They had very little effect. At one point, I don't remember when it was, but maybe it was last year's conference. I think we were listed in like the top 5 in terms of most percentage of ARP money spent, in part because we had the veteran homeless and things like that was $15 million. And we've kind of drifted down because these other communities have either found excess money in ARP or basically said, hey, do we really need to spend ARP funds on sidewalks? Why don't we spend it on our housing and things that are more important? We can figure out sidewalks later. So I'm 100% on board. I think our ARP list is not in the best interest of this community. So, and we've started doing that a little, but it's been piecemeal. 2 of the gap funding loans that we provided were through ARP with Astoria and Review 6. So, I like the way that direction's going, and I like the way you mentioned Robbins Apartments, 'cause I think that may come up later, actually, because there are developments that are in need of some level of assistance, and One Stop Shop with Mark Van Groff and places like Robbins Apartments does meet some of the needs we have relative to transitional housing, because that's what he does. He builds smaller transitional housing, predominantly with aging motels, the Robbins Apartment extensions, new construction. But those are the kind of partnerships we need to be developing, and we need to be using funds like ARP funds to expand on that. And if we can do it, because we're saying we need a camping ordinance. I don't disagree per se, but all you're doing with a camping ordinance is making something illegal. Well, the cost to enact or to enforce that is cost prohibitive, because it's more expensive for us to put somebody in jail for breaking an ordinance than it is to house them someplace if we can come up with good transitional or temporary housing. So the ordinance makes sense, but it only makes sense if we give them an alternative prior to enforcing the ordinance. Otherwise, it's more expensive to enforce the ordinance itself.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Completely agree with Commissioner Ballard. I think it's something that we need to look at as far as what type of homelessness, right, in regards to funding and how it's being allocated as well. 30, I would say these are just kind of numbers off the top of my head, not saying that they're accurate, but we would have to say that 33% of homeless are the families, and then 30% are senior citizens, and then the 30% are also chronic, right, that have these certain issues that allow them to be, homeless for a long time. So I think that if we could come up with a strategy for each one of those buckets, right, that'll allow us to really tackle this issue at hand, and really, I honestly think that we have the board in place right now to really address this homeless issue and really take care of it. I think that we can really work together and come up with an amazing solution that can be the model for the rest of the state. So that's all I have.
Thank you, sir. And yeah, I would agree with your statement. And we can't treat everyone's situation the same. Everyone wants to help those who want help and are seeking help. Obviously, we have families. We have elderly. But then we also have, which is I think what most people see when they're driving down the road, which is able-bodied, working age, single males who are choosing addiction over an honest day's work. And that's what's frustrating, and that's what sort of gives it a bad, like a stigma, right? So each needs to be tackled in a different way, I think. So, Mr. Washington. Oh, I thought you were waving your wand over there. It must have been a fly. So, anyone else have any comments? Okay. Ladies, do you have anything further? All right.
Okay, I just want to say one thing, which is in the plan, we do intend to, in the study that exists, we list some specific funding sources. But I'm so happy ARPA came up, because I know you've already had those discussions and allocated, and you have your ARPA plan. But like was mentioned, I mean, this is a once in a lifetime, probably, hopefully not, but opportunity that exists right now. And yes, St. Pete is spending 76% of their ARPA funds on affordable housing. So, development costs right now are very high. It is, though there are funding streams that exist, no one funding stream completely funds a development. So looking at financing right now, and I'm sure this will come up later, this is a great source of investment into your community. So it's definitely something to look at, for sure.
Thank you all. Thank the both Amandas up there for giving us an amazing presentation. Thank you.
Hello. So I have, obviously that was a fire hydrant of information for you all in a very short amount of time. So I have two, as you'll see on the screen, I have two draft recommended motions, and the bottom two are more so recommended next step action plan items. The first two go hand in hand. As you can see on the screen, one, authorize staff to work with the Homeless Crisis Task Force to draft a timeline of the Florida Housing Coalition Roadmap recommendations for presentation to the board, and co-occurring, direct staff to draft a coordinated investment plan identifying county, philanthropic, and COC funding sources to support the recommendations outlined in the FHC roadmap for presentation to the board. And my reasoning behind those two recommended draft motions is to ensure that this board is knowledgeable about what a realistic timeline would look like and what potential funding sources would be tied to each of these recommendations, so you are as informed as possible when it comes to voting on what to move forward with and what not to move forward with. So those are the first two recommended motions I'd like to discuss with you all. And the second two on the screen are more so just next step action items. They don't necessarily need to be motions unless you see fit. Direct staff to create a regular status report consisting of FHC roadmap benchmarks and qualitative data. I think it's essential that we capture qualitative data on a regular basis of our service providers. Many of them are here, so you all have an efficient way to hear from them and the numbers. And very importantly, appoint a county liaison to meet regularly and discuss homeless-related issues with the City of Bradenton. Communication with the City of Bradenton will be essential. All of the contracted nonprofits I oversee are currently in the City of Bradenton, so keeping an open, honest dialogue will be essential. So those are my recommended motions and action steps for the board to consider.
Okay. Why don't we, it disappeared. Sorry. There we go. It's sort of a sports bar theme we have in here with the television setup. So you have to sort of jump to which game which screen your game is on. Commissioners, how do you want to do this? What I'm thinking is, do we want to go through each of these? I don't expect us to necessarily act on every one of these today, but do we want to discuss each one and then see if there is a motion or not? Commissioner Baugh.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have a problem at all having a commissioner, someone other than me, because I'm slammed, to work with the City of Bradenton. I don't think that's a bad idea at this point.
I was also thinking that, in addition, there should be a commissioner from this board who essentially is the liaison, essentially, right, to this, right, to this task force. Whether or not that person has a seat on the board or not, I personally would prefer that they do. But I think we should have someone who is who is our liaison, who's an actual commissioner that either sits on the board or is a liaison to the board. I'm not volunteering.
I'm not volunteering.
I am just recommending. Let's see.
Is there someone that might be interested?
Yeah, first question is there anyone who's interested? Commissioner Ballard has lots of free time. So we can do that if we want to. Well, I'll entertain motions to appoint a liaison, a homeless policy. How do we want to do this? Homeless task force liaison. I'm entertaining motions to appoint a commissioner as a homeless task force liaison.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so Commissioner Baugh makes a motion that Commissioner Ballard serve as our homeless task force liaison. It's been seconded by We'll go with Commissioner Cruz, has seconded that. We'll open this to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who'd like to come forward to speak on the appointment of Commissioner Ballard as our homeless task force liaison? Okay, we'll close public comment. And we'll hold the vote now. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Okay, passes, Madam Clerk, unanimously by a vote of 7-0. The next question would be, should Commissioner Ballard have a seat on the homeless task force? Okay, so we'll entertain, I'd actually like to hear from Maria real quick on that.
Yes, sir. I think that's a phenomenal idea. I think that would be great to open lines of communication between our contracted service providers and the commission.
When you told me I had a phenomenal idea, you had sold me. So we'll entertain motions then to appoint Commissioner Ballard to the homeless task force.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Ron and seconded by Commissioner Baugh. We'll open this to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who'd like to come forward to speak on the appointment of Commissioner Ballard to the homeless task force? Oh. Seeing no one, we'll close public comment and we'll hold the vote at this time. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Madam Clerk, that passes unanimously by a vote of 7-0. All right, more meat and potatoes here. I mean, we don't necessarily need to vote on number one, direct the homeless policy coordination to create a regular status update. Yeah, I mean, we just sort of, how about that's an expectation. I don't think we necessarily have to vote on that. Number two, authorize the homeless task force to create a draft timeline of Florida Housing Coalition roadmap recommendations for presentation to the BCC. I think that's another one that we don't really need to vote on. It's just expected. Commissioner Ballard can drive that train. Instruct county staff to draft a coordinated investment plan identifying county philanthropic and COC financial sources to fund Florida Housing Coalition roadmap recommendations. Commissioner Ron, you look as if you have something profound to say.
As far as an investment plan.
Have you pushed your button over there, sir?
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
As far as an investment plan, that means the monies that the county would be putting into this.
Yeah, in other
funds,
words,
we would develop a plan for investment of the taxpayer dollars into this fund for the Florida Housing Coalition. Is that correct?
May
Maria?
I clarify? So when I say coordinated investment plan, basically what I'm saying is all available funds, so whether that be taxpayer dollars, HUD funds, federal grants, so that way each item is tied to a funding source, so you all, before voting on implementation, know the possibilities, are informed as possible about potential revenue streams. So it's more of just tapping what could be used for each initiative and then being presented to you all, so that way you're aware of, before you vote, what pot of money would this realistically come from.
I mean, Commissioner, that's kind of something we expect when something is proposed to us anyway. I don't necessarily think, I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you. We certainly want that. But I don't know that we necessarily need to vote to give direction on that. What do you think, Mr. Washington?
I do not, Mr. Chair. It's something that we're already doing
Okay.
throughout all departments.
Okay.
But really, this is just to identify and give staff true direction from this board so that we have a mechanism to come back to you on a regular basis to give you these types of updates.
Sure. And then the last one is appoint a designated county liaison for homeless-related issues to regularly meet with the city of Bradenton. Is that Commissioner Ballard? Are we wanting Maria to do that? What are we doing? We did that one first. Okay. So Commissioner Ballard, you're that person, and that's okay. Okay. Any further discussion? Commissioner Satcher is waving his card. Do you want to hear from the lawyer first, sir? He's chomping at the bit as well. Okay, because it keeps us out of trouble sometimes before we talk.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not really chomping at the bit this time, I promise, but I did tell a couple of commissioners I would give you a quick update on the no camping ordinance, because the board did ask.
Then let's hear from Commissioner Satcher
All
first,
right,
and
so
we'll get to that. It's
I'll
sort of a
defer
separate, not separate, but slightly off subject.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just wanted to add some general thoughts. There may be a more appropriate time to say these things coming in the meeting, but as the train is leaving the station, just concerns that I have or thoughts on parameters that I'd like to see, which is mostly going to echo what's been said, but I hope we stay targeted as we start to use some of these. If we become responsible for someone cradle to grave and everything behind and before and all the services that someone might need, we just set ourselves up. If we could do it, that'd be great. But we know from experience of, in this nation, we can't do it. We can't be successful doing that. So I would encourage us to limit our scope. I'm excited that we're going to start working to leverage federal funds. We mentioned some of the thoughts about, and we've said in previous meetings about, as far as to be more effective in helping people that are here in our Manatee County residents. I just feel like that's a really noble goal. That's a good thing. But at the spot where we start becoming a magnet for people from everywhere else, we will overrun, no matter how great of a system we're a part of, we'll end up overrunning that system. And that's not what our role is. So I hope that we can figure out ways to prioritize, the Bible phrases it, the poor we have among us, so the ones that are here, let's help. But I don't want to bring other people's here, at least in large numbers. And then I just want to say in general, my experience and just anecdotally is that you're just going to end up being a lot more efficient if you can try to find someone that's doing a worthwhile work, that's doing a good job, even if it's not exactly what you would have created on your own. But if you find somebody that's doing something and then help them, I feel like our dollars will go so much farther rather than recreating the wheel or directing. And they even spoke about that organizations are trying to apply for funds that they are natural fits for. And so I hope that we can do that and see where we're moving and what we're getting done. I mean, I've worked with the Salvation Army before in the past, and that's the emergency side of things, the temporary side of things. But they do a great work at that. And I feel like, we could set up ways to help them do more of that for different populations, because obviously the biggest population that they're able to serve right now is going to be what you mentioned, the people that might be able to do other things, but they also have a vision for being able to help more families and being able to help more women, with children. And I think that's something that would be near and dear to everyone's heart. And I know there's other organizations. I see people from Prodigal Daughters that are here. We mentioned Second Heart, and then we're also hearing from another organization. I'm not going to start naming organizations. There's great organizations, and I guess my real point is, let's find out what those organizations are doing. And if they say, we're doing a great job or we're doing a lot, but this is where we can't, keep up with the federal money or the state money, we don't have enough resources to do that, I'd rather help them get that money than start getting too involved in what direction we're going to give them. That's just history. Generally, grant funding to smaller organizations works better than the more bureaucratic an organization gets. A lot of times, there's more waste involved. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Commissioner Bearden.
Do we have, I know that we're tracking everybody. Is it a certain application that we're utilizing that is bridging that gap amongst the other nonprofits? Is everybody on that same platform or?
Not everybody's on the same platform. So under our Continuum of Care, Suncoast Partnership to End Homelessness, they do access points applications, which essentially is that somebody comes in to one of these access points organizations, that would be Turning Points, Salvation Army primarily. They do an access points application, they're documented, they're put into our homeless management information system. Not all nonprofits are part of that information system and members of our Continuum of Care, which does make a lot of issues for us in data and policy, because if they're not entering into the COC, if they're not using that HMIS system, now we have fragmented data. So those nonprofits who may be choosing not to be a part of the COC and utilize those access points applications, those individuals, it's extremely difficult to capture that data and combine them with the HMIS system we have right now.
Why do you think they wouldn't want to use the application?
So I don't want to speak on behalf of the nonprofits who don't use it, but my assumption would be, one, there is a cost and dues fee associated with being part of the continuum and using the HMIS. It varies depending on the size of the organization. So if you're a smaller organization, typically you pay less. If you're a larger organization, typically you pay more to utilize this software system. And then part of using the HMIS system means abiding by those policies and procedures that govern that system. So it could be that they just simply don't want to. Again, I would have to ask our smaller nonprofits why they wouldn't want to be united under one information system. But I can certainly ask those nonprofits, or they can speak for themselves during public comment, so you have more information on that.
So regarding that, what type of information is it capturing? Is it capturing like their last former, where they used to live, former address, everything like that?
Yes, sir. So it's the software. What it does is it tracks basically the last service they went to. Case managers are entering case notes, so that way, if a client walks into Salvation Army, it says, "I've gotten services in the past. I did my application in the past." That case manager can then pull that client up in the HIMS system, see all the touch points, what was done for them, what benefits they have, what they need, and that's why I think it's so essential that we have that centralized system. And I would encourage all nonprofits who are not playing part in that system to contribute, because obviously, as we all know, that warm handoff, that data, that history is so important, or else they just fall through the cracks.
So what are we doing as far as getting the word out to the nonprofits regarding utilizing this platform currently?
So our local continuum of care, Suncoast Partnership to End Homelessness, that would be under their purview, which would be to reach out to nonprofits. Every time I meet with nonprofits in our community, I mention applying for whether it be our state funding or going to COC meetings that are open to the public, if they choose to do so. Of course, if they're not a contract agency with us and they say, respectfully, I'm not going to choose to go to the COC meetings or ask to be in the HMIS system, there's nothing saying that they have to be, which then causes more splintering of data.
Because Commissioner Satcher had a point. We definitely don't want to be a magnet, in the state for people to come to because of the services that we offer. And I think that this is something that all nonprofits, if, they should participate in to help us be able to regulate that.
Yes, sir. And just to clarify, by nonprofits participating in our continuum of care, that is not us as the government taking ownership of that nonprofit. That is, they are agreeing to be part of the Suncoast Partnership to End Homelessness. So being part of that HMIS system wouldn't be growing government at all. So, which I'm happy to say.
So what, in your recommendation, can we continue to do to encourage these nonprofits to get on the system? Is it just the education form of it?
There's the education component of it, absolutely. I think there's two ways that we could probably do it. One, encourage nonprofits that aren't applying for county funding to apply. If you are a county nonprofit for homelessness, you are required to use the HIMS system. So if you're a nonprofit that isn't applying for county funds and you don't want to be contracted with us, we have absolutely no contractual backfall to say, well, you have to use the HMIS system. So one, I would encourage nonprofits who want to be a part of the HMIS system, want to be a part of the continuum of care, want county funding, to follow the relevant policies and procedures to apply for funding. Two, I think it would be great if whether it is a partnership with COC, I know they do this in Sarasota, where they co-fund a position where it is essentially a person dedicated to HMS management and recruitment and training. I think that would be a position that would be worth looking into when it comes to potential funding sources. And also in tandem, potentially, and obviously we're just problem solving right now, potentially funding or looking into co-funding a position that would be dedicated to Manatee County nonprofits, helping them to, or explaining to them, how do they apply for these federal funds, right? Because as we saw, our nonprofits are overwhelmed, they're struggling with the application process. So if we had a designated person at COC when it came to HMIS recruitment and explanation of how to apply for these funds, then I think that would be a worthy investment to look into.
So it's obviously it's because they lack the training, right, to be able to apply for some of these actual grants. Would it be in our best interest to create some type of video training that all the nonprofits can go to be able to apply for these grants? Is that possible?
Mr. Washington would like to dialogue with you, I think, on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We actually have a representative from Suncoast Partnership in the back of the room. She'd like to come to the podium and speak on that just a little bit better, since she is the lead agency.
Please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and your agency, ma'am.
Microphone.
Sorry. Tara Booker, Interim CEO at Suncoast Partnership. Manatee County is my current county. It's not a training issue on applying for funds. These are federal funds, so it's a lot to manage the funds. So the application process is just the small first step. And most agencies have grant writers on staff, although it is a little bit more intensive to apply for federal funds. Suncoast Partnership bears most of the weight of submitting that application to HUD. So that part's not really, it's the managing the funds and the capacity necessary to implement the programs after getting the funds, I think, would you agree, is the challenge?
Tara, can you also speak to, Commissioner's question was, the use of the CSIS system. What pushback are you getting from other agencies as to why they don't like to use the system? Can you provide any feedback on that so we can clarify it further, Commissioner?
So there is a cost associated. For a long time, we have been able to absorb most of that cost at Suncoast by pairing different funding sources, but we switched to a Clarity Bit Focus system. So coming down the line over the next year or two, we're going to have to start sharing more of that community cost. So that's definitely a concern. And then it goes back to capacity. To be able to utilize the CSIS/HMIS system, you have to undergo training. You have to understand how to operate the system. You have to be very, detailed and correct and current with your data, because this all gets sent back up to HUD, and this is how HUD helps determine how much money we get in this community. So it's a capacity. And then another common theme is people having multiple systems that they have to enter data in. So an organization has their own internal case management software, and then we're asking for this HMIS over here. And, obviously staff are going to prioritize their internal operational software and not prioritize HMIS. So, there's even agencies that have like 3 different systems that they enter in. So that's a problem as well.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Bearden, you still have the floor, sir.
Yeah, so I guess I know that it's a challenge, right, as far as getting everybody on that platform, but I think that we kind of need to figure out a way on how we can, bridge that gap. I don't know if it's a plug-in or whatever it might be to ensure that everybody's on that platform. But I just think that that's necessary for sure if we're going to approach this issue and really take care of it.
Yes, sir, and I will work with Ms. Booker hand in hand to come up with some solutions to that end.
Is it a like a customized type of program where we can go on the back end and kind of customize it the way that we want? Do we have programmers that can actually go in and actually customize? A lot of platforms have those capabilities. That's why I'm asking this question. Is there somebody that we can link that up?
So we administer the system at Suncoast, and there is a capability to customize to some extent, but it's a federally mandated system. So there is an assortment of things that have to operate a certain way because of HUD's requirements and the VA's requirements.
Is that all, sir? Thank you. Commissioner Ballard and then Commissioner Thatcher.
So I agree that we need to encourage as much as we can our local nonprofits to participate in this HMIS system. I had the feeling that the issue was capacity, or sometimes you have people who have been providing services for 30 years, and it's, you get kind of set in the way that you do things, and you don't want to start tracking all of this kind of really difficult stuff when you've been doing something a certain way for 30 years. But I agree with you that we need to encourage it any way that we can. I also wanted to bring up, I heard from a couple of commissioners that, it's easy to be homeless in Manatee County, and we don't want to, encourage more people to come. I think that we are encouraging people to come right now people who would like to remain homeless, because we have no ordinances, we have no enforcement, because we don't have shelter space or transitional housing. So we're attracting the type of people who want to live street homeless. And I think that will change if we have ordinances in place that we can and do enforce. I did have the opportunity to do a ride-along with Deputy Jewett, and that was one thing that she said is we don't have shelter space. We can't enforce when we don't have shelter space. We have the hotbed program, which serves 10 people at a time. The county spends $165,000 a year on that hotbed program. And, you know, I'm curious if it's, you know, having the desired effect. One other thing that Deputy Jewett did mention is that other counties have that we might is a derelict housing ordinance. So when housing appears unsafe from the outside, that maybe deputies have the ability to enter and see what's going on. Obviously, there could be some concerns there constitutionally, but I trust that our legal department could look at other ordinances and figure out a way to do that in a way that wouldn't violate constitutional rights. So I just wanted to mention a couple of those things because the conversation reminded me of that ride along and some of the things that I saw and heard there.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate, yes, one of my comments at least was almost from a meeting that we had over a year ago. So, you know, where we were talking about a big vision and multi over $10 million project, and you know, and what would be the outcome, the unintended consequences of that, and so. So probably not the right place, because I don't think we're in the position where we're, you know, going too far right now as far as helping. And then, but I did want to ask and get kind of a little bit more information when we're talking about you mentioned that the Suncoast, the COC, that they currently have positions that they fund to help organizations qualify for their funding and to take care of the requirements. Is that correct?
So I'm going to ask Tara to clarify, but what is happening in the city of Sarasota is they give different funds to the COC, so they get different positions. So right now, the contract we have with them is for the HMIS system. And Tara, if you want to speak more about those positions that Sarasota has and how they're funded and exactly what they want to do, what they do, that would be great.
Tara Booker, interim CEO, Suncoast Partnership, Manatee County. So there are a couple different things. So Sarasota funds some very specific positions to work on very specific initiatives.
Excuse me, Sarasota City, Sarasota County?
Both.
Okay.
Yeah. So Sarasota City funds, they give funds to help with our person that's focused on housing. And some general funds. They also have begun to fund the case manager for the community care court. So that's like the homeless court. So we have a case manager working with folks entering there. The county funds 2 diversion people at Suncoast Partnership. That one is focused strictly on families. So having those problem-solving conversations to see if people can resolve their own issues. If it's something that just needs a light touch of funding, we can see, can we connect them to some flexible funds? If they are in need of shelter, then they go on the Sarasota Family Shelter waitlist. Or if there's an opening, they go right into shelter. The county also funds a diversion and early intervention specialist focused on single adults. So same thing as the families. Somebody calls this line, you have problem-solving conversations. If we can't resolve your issue, we'll do an access point, get you on the community by name list. and help get you to shelter if that's possible. And as far as helping people apply for funding, I just want to clarify. So Suncoast Partnership, we put out an RFP for different funds, the HUD funds, the state funds, some Sarasota County funds. We don't help people apply for that because we're technically the person that's charged with the procurement process. So we put the RFP out, we do open sessions, we try to have question and answer, and then we have to kind of shut the door because it's a actual, federally required process to apply for the funds.
And I'm sorry, Commissioner, if I misspoke. I meant when I say help apply for funds, I mean educate our nonprofit providers on what are the funds, what are the policies and procedures. But as Tara said, they can't write the grant for the or the application for the nonprofits. That would be up to the nonprofits, which then again comes back to capacity.
Then the COC process, so us being in the same boat as Sarasota, federally speaking, so we're required to use the same COC?
As of right now, yes. Yes, sir.
I would, sorry.
Yeah, I don't want to speak for Ms. Booker. She is a much more qualified subject matter expert when it comes to federal COC requirements than I am.
Yeah, I would just add that HUD has the entire country broken up into these COCs, and they are, offering incentives for counties to join together and make larger COCs. They are in no way, shape, or form encouraging counties to split apart as a COC.
Right. But, so you're the interim CEO, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, yeah. So I would have, to the commission, if I understand the situation correctly, there's federal money all in a pot, and Sarasota County and Sarasota City figured out to partner and who to partner with to be sure they get an outsized amount of that pot. So as I heard the chair taught me, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. And so Manatee County's tax, federally allocated tax money has been on the menu, and Sarasota's been eating it for lunch. And so I hope we take some steps to remedy that. It doesn't sound like it's anyone's fault. I mean, they were smart to fund those positions. I hope that whoever, we're talking to someone that probably, there's zero chance, I would say, was in charge when all this was, going down. But I wish that someone, 2, 3, 4 years ago would have been talking to our commission and saying, hey, by the way, this is a situation. You're not getting a chance at this because of these particular decisions. And maybe they did say that, and maybe the old commission was fine with that, because I do know that there are strings attached oftentimes with federal money that at the end of the day sometimes just make it not worth it. And that could be the situation that people decided in the past in Manatee County. So I'm not trying to disparage anyone, especially who their work is helping people. I don't necessarily care where you're helping people. That's great. But I'm just, to this commission, we need a plan to be sure that that is not what continues, or unless we decide that is what we want, that we want, that pot of funding to go south of us, and we don't want a part of it. But that seems like that would be a decision we would need to make and see the situation clearly. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
May I respond, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to clarify that the COC funds, though they may be contracted to Sarasota-based organizations, they're not restricted to Sarasota County. St. Vincent de Paul has a large amount of rapid rehousing money, and it goes to both Sarasota and Manatee. So I think there's a little bit of misinformation here. It's not like this money is only being used in Sarasota.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification. That's good.
All right, thank you. Okay, no one else is on the board here for discussion. We've completed that agenda item, yes, sir. And it is 9 minutes to 12. So, Commissioner Cruz.
Just more out of curiosity, just because we have gone through one item. The next item is also about homelessness, but then we switch gears entirely to housing. So my question is, depending on who's here for homeless versus housing and convenience, it's only a few slides. How long do you think this I mean, maybe we're better off having a clean break at the end of homelessness so that we can come back from lunch with housing
Sure.
and maybe shift some people.
I'm happy to do that. So then we will move into item number 3, which is consolidated planning, being presented by Community and Veterans Affairs, after which we will break for the lunch hour.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your time this morning. My name is Julia Vieira. I'm the Community Development Project Manager. I'm here today to briefly inform you about our consolidated planning efforts. So, very quickly, the consolidated plan is a 5-year plan that all entitlement communities are required to draft to receive their entitlement funding, which are covered for Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, Emergency Solutions Grant that they touch upon, ESG, and the Home Investment Partnership Program. So the consolidated plan is a community-driven plan that is designed to assess affordable housing and community development needs in the community. And it provides the blueprint for the decisions on how to allocate the federal funds over the course of 5 years. So it serves as the framework to a broader discussions with constituents on what they identify as the priority needs in terms of affordable housing and community development, and how it aligns with the requirements and the objectives of the entitlement funding that the county receives. So based on the priority needs that the community identifies, we develop goals, and these goals are carried out through annual action plans, which summarizes the actions and how we are going to allocate our fund every year. So as previously mentioned, the consolidated plan covers 3 main programs that the county receives from HUD. The first one is the CDBG program, and we have an annual allocation of about $1.8 million every year. So we have been using this funding primarily for infrastructure improvements. So a couple of good examples are our program with Poland Gardens in partnership with Habitat for Humanity. The county is investing $1.2 million of its CDBG funds to provide the pre-development infrastructure in order to enable Habitat for Humanity to build units that will be sold to low-income residents of the county. Another good example is the Samoset Community Resources Center. The county is investing close to $700,000 in CDBG funds to rehabilitate a vacant building to expand mental health and substance abuse treatments to low-income and at-risk residents in partnership with Centerstone. The second program the plan covers is the Emergency Solutions Grant, ESG. The county receives an annual allocation of a little over $150,000 every year. And we have been primarily using this fund to provide homeless prevention activities in the form of rental assistance and case management. So the third program that the consolidated plan covers is the Home Investment Partnership. The county receives an annual allocation of a little less than $700,000. And these funds have been primarily used to implement an in-house, a couple of very successful programs, housing rehab and a down payment assistance under Debbie Ash's coordinations within our department. And we would also like to take a minute just to remember that we have just submitted our home ARP allocation plan that you approved in the last session, and we hope that we'll be able to put out a request for funding availability to the nonprofits that provide services to the homeless and at-risk residents of the county very soon. So we are at the beginning stages of the consolidated plan, and as I previously mentioned, it delineates the priority needs identified by the community. And so during February and March, we have been holding multiple consultation meetings with our nonprofits, and we would also like to take a minute to encourage everyone that is seated here, that is listening to us, ask your help to advertise our community survey. This is the primary form that we are using to gather inputs from the community on what are their priority needs and how we can identify the best ways to use the funding that the county has. So based on our consultation and preliminary results from the surveys, we have identified that, so it goes along the lines of my predecessors here, that it is a critical need of affordable housing options in terms of options for housing to serve the most at-risk populations are permanent supportive housing, transitional housing, emergency shelter, rapid rehousing, assistance for individuals re-entering the systems from the judicial system. Other priority needs identified there are worth mentioning, I believe, are landlord and tenant mediation and training to provide more support to our community, especially the low-income community, to prevent eviction and fair housing cases. And other priority needs are identified are expansion of public infrastructure, service and transportation gaps to the East County and North County as the county grows. Other critical services to the elderly to support them to age in place, such as food, transportation, in-home care, and home repairs as well. Lastly, our special needs assistance. So I believe several of our projects already tackle those needs, which are to assist persons, individuals with disability, mental health concerns, and substance abuse. And obviously, as they have mentioned, and you have listening over and over again, this is a priority need that our community has been stressing out. So a quick update on where we are is we are currently under the consultation and needs assessment phase. So that's through the end of March. And our intention is to have our consolidated plan in a draft form available for the 30-day comment period in June, July. And then we'll come back to the board for public hearing at the end of July. The county needs to submit the plan by mid-August. So I do have a motion, but it ties a lot with what has been discussed here. We have been having interdepartmental conversations with public safety, and we do believe that if we subawarded our ESG funds, which are the funding primarily targeting at servicing individuals that face homeless to the continuum of care, we would be able to better pool the resources of the overall coalition and better invested in for residents in the county. So our motion is for the board to authorize the county administrator to draft a letter of intent to subaward our ESG funds to the Suncoast Partnership for the upcoming 5-year consolidated plan. Thank you.
Commissioner Ballard?
So just one quick question. One of the things that you mentioned in the needs section was for self-sufficiency and job training. I think that that's really excellent. How can we achieve that using the Emergency Solutions grant funding?
So I would say that the best funding used to address this would be the CDBG funds, not necessarily the ESG.
Understood. Okay. So you're...
Yeah, so I just want to give a quick example of the CDBG funds. So we are partnering with the Real Vision Barber, is a barber school, a nonprofit, and we're funding the renovation of their space so they can expand their services of teaching barber schools to the youth, and that's a good example.
Excellent. Thank you.
All right. She has asked for a motion. Does anyone want to discuss that before we move on? All right. I guess not at this time.
Nope.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good information, as
you.
always. Do a great job.
Thank you.
All right. Is there anything else before we recess for lunch? Or can I just ask and nobody said a word?
Oh, I thought... Well, you said you want to have a discussion.
Would somebody like to make a motion or
Madam
have
Chair.
discussion?
Madam Chair, I'll make the
Yes.
motion as recommended.
We have a motion by Commissioner Ron, a second by Commissioner Ballard, and before we vote, we have Commissioner Satcher and Commissioner Cruz. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't make the motion on purpose. I mean, I'm not comfortable making the motion to send more of our money to the people that have had it for years and haven't bothered to let us know that we're not getting any of it back, or except through the St. Vincent de Paul. But anyway, so I didn't make that motion. I understand that it's there. I'll vote against it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with the motion. We're talking about $150,000, but every penny counts. I mean, we have a lot of needs here. So I do want to make sure if we're making a motion and transferring funds to a sub-award or otherwise that, especially the new CEO here, that our interim CEO, that we have meaningful discussion on how Manatee County can better work with our COC and make sure that our residents are also being taken care of with these collective pools of funds. I get the concept of working with Sarasota. I mean, we do it with CareerSource. We do it with a number of things. It lowers overhead. It lowers administrative costs by having them grouped together like that. Otherwise, we just burn through our money just paying people to look over the money. So I get it, and I'm okay with it, but I still want to make sure Manatee County isn't getting pushed to the side just because Sarasota has a little more services today, or they have more services because they're using excess money to provide those services, and it just snowballs from there. It's like, well, Harvest House down here, everything else down here, so let's keep moving money down there because they're doing a better job. Because they're taking a disproportionate amount of funds. So I just want to make sure, again, I'm okay with the motion. I'll make the motion. We're talking 150 grand. It's a good faith motion with the intent that this county work with our COC and work with Sarasota to make sure that there's an equitable distribution of these funds going forward.
Did you take a breath? I don't think so. Any other comments before we vote? Commissioner Ron.
Madam Chair, I'll agree with Commissioner Cruz. That's the reason I made the motion. I would assume that our staff would be able to take control of this and make sure that our funds are being used well within Manatee County and staying within Manatee County.
And
Yes, sir.
I just think it lays a foundation of what we expect in the future, and so I appreciate Commissioner Cruz's comments as well, and I appreciate what you guys do. Thank you.
All right, before we vote, I'm going to open this to public comment. Anyone want to come forward and speak on the motion that we have? Not seeing anyone. I'll close public comment. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Nay.
It's approved, Madam Clerk, 6-1 with Commissioner Satcher.
5-1.
5-4, sorry. Yeah. Hush up. You are nerve-wracking. Okay. All right. Anything else before we go to lunch? I want to go to lunch. Anything remaining?
Did you have a question?
We'll be back here at 1:30. Thank you. We are in recess.
As a homeowner, you know the hassle of getting work done on your home and having to be present for an inspection that may end up happening a few days after the work is complete. That's why Manatee County Development Services is pleased to introduce ViewSpecs, a tool that provides virtual inspection services to contractors remotely with the use of a smartphone or tablet. With ViewSpecs, you can now have your inspection done live on the same day the job is complete. As a homeowner, this will save you from taking additional time off of work and the inconvenience of having to coordinate schedules between contractors and inspectors. Request that your contractor use ViewSpecs and save time and money on your next home improvement project.
A half cent well spent. In the fall of 2016, Manatee County voters approved the half-cent sales tax for projects like this. Since its inception in 1971, East Bradenton Park has served as a community recreation and leisure destination. Over the course of 50 years, this park has seen several configurations, but at the heart of its evolution is a neighborhood love of sport. Half-cent sales tax funds have recently been put to good use in the preservation of this popular park, with plenty of room for future enhancement. We kick off these recent improvements with an obstacle course. This course was designed for the competitor in all of us, featuring obstacles to test balance, agility, coordination, precision, strength, and speed. Challenge a friend to beat your best time or make up the rules and create your own course. Half-cent sales tax funds were also utilized for the construction of a new lighted multi-purpose field, complete with irrigation and netting. This addition will not only serve as a practice field for the new Manatee Broncos, but will also attend to the needs of the public as a general use field for a multitude of different sports. If you drive by at night, chances are you'll catch a spirited pickup football game. And speaking of pickup games, half-cent sales tax funds were used to add an additional basketball court and resurface an existing court for a total of 2. Fencing was also added, as well as regulation lighting to encourage night play. The expansion of a paved nature trail that winds through the community garden and enhanced fitness equipment were also added to East Bradenton Park, along with little touches like new electric-equipped pavilions, barbecue grills, chilled water fountains for humans and pets, and additional benches. Future proposed improvements may include a multi-purpose building with restrooms that will allow the county to run a year-round outreach program, as well as the replacement of an existing playground and the refurbishment of the Willie J. Bro Clemens Jr. Pool splash pad and pump house. These additions and enhancements, along with future proposed improvements and continued support from the Board of County Commissioners, are set to bring the East Bradenton community together through healthy recreation and friendly competition for years to come. To check out this and other half-cent sales tax projects, go to mymanatee.org/half-cent well spent.
We will call the special meeting of the City of Bradenton Community Redevelopment Agency to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, this time, any citizen comments for items not on the agenda?
Nothing so far, sir.
Nothing. You have one, Mr. Sanders? Okay. We'll have you fill out some afterwards, I guess. Your name and address for the record, please.
Bill Sanders, 2502 Riverside Drive, Bradenton. Last October, we approved, I think, $60,000 for Main Street events, and we increased it from $6,000 to $10,000 for like per event. And if that hadn't happened, we were told the events wouldn't happen. So I got complaint from the person running the event that we were charging $2,000 by the city, by the events committee, for the use of the city streets. Now, not since I've ever been here did we ever charge for use of city streets, and I heard all kinds of excuses as to why this was happening. So I think it's up to this board to find out if they're pumping that kind of money in there that it actually upset the vendors, or the promoter, to the point to where that they was talking to me about it and says, look, he just didn't want to argue anymore because they was fearful that you might just pull the plug on the whole thing. So why do you allow that to happen, and what are you going to do about it? That's number one. Number two, I heard this morning in council meeting about events not being what the public thought they was, family friendly, et cetera. And at that same event, we have a motorized boat pull up and start pouring beer and drinking beer off the side of it. I mean, I witnessed it. I was right there within 3 feet. And first of all, it's illegal. You have to have a license to distribute beer and it takes away from the monies of the people that are organizing the event. And so I questioned that, sent it to the police department, and they said there's nothing to see here. So I'm going to ask you as a CRA board that you pump that kind of money into it, and then you take away the beer revenue from people, and then you charge them for stuff that we've never charged them before. And that seems like it's anti. I really don't understand it. You know, that's not that's not friendly. I'd like to have an answer.
Okay, I'll stay right there. What?
Mr.
Go back
Chairman.
if I could.
Okay, go right
Just
ahead.
first, number one, if you could give us some context on these. Number one, point number one you made. Which event are you referring to?
I'm referring to the first event of, I believe it was October, I believe the first event was October 31st.
Which event?
Sorry, of 2022.
You're talking about Main Street Live.
Right, Main Street Live. Right. We increased the, these are a lot better bands, which we agreed to do. And so we went from like 6,000 to 10,000. And the promoter came in here and said, if we don't pay them more, we're not going to get it. So we agreed to up it to $10,000. And then the promoter gets a bill for $2,000 for the use of the street. I said, I've never heard of that.
So an additional $2,000.
No, what do you mean additional?
Well, what are you talking, when you're saying the 10,000?
We've never charged anybody to have an event on the street.
Can I talk?
That's not correct.
Okay, well, if it's not correct, then when did we ever do it? I'm not familiar with it.
Mr. Chairman, I'll allow you to finish if you want.
Anything else on that topic?
Well, yeah, why did we charge them? Because I've spoke to
Okay, we'll look into it.
others, and they've said they'd never.
Thank you. We'll look into that one. Number two, the beer being poured off a boat.
Yes.
Please explain that one.
Well, it's one of the same boats that goes into the parade.
What parade are we talking about?
The Soto Parade, I'm sure you're familiar with that.
Okay, so you're saying. Okay.
It's a boat, motorized boat, where people get on and drink and so forth. And it was parked in the alleyway right next to the venue where the band was, and they were down there drinking out of taps on street level.
Okay, thank you for that context. We'll look into that too.
Well, I
Mrs.
thought
Barnaby, did you have anything you want to say?
Well, I feel the need to share some correct information, and that is, if you are a business, which the promoter of those events, that is her business. If you are a business, you are charged for the use of public property, meaning the streets. Every business that has put an event on has been charged.
But they've been told in advance.
Pardon me?
They've been told in advance, not after the event's already occurred. And they were
Sir,
charged for police, and there was no police. There was no, I was there the whole time. I never saw them. If they did, there was no police up around where the activity is where the band is and
Sir,
where the
excuse me,
drinking is.
I was not at the event.
Ma'am, Mr. Sanders, Mrs. Barnaby's going to answer your questions, and that's going to be the end of it. There's not going to be more back and
Why are you
forth.
so rude?
I'm just telling you that's how it is. We have
That's
a
just
meeting.
how it is?
We have a meeting.
No, that's not how it is. We're supposed to be.
In this meeting,
to
sir.
find
It was
out
just
what's
supposed to be
important.
comments. This is why you
Mr.
don't
Sanders,
dialogue.
in this situation, that's how we're going to do it.
What? I don't,
Mr. Sanders?
didn't hear you.
Are you interested in hearing my information or not?
I'm listening.
If you are a business putting an event on, there are charges that you are charged. It's been that way ever since I was on the council back in 1998. If you are a not-for-profit, like a charity, but you're doing an event and it's a fundraiser for your charity, that is considered a business, and you're charged to use public property.
Okay.
For example, because I know you're going to bring it up, Winter Wonderland is not a business. It was not a fundraiser for anything. The only purpose of that event was to promote civic pride and to provide customers to come down to the shops and businesses that were on the street.
I supported that event.
So to say that we never charged anybody to use the street is not accurate and not truthful.
Well, we didn't charge others, and I don't have a full record of everybody because I didn't know this was happening. Why would we charge? What reason would we charge when we're trying to get? What my point is, you're missing is that we're spending a lot of money to have good entertainment, but then we turn around and take it back for something that just seems like it's. What are you doing with that money once you put it in the events fund? I've never seen an events fund on the budget. If it is, what's it used for?
It does not go to the events committee. Okay? Again, if you have a business and you operate an event, the taxpayers should not subsidize your event to the point that you can make money on the backs of the taxpayers that may not even come down and go to the event. That is why if it is a business operating the event, there are charges. They are given a big packet with everything in it. I regret that the proprietor of Independence Jones apparently did not see that in the packet. That's on her.
Well, we don't charge other, like Regatta, and they use almost all of downtown. We don't charge them, and that's a for-profit business. The man's out of Pittsburgh, makes probably $500,000 on it. Why don't we charge them?
Sir, I am not familiar with the Regatta or
I
how
am.
it operates. Okay, and I appreciate that. I have answered your question as to why
Okay,
that lady was
I'm
charged.
just saying, you gave an example. I gave an example where the city actually puts in, through the county, $200,000 a year for the Regatta, and then we put in another $200,000.
And at this point, you're talking about city business, not CRA business. Correct. So.
Well, it was CRA business until we changed it to city business, but you're talking about you're a little confusing here. You're all on the same boards. So
We're here speaking independently as the CRA board. Any other council comments regarding this matter?
Only that he made that statement about there not being law enforcement back then, and I was there that night, and I saw at least 3 law enforcement officers there.
Thank you.
Still under citizen comment?
You are, sir.
Gene Brown, 808 3rd Avenue West, Mayor, City of Bradenton, and I just got off the phone with Morgan of Independent Jones. Morgan and I have had several meetings in the last several months about different things and options with what she knows and what she did with her permits. I called Kelly Thomas to come down to explain. Mrs. Morgan said nothing. She hasn't had any contact with anybody since November, and that she has not complained about the cost and things of that nature, that she just told me on the phone about that. So, I just talked to her. So fabrication of information plus we will be able, I'm going to have Mrs. Thomas, if that's all right, come up and explain what the cost of doing public events are and what the money's for and what they get refunded for. And we have worked out something, so,
Okay.
things
Mr.
can be
Russo,
worked.
Are we crossing the line here? I mean, CRA is generally involved in some of these events, but it's a CRA board. I believe the public comment was really more geared towards city monies going towards events.
Well, I think this is completely discretionary by the CRA board at this point, whether you want to continue down this path.
Mrs.
So,
Thomas.
Well, my part of it is facts matter.
I
And that's what we want to get up there, so thank you.
Hello again.
My name is Kelly Thomas, and I am the Events Review Committee Coordinator. I did hear some of it. I didn't hear all the questions that he was asking, but the reason that we charge them is once you take, and for instance, Old Main Street, you've closed it down, It has now become a venue, just like a city park would be, just if it was a right-of-way. It's closed off, and so it becomes a venue at this point, and we charge by attendance, of which in the number that we get from the application, there is a scale. They are fully aware of that. Event sponsors get an event guide. It has all the fees that are involved. More specifically, he was addressing Morgan Bates. I had conversations with her. She was fully aware of what the charges were based upon the attendance she herself put on the application, and she was aware of that. I spoke to her directly. She was also aware in her stipulation she would be required, because it is an event, that there is alcohol around, not necessarily sold on the street, but through the different cafe licenses, that she would be required to have BPD presence, and she knew that as well. And Brenda Lovett was also in contact with her in regards to that. So she was fully aware of all those things. So they are not the only ones that were charged. Sorry, I didn't have time to get all of my files, but the Pirates Block Party, it was charged. The DeSoto 5K race closes off Old Main to start and finish where they do their thing. They were charged. That's just two that comes to mind right now. So, you know, it does become a venue, and all the things that pertain to that road closure, that is now a venue. That's what it is. And like I said, it's very clearly in our guidebook, and they are aware of those things. And they do get copies of that with it after it goes through the process and it is approved. I type up a memo to them via email that they were approved. This is the stipulations to your event, and then we discuss the charges. So.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
All right, back to the agenda. Any other citizen comments on anything not on the agenda? All right. Consent agenda, minutes from the October 26, 2022 CRA board meeting. Chair will entertain a motion to approve.
Move to approve.
There's been a motion
Second.
and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Under number 5, all districts update on the Mineral Springs Park Public Art RFQ.
Hello, I hope I'm a breath of fresh air. We just had our semifinalist Zoom interviews on February 28th, and we narrowed a group of 11 semifinalists down to 4. And I'm very proud of the Public Art Advisory Board. It was a whole day event. It was from 8 to 5, a little after 5. And so they took that time. All 8 showed up. And so we had good discussion, and we just are looking forward to this next step that we're having. So the names of the people, I don't know if you wanted to know it or not, are Ronaldo Carrera, Joshua Wiener, Allison Newsom, and Jody Bliss. So those are the ones that we're going to be working with. We're going to be needing contracts and getting a lot of work from here to go to the next step. So just wanted to keep you updated.
Thank you. Can you email those names to us, please?
I can.
I just wanted to add, I would like to thank Ms. Winton Spearman and Nicholas Toth from the purchasing department. They've helped us to make sure that everything follows the right process, and Mr. Toth was there the whole day with us. The board, the advisory board, did an amazing job, as well as, of course, Ms. Farmer coordinating everything. The artists were exceptional. I mean, we had some great artists and the artwork that, so it was a very tough choice to narrow it down from 11 to 4. And we'll be working on the next steps, but I'm very impressed. I'm very confident you're gonna get something of great quality that's gonna go to the park that will be loved by generations to come. So we will keep updating you as we move to the next steps, but kudos to everybody for what they've done so far.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Jean G., thank you. All right, next, item 6, Central CRA District, Minnie Rogers, Third Amendment and restatement to ground lease.
Mr. Chair, CRA Board, on February 23rd, during our CRA Board meeting, the developer, Mr. Peter Diario, came forth and asked for an extension. At that point, the CRA Board agreed for staff not to issue anything at that point in terms that he wouldn't have met the requirements. And then we're holding a special meeting today in order to potentially see what we can do about it. So you have in front of you a negotiated third amendment and restatement to the ground lease. I sent you a couple of key points to be aware. So the proposal is for the site improvement permit, it was supposed to be, the deadline was initially February 28th. So move that to 60 days to April 28th of this year and still keep the 30-day cure period. We also are proposing to extend the commencement date for the first commercial building. It would be coming up on December 30th, but as of now, the developer doesn't have the SIP, has not started the process with DOT or SwiftMud, and that takes a long time. So he wouldn't be meeting these requirements, and in November we would be back here renegotiating a fourth amendment potentially. So in order to try to assist with that process, we're recommending an extension. The proposal is July 1st, 2024. I did hear from a couple that were from you that you may want that a little bit pushed earlier, so I leave it up to the board for further discussion. And also, there's new requirements that regarding the purchase back of the parcel. Initially, when the ground lease was introduced back in December 30th, 2020, there was nothing in there. He could have bought the property the following day. When we negotiated the first amendment, the developer agreed that we could purchase back he could purchase the property right after the SIP. And so we tightened that up. So now that he's coming back for the third one, he agreed to additional terms so that not only the SIP has been approved by the city, but also he has obtained the permits from DOT and SwiftMud, as well as any other agencies, that he also is not in default of the ground lease, and that he has secured the binding lease for a second building, not just the McDonald's that we have approved on the front there. So again, we want to clarify the project means 2 buildings, and we're confirming with this that it will be a binding lease for a second building, at least 10,000 square feet. So the developer is here with their attorneys. I would let them make their presentation, and we're here to answer any questions.
Hi, please give your name and business.
Yes, good afternoon. Kevin Reale, 401 East Jackson Street, Tampa. I'm here with Mr. Diadio as his counsel. I worked with your attorney on negotiating this. As was pointed out, we discussed at the last meeting 2 terms, and then in discussing with staff, there's also the recommendation of extending the time for the commencement date because of the SwiftMud and DOT permits. So that's what she was mentioning there. We proposed a generic 6 months. Obviously we are happy to discuss that with you all if there's concern about that date, because that was an item that we didn't discuss openly at the last meeting, so I understand that. The other 2 items, the one was the extension for the SIP, which was discussed in detail, and I don't suspect a lot of questions on that. And the biggest negotiation that we had with your council was on when closing could occur for the purchase. And what we're really threading the needle there between the ability to get financing and your all's ability to ensure that the second building comes. And so the terms that are negotiated are a balance of those 2 things. So the lease, and then with the construction will come financing, and so the closing would be contingent on all of those things falling into place. And with that, we're here to answer any questions. And after we have this discussion, if the council, the CRA would mind, we would like to discuss the tenant for that second building as well briefly. Thank you.
Any council comments?
Do I understand correctly that it is, so now what we're making the sale contingent upon, we've added that you have to be approved for your construction loan financing for the second building?
So the ability to close would require at least that construction financing. I mean, it's just not likely that we can move forward without the financing, and so that would be a trigger. It's possible that okay, let me just back up here. The goal is to do it all simultaneously. That could be a challenge, but we're recognizing the fact that the CRA wants a second building, and so we've chosen that simultaneous closing. So in theory, what would happen is we get the second lease, we get the financing, and then we work with the lender, and we come before you all. Something gets executed, put in escrow, and then when the closing happens, the financing and the closing of the property would happen at the same time.
And did we, I think you said that we're going to get to the leases or the potential tenants. Did we further define what the commercial site was going to be? Did we change anything about how we defined what uses could go in the second building?
No, all that was really addressed all that's addressed in the Third Amendment is timing, so SIP, commencement, and purchase. So none of those other items were addressed.
I think that I might have follow-up questions, but we can. I don't know if anyone else has
Go
anything.
ahead if you.
Well, I feel like the type of tenant is going to be relevant. I mean, it was relevant to me. I think that it.
So there is a tenant approved, and I mean, if we want to jump forward to that and discuss it all together, and Mr. Diadio can discuss it further, but the tenant he's been working with is the Family Dollar. Family Dollar is the brand name for multiple different stores. And so the request today, after talking with staff, was, to clarify whether that can just be a Family Dollar or if it could be a Family Dollar or Dollar Tree, which are two affiliated stores. And so we would like to have the option to have Family Dollar or Dollar Tree. And so that's what I was going to follow up with. Nothing changes in the lease with the Third Amendment, so if there's a different tenant, it would require working with the CRA to ensure that that's okay.
Another question.
Yes,
I just want to, am I understanding correctly that you need to get financing for the McDonald's and the second tenant at the same time?
It depends on how the permitting is set up. If you phase the permitting, you could potentially meet the SwiftMud city and DOT requirements showing phases, and part of the phase could be built. And I think that this is maybe a better question for Mr. Diadio, but it may be possible to phase and to pay for the McDonald's work without a loan. But it's most likely that we get a tenant and we get plans for the whole thing and get the financing for the whole site. And the site work will be done with the financing, and then both tenants could move forward. Well, it could be, and also, potentially be more, depending on how much square footage we get, hopefully more tenants than just what we're now discussing as the Family Dollar tenant with some other smaller stores. That's the goal right now, but the reason we're here is engineering difficulties. And so until we work that all the way to ground, that's just what we're working toward. And we don't want to promise too much because it's already difficult with the engineering. Yeah. Please, just introduce yourself. Yeah.
Peter Diadio, 1101 3rd Street East, Palmetto, the developer. I've seen you folks a number of times, and I appreciate very much your working with us. And Kevin's doing a great job. I just wanted to answer Councilwoman Concher's request, because the condition of financing is not necessarily the developer's condition. It's a concern of the commission, of the board, that they don't want me to buy the property too soon. So the issue becomes, because the lease has a number of provisions that allow you to cancel it, we won't be able to get financing in the leasehold when it's still a lease. That might change, but only if the lease is modified. So what we've agreed to is to get all our other permits through Katarina's suggestion and provide a financing commitment to build the other building. We had planned to do the site work with our own cash and not need the financing. But already, you know, what we thought was going to cost us $50,000 to get here is $250,000, and it keeps mounting because of other things. So eventually, we will need financing. But to answer your question, I likely will not for the McDonald's. Perhaps we will, depending on water situation. But the condition is more so that the Katarina and your group has some surety that we'll continue. It's not because we want to get the financing as a condition.
Yeah, to just add on to that, right? The point is not to seek out the financing. It's just to make sure that the financing is possible, because you know, the lenders will typically want, if they're going to finance on a leasehold interest, they're going to want assurances that the length of the financing is going to exceed the leasehold interest, or at least terminate contemporaries with. So.
Okay. Any further comments?
If I can add to the question about the tenants, I believe it was in November where we approved a number of tenants for the second building, and it was the Family Dollar. I believe it was some type of pizza. I think it was Domino's Pizza, sports or hair clips. So there were a few tenants that the CRA board approved. And because we didn't specifically say Dollar Tree, that's why, and we said Family Dollar, they want to come back. I consulted with our attorney, and he agreed that there could be two different tenants for you if you're interested to add the Dollar Tree in addition to the Family Dollar. In addition, even if he purchases the property, we as a CRA would still have a say into the tenants. Up to, I believe it is 85% of occupancy, 75 or 85% of occupancy of each building. So with the McDonald's, we forgo a second one because that's 100%, but with the second building, until we reach that occupancy, he would still have to come back and ask to see if the appropriate tenants, and then you would all have to agree or approve or not approve.
And if I may, just to add to that, and I don't have that provision memorized, but that's tied to what would be a post-closing declaration, a restriction on the property. We will be before you again to discuss those terms and work out that. So, you know, theoretically, we could have some of those tenants figured out by that time, but if not, it would be another document that would survive the closing and that we would negotiate with you all.
Another question.
Go ahead, ma'am.
And this is maybe for Katarina. So the advisory board does or does not, has or has not approved Family Dollar? Do we have any thoughts from them on that?
You all approved it, and they didn't have a meeting in November and December. So the CRA board has already approved those tenants. I spoke to a couple of them this week because I sent them all the information and asked them to call me if they had questions or comments. I did hear back from one of them again, in support of extending it, but they really want to see something done for the community. So they were very in favor of have the CRA board make this tight because they don't want to lose the property and everything that we've worked on.
Okay, good to hear.
Ms. Barnaby and then Ms. Moore.
Just so that I understand, we talked about Family Dollar. What are the names that they do business under?
Thank you, Councilor Barnaby. So Family Dollar and Dollar Tree have merged
Okay.
as of it might be more than a year now. Time just keeps ticking by. And so, however, so although it was more like a merger, the end of it used to be at FamilyDollar.com, now it's at DollarTree.com. So, but it's one company, and they have originally talked to have a dual brand here, Family Dollar and a Dollar Tree, and that just keeps going back and forth within their real estate committee, whether it's a Family Dollar, whether it's a Dollar Tree, or whether it's a dual. So when we sent in our some correspondence that it was a dual, and we sent to in our when we did our sign that it was a dual, but we didn't know, and we still don't know. So I think it's important that, I know you folks were nice enough to vote for the Family Dollar at the time, and we don't want to do a bait and switch or make it look like we're not following your course of business. It's the same company. It's just that it's likely, I don't know what it's really going to be, but it might be a Dollar Tree, and I don't want to, slip something in. I want to make sure that we have permission to do the Dollar Tree because it's just the same company.
Well, and I have personally gone into Dollar Trees. I've gone into Family Dollar. I've gone into Dollar General. They're all about the same type of merchandise in store. And if it's the same company that has just acquired another group of the same, I think what was important to the board, and I don't mean to speak for them, was that it was the specific type of store and the merchandise that they would have, not necessarily a brand name, because names change all the time. I mean, how many things do you know in Texas that are still named Enron?
Sure.
So.
Thank you very much. And so the Family Dollar used to have 7,500 stores. The Dollar Tree had 7,500. Now there's 15,000 of them. And sometimes they put them both in the same shopping center.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just that I thought it was appropriate to let this committee vote that, yes, Dollar Tree's okay, so that if it comes out of real estate committee as a Dollar Tree, it's not a surprise.
Mrs. Moore?
I have a different viewpoint on the difference between the Dollar Tree and the Family Dollar. I would venture to say that it's a limited understanding that this came because this was the best that we could do in the effort to have some kind of grocery. The Family Dollar, in my opinion, already is tenuous to be providing to a need. I mean, to fill that need for a grocer. The Dollar Tree, in my personal opinion, is even less of any kind of quality food items for purchase. So I just raise that as, in my mind, a concern for that community. I would love to hear what the advisory board, if they have thoughts on that. If that's a distinguishing factor that they would care. I would caution against having both in the same plaza. That's my personal opinion. I don't see that really being some kind of catalyst for that area being revitalized in any way with the two of them together. And I would say, of course, deferring to the advisory board and what that community desires, I would suggest that we stick to the Family Dollar model if that's what we previously approved, and not say that the Dollar Tree is the equivalent.
But again, if it's the same company.
But one company can provide two different products, and in my opinion, those are two different products. And neither are fantastic at providing food for purchase.
Well, now, I mean, I think we flat out told him not to do a grocery.
Yes.
I mean, at a meeting.
Yes, we did.
We could have had a grocery, and there were different things going on, so.
And the advisory board agreed that they would forego a regular grocery store, because I think, again, what started at this property 12, 13, 14 years ago was that the thought process was having a full-service grocery store. Having lived this as long as I've lived it, and some of us up here as well, we could not attract a Publix, a Winn-Dixie, a Sprouts, a brand name chain, which is what everyone said they wanted. There's constraints on the site. There's constraints with the demographics in the area. And that's those types of chain stores will not come. They flat out won't come. So when we met with the neighborhood and members of the advisory committee were there, we had talked about Miller's Market and how Miller's Market might be able to fill the gap in the area. Now, again, they were damaged with Hurricane Ian, and I don't know where they're at right now. But the community told us we want, for all intents and purposes, we wanted a Publix, and we can't get a Publix. So now we want to have a facility that could provide materials and consumable goods for us, as well as have the opportunity for smaller entrepreneurs to participate in the buildings to serve the neighborhood. And if I'm not remembering that correctly, please share, if you remember something different from that meeting, please let me know if I'm not remembering it correctly.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
if I could, when we went through that process that Councilwoman Barnaby is describing, where we were kind of transitioning from, requiring the grocery component to now saying, okay, we don't think that's viable and we're gonna consider other uses. When we negotiated that amendment, essentially what it says is that the city or the CRA will consider reasonable commercial subtenants, and the consent by the CRA shall not be unreasonably withheld, and we have to provide a reason if we don't approve one of the commercial subtenants. So it was anticipated at that point that they'd be going to a more traditional commercial subtenant focus, and that we would be signing off on those unless there was a reason not to.
Thank you. Ms. Coachman, any comment?
Let me make sure I understand. Family Dollar now has merged with Dollar Tree, but we are jeopardizing the agreement if we don't add Dollar Tree to the list. Is that, I mean, if it's Family Dollar that owns Dollar Tree?
I'm sorry, I'm sorry that it's confusing, or maybe I made it confusing.
I just want to.
Dollar Tree and Family Dollar are the same company.
Right.
And sometimes they have stores that have both brands' name on it. The merchandise might be slightly different. Councilman Moore thinks it's maybe different. Others might not. I can't tell you. I have both of them, and they do have a little bit different stuff inside. The company, Family Dollar, they make the decision on what brand they're going to put on in a particular spot.
But it's still Family Dollar.
But it's still Family Dollar owned. Yeah, it's just that it might have a Dollar Tree sign on it, right? But it's the same company. And so when we get out of real estate committee approval, and I provide that 10,000 square feet lease, which I'm close to getting, it's just that because the site keeps changing, right, and because of engineering, I can't get it out of real estate committee approval. And their concern really has to do with loading in a truck, but they won't sign off until they're sure that they can get the loading in the truck. So, but when it comes out of real estate committee approval, it's going to come out one or the other. And I don't want it to be that the commission thinks that I didn't disclose that and that it might be a Dollar Tree. And that's what the vote's about. And that's, I'm not trying to confuse it, but I'm trying to also clarify it.
I just wanted clarification, that's all.
Okay.
I'll defer to the advisory board and the community, really. I mean, what the community wants is what the community should get. I think it speaks to the fact that they choose what they label it. It's a little different, and there's a connotation, I think, that's different. So I just raise that as something to note.
If you all are not ready to make a decision on that today, the CCRA Advisory Board is meeting on the 15th next week. So if you want to make whatever decision you want on the third amendment, we can do that today, and we can bring back the tenant discussion after the CCRA Advisory Board gives their feedback, if you all may want that.
I like that.
Ms. Marby, a comment?
Oh, no, I was just looking.
Your card's up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking, I don't communicate telepathically. I was just looking this way.
And also, Mr. Chair, if I may add, and I'll send you the memo, we have tried to get all the groceries, Detweilers, Acapulco Tropical, and we have a memo from Mr. Diario on all the efforts that he's made. We shared that with the community. We also shared that to bring a grocer, it would take $1 million and potentially even more of CRA money as incentives to bring the grocers. So when the advisory board heard all that, they were like, okay, we're ready to let go of a grocer, so we need something on that property. So just a little bit of background on that.
Thank you. Any more discussion? Chair will entertain a motion to approve the Third Amendment and restatement to ground lease today, saving the discussion for tenants for the next CRA meeting on the 30th. Is that as you proposed?
I'll make that motion.
If I could, Mr. Chairman, the only thing I would add is, since we don't right now have an executed version from the tenant, that approval would be for, that it be executed within 3 days or something along those lines. Is that reasonable?
I brought a copy. We can execute now. So
okay.
That's fine.
Okay. There's a motion and a second. No, I'm awaiting a second.
Second.
Any further discussion? All right, we'll start with individual votes. Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Ms. Coachman?
Yes.
Myself, yes.
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 All right, passes 5-0. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you all for the special meeting as well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll sign this right away.
Other discussion, new business. Was there anything you had?
Nothing on my end.
There's an email from Lance Williams to myself, Ms. Barnaby, and you, Katerina, dated the 7th, regarding a audit to be done. I think there was some confusion as to what it was. It wasn't a financial audit, it was a process audit.
We have two audits happening. Actually, the financial audit is about to start for the CRA. So when that email came, I assumed it was for that financial audit. Usually CRAs get audited between March and June. So we're going through that process, but apparently there's also an additional audit that the city's audit controls, so we're going to be part of that.
Okay, great. I just want to make sure we were all on board with that. Okay. Are there any other comments? Other discussion? Our next meeting is the 30th at 8:30 a.m., correct, Karen?
Yes.
All right, we'll stand adjourned.
As a homeowner, you know the hassle of getting work done on your home and having to be present for an inspection that may end up happening a few days after the work is complete. That's why Manatee County Development Services is pleased to introduce ViewSpecs, a tool that provides virtual inspection services to contractors remotely with the use of a smartphone or tablet. With ViewSpecs, you can now have your inspection done live on the same day the job is complete. As a homeowner, this will save you from taking additional time off of work and the inconvenience of having to coordinate schedules between contractors and inspectors. Request that your contractor use ViewSpecs and save time and money on your next home improvement project.
It's a beautiful day in Manatee County. Hello, I'm District 3 Commissioner Kevin Van Ostenbridge, and as Chairman of the Manatee County Board of County Commissioners, I would like to welcome you to our State Legislative Priorities presentation. Here, you will learn about the exciting initiatives put forth by your county commissioners that will improve your quality of life and set a higher standard of living in Manatee County. And that's whether you have a beach house on Anna Maria or a barnyard out in Myakka. Joining us will be my colleagues, James Satcher from District 1, Amanda Ballard from District 2, Mike Ron with District 4, Vanessa Baugh representing District 5, and our two at-large commissioners, Jason Bearden and George Cruz. Now let's get to work.
The negative effects of traffic congestion go beyond lost time and wasted fuel. It makes emergency response longer, increases stress, and decreases the time with your family. That's why our top appropriation requests have to do with limiting the time you spend in your vehicle. It starts with widening 3 miles of Fort Hammer Road from 2 lanes to 4, from the Manatee River to US 301 in one of the fastest growing areas of Manatee County. This will complement another I-75 reliever, the additional top appropriation request for design and permitting of a second Fort Hammer bridge, which will run parallel to the existing bridge. Let's minimize traffic time, maximize family time by providing the longest continuous north-south route east of I-75 in Manatee County.
And it's not just north-south traffic we're focusing in on. Our top appropriations request the funding needed to combat inflationary cost and global supply chain pressures for the already in progress 44th Avenue East Connection project. Once finished, this continuous route from Bradenton Beach to the east edge of suburban Manatee County will be a key reliever for State Road 64 and State Road 70. And if you live north of the river, good news, we've already received $7.5 million for segments 1 and 2 of our massive 2 to 4 lane Moccasin Wallow expansion project. And now we're asking for additional funds to get the ball rolling on segment 3. Once complete, traffic flows from US 41 to US 301 will be substantially better, and bicyclists and pedestrians will be safer and have more connectivity options.
When it comes to alleviating traffic congestion, connectivity is key. Additional lanes on overburdened roads take pressure off major highways, and additional bus routes provide transportation alternatives and takes vehicles off the road. Manatee County is requesting operating support for our best performing bus route along US 41 corridor. This route connects downtown Bradenton to downtown Sarasota. The requested operations support for this route will double pickup and drop-off frequency and decrease travel by 50%. How do you feel about more transportation options and a reduction of traffic on US 41?
Creating connections to economic centers, educational opportunities, and tourism destinations, and enhancing the growth of Southeast Manatee County were major factors when considering the 51st Street project. This construction project, for an initial 2 lanes of an eventual 4-lane thoroughfare, will connect 51st Street from El Conquistador Parkway to 53rd Street West. This will provide access to everything from sporting venues to beach resorts for our citizens and visitors alike, while taking transportation pressures off the nearby US 41 corridor. Let's support our economic and development goals while expediting and enhancing responsible growth for this part of our county.
Additional top appropriation requests include the DeSoto Bridge replacement, the replacement of key bridges in the Gulf Coast Recreation Trail Partnership. Since the DeSoto Bridge replacement will facilitate improved north-south traffic movement on US 41 corridor, the benefits of its replacement will be a game changer. The same holds true for the replacement of the bridges leading to Anna Maria Island via Cortez Road, Manatee Avenue, and Longboat Pass. East County will benefit from our continued development of the Gulf Coast Recreation Trail that will connect from planned trails in Hillsborough County to the Legacy Trail in Sarasota County. These big picture enhancements will serve to bolster connectivity and quality of life standards for a large portion of Manatee County taxpayers.
Our state policy recommendations for workforce housing, community-based foster care, and broadband initiatives are areas of ongoing focus and consideration. While we've experienced success in many regards, there continues to be a major shortage of workforce housing. That's why we will continue to support the SHIP and Sadowski Trust Funds to maximize the distribution of workforce housing activities to Manatee County. Additionally, Manatee County will keep encouraging private investment in broadband infrastructure for rural and underserved areas. It's time to give everyone affordable access to this vital necessity. And finally, our support for the Florida Department of Children and Families' invaluable role in the care and placement of our state's estimated 23,000 foster children has never wavered. And we will continue to focus on prevention and diversion services at all levels. The Manatee County BOCC supports a new funding formula for foster care programs, which is based on need instead of population. This approach will ensure that state money follows the needs of the most vulnerable members of our community.
On behalf of the Manatee County Board of County Commissioners, I would like to thank you for your time and interest in local government. Even though there is a lot of hard work ahead, we are confident that these bold initiatives will continue to make Manatee County the premier place to live, work, and play.
A half cent well spent. In the fall of 2016, Manatee County voters approved the half-cent sales tax for projects like this. Since its inception in 1971, East Bradenton Park has served as a community recreation and leisure destination. Over the course of 50 years, this park has seen several configurations, but at the heart of its evolution is a neighborhood love of sport. Half-cent sales tax funds have recently been put to good use in the preservation of this popular park, with plenty of room for future enhancement. We kick off these recent improvements with an obstacle course. This course was designed for the competitor in all of us, featuring obstacles to test balance, agility, coordination, precision, strength, and speed. Challenge a friend to beat your best time or make up the rules and create your own course. Half-cent sales tax funds were also utilized for the construction of a new lighted multi-purpose field, complete with irrigation and netting. This addition will not only serve as a practice field for the new Manatee Broncos, but will also attend to the needs of the public as a general use field for a multitude of different sports. If you drive by at night, chances are you'll catch a spirited pickup football game. And speaking of pickup games, half-cent sales tax funds were used to add an additional basketball court and resurface an existing court for a total of 2. Fencing was also added, as well as regulation lighting to encourage night play. The expansion of a paved nature trail that winds through the community garden and enhanced fitness equipment were also added to East Bradenton Park, along with little touches like new electric-equipped pavilions, barbecue grills, chilled water fountains for humans and pets, and additional benches. Future proposed improvements may include a multi-purpose building with restrooms that will allow the county to run a year-round outreach program, as well as the replacement of an existing playground and the refurbishment of the Willie J. Bro Clemens Jr. Pool splash pad and pump house. These additions and enhancements, along with future proposed improvements and continued support from the Board of County Commissioners, are set to bring the East Bradenton community together through healthy recreation and friendly competition for years to come. To check out this and other half-cent sales tax projects, go to mymanatee.org/half-cent-well-spent. What is something about you that maybe most people wouldn't know?
Something about me most people wouldn't know is that I'm very uncomfortable doing video interviews.
Billy Koch is a utility supervisor and he's been with Manatee County since 2016. He oversees all of our CIP projects that are in-house for a utilities team, and he's got 5 positions that work directly for him.
Billy's the type of supervisor that makes you want to get up in the morning and come to work.
I like to lead by example, so I want to get out there and be the face of our crew.
and I will do everything right along with my guys.
I think one of the biggest reasons that Billy's team respects him as a leader is that he's willing to get down in there and jump in and do anything that he asks them to do.
So if I need them to shovel, I'm going to shovel with them. Or if I need to do something that's unpleasant, I've already done it, or I'm willing to do it right alongside everyone.
He's always willing to jump into the hole and show them what to do. He's not one that stands back and just points.
I think that's pretty important for everyone to see, that you're hands-on and making sure you treat people like people.
Billy, he's got a ton of integrity, and I think you can almost carry yourself in a better manner when you're around Billy. You feel a sense of pride, working next to him.
If you watch his team work, if you go out on the job site and watch them, they're just a smooth running operation where you have 5 people all working collectively, simultaneously to get this huge project completed.
He's just a really good leader.
One of the significant things about his nomination was that he was nominated by his actual direct reports.
It means a lot to me to have my team nominate me. It makes me feel appreciated that they see the work that I'm putting in.
I think that being nominated by his crew really shows the level of respect and appreciation that his crew has for him as a supervisor and a mentor.
He's someone you want to get behind and follow into the work that needs to get done.
We can get in some dangerous situations, working underground. So you're always trying to make sure you're looking out for their safety and doing your very, very best to make sure that everyone goes home at the end of the day.
Billy's crew are like his extended family. They're his family away from home.
It's almost like it's almost like a brotherhood.
I feel like you come across a couple of people in your lifetime that really stand out, and I think Billy's definitely one of them.
Anything big going on, they want Billy and his team there on site.
He's just a really excellent friend and boss, and just an excellent human being to be around.
Mr. Billy, I just want to say congratulations on now being awarded Employee of the Year for Manatee County.
Congratulations, Billy, on being named the 2022 Manatee County Employee of the Year.
You deserve it wholeheartedly. You are an outstanding human being.
I am excited to have you on my team, thankful to have you on my team, and I look forward to many more years to come.
It is a pleasure and an honor to work with you and the other dedicated employees throughout the utilities.
I think I can speak for everyone on the crew when I say that there's no one possible that could deserve it more than yourself.
My favorite part about my job is working with my guys. You often spend a little bit more time with the guys at work than you do with your own family. So you build that camaraderie because you're together like a brotherhood.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are moving through on our fourth agenda item today, kind of third, but we'll call it the fourth. We're going to talk about affordable housing during today's workshop / special meeting. And I'm going to turn things over to Deputy County Administrator Courtney DePaul.
Good afternoon, everyone. So under Development Services, we have a subset, affordable housing, and Rowena Elliott leads that section as the Affordable Housing Development Coordinator. So she's here to go through the Livable Manatee program and to seek some guidance and direction from the board today. So, Rowena.
Good afternoon. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Mr. Clegg, staff. Since the last work session last year, April 2022, the board has provided us directions to move forward to do several things under affordable housing. And this is from a development's perspective. At the Board of County special meeting held back in April of 2022, the board directed affordable housing staff to do several things, which includes research and advertise county-initiated comprehensive plan amendments and/or rezones appropriate for affordable housing designation. Advertise and proceed with county-initiated land development code text amendment. Advertise and proceed with county-initiated land development code and text amendment for standard zoning, half-dwelling units, affordable workforce housing, and direct the county administrator to create a land trust to be overseen by the board. To work with potential managers to set up a pilot program within that land trust in North County. Staff is also to bring back to this board ideas behind the revision of our development incentives relating to workforce density bonuses. In particular, a look into lowering the qualifying AMI from 120% to 80% and increasing the minimum term of our LORA agreements. Yeah. Okay, let's define affordable housing. The term affordable housing simply means that families that make 120% of the area median income and below should only pay 30% or less of their gross income for housing. A family paying more than 30% of their income for housing is considered to be cost burdened. According to the 2022 Schimberg report, the combined number of units in Manatee County that are considered affordable units, which are occupied by higher income households, are about 35,000 units. And this is at 30% to 120% of the area median income. Affordable housing policies focus on providing attractive and affordable homes for low-income families. HUD does not distinguish between affordable and workforce housing. However, many housing authorities define affordable housing as homes aimed at households earning 120% or less of the area median income. Manatee County's current area median income is $90,400. Recent changes to affordable housing, the Affordable Housing Program. I moved to Development Services a year, 4 months, 13 days, about 6 hours ago. Since then, we have done many things based on directions from the board. The Neighborly platform used for affordable housing designation, developers are able to apply for affordable housing designation through that process. As long as they have 25%, a component of 25% of affordable housing in their development, they are eligible for incentives that we provide in our Livable Manatee program. Affordable Housing Rapid Response designation in Acela with expedited review times, 1-hour completeness review for those developers that have an affordable housing component. We prioritize staff discussions at weekly staff meetings, We reserve time slots to schedule pre-application meetings faster for developers.
Yeah, and so the intent with all of that was with the rapid response, instead of reviewing in a 30-day cycle, we do them in 21 days. We also keep a certain slot every Friday for affordable housing projects. So we're always, right now, if you schedule a pre-app, you may be waiting a couple weeks. And so if you have an affordable housing project, we see you that week. And so we are making a concentrated effort to expedite affordable housing applications.
Since the inception of this program, Livable Manatee, 5 years ago, we have incentivized and constructed 928 units, both rental and homeownership. These units are affordable at 120% and below of the area median income for housing, for homeownership, and at 80% and below for rental developments. In 2022, the board asked staff to revise the Livable Manatee AMI to 80% and below and increase the affordability period starting at 20 years for those development that does not receive financial incentives. Since the revision, we have had 12 new projects come online, producing more, just about 1,500 units, of which about 645 of those units will be affordable. From all of the housing developments approved in 2022, 80% of those developments were affordable, which are about 980 units. Thus far approved for land use restriction agreements for the fiscal year 2022, we have 1,292 units. 70% of those are affordable. Pending, we have designations that have been granted to these developers. And final site plans, we have 701 unit, which is 51% affordable. Anticipated that our developments that have come forward to have conversations with us, to go forward with staff, we have about 1,400 units, which would be about 43% once they decide how much their units are going to be for affordable. For a total of 1,896 units, which is more than twice the amount that we've developed in the last 5 years.
Yeah, which was between 17 and 21. And one thing that I thought was really interesting when Rowena brought forward these numbers was, obviously it's a lot to do with the Livable Manatee program that the commission had approved. And then the one thing that we do see is that we've had in the anticipated column less come forward. And so the one thought is we wanted to really go over what the Livable Manatee program, the incentives are for rental and homeownership, so you all understand it in case you want to look at amending it a little bit further. And so we'll get into that next.
Our current Livable Manatee incentive rental program, if at least 25% of the units in the development are affordable, we have two different thresholds. So we have the 80% and below, and we have 81 to 120. The 81 to 120, we provide expedited review of permitting, we provide them density bonus, and we provide them site improvements. And the lower term for this is 20 years, and this was based on the direction of the board from last year. The 80% and below, we provide similar to the 81 to 120. However, they also receive review deferral fees, or we're going to ask the board today maybe to waive those fees instead of deferring them. The tree trust fund, which they get to take advantage of for landscaping and removal of trees. Bulk dimensional standards, transfer of development rights, CLOS extensions, all impact fees and facilities investment fees are paid by county funds. The term of these LORAs for the 80% and below, they range from $250,000 up to $250,000 is 25 years, $250,000 to $500,000 is 30 years, and above $500,000 in financial incentives, they will have a land use agreement for 50 years or more.
And there are a couple, I realized I have a typo on one of the slides. Impact fees and facility investment fees are not necessarily paid by the county funds. They're just waived. And so that, I think we've talked to fiscal about that. But these incentives, many of these financial incentives that are offered at 80% and below are only applied to the affordable units that come forward. So if it's 25% affordable, it would be 25% of the impact fee is waived, for example. And so that's important to note. And then financial incentives are always subject to funds availability. But the easy way that we look at it is 80% and below get financial incentives, 81 to 120% AMI, give expedited review and a density bonus. They can get like double density. And yes, we're getting affordable units from that, but we're not actually giving them a credit in the form of a financial transaction. So,
for livable amenity incentives for home ownership, same applies, 25% of the units in the development. For these, the maximum 50% AMI, $250,000 for a unit for those lower, very low income families, 80% for low income of $300,000, and 120% and below is $325,000. And this is also in our local housing assistance plan.
So while we have a natural break here, we'll go to Commissioner Cruz.
Before we jump ahead, just a question on those last two slides. Clearly to work on our housing issue at this point in time in the world, rental's the way to go. I understand the concept of home ownership. It builds equity. It's more stable, but from a cost-effective standpoint, rental seemingly makes more sense. Looking at these two, because you put them on two separate sides, with the exception of maybe Reinhardt and Habitat for Humanity, how much are we really using the home ownership portion of this livable manatee incentive?
Well, we have a few other developers that do infill and that they're also coming forward with subdivisions. So we are definitely using.
All right, you said about 1,900 units the past 12 months, give or take. What percentage roughly would you say would be the home ownership of that 1,900?
Probably about 150.
All right, so 10%, give or take.
Of the 90.
Okay.
Okay, this kind of didn't work out great. That's good. We have programs for affordable housing.
That's right. We'll just talk about your quick work. So next, we're going to talk about some funding sources that we use in the affordable housing program, and we're going to go through each of those. I can take these. So I think the first one is the Southwest TIF for affordable housing projects that are in the TIF. We are able to recommend to the board that we use that, obviously, because it's in that same district. $750,000 is taken out of the Southwest TIF annually and allocated for affordable housing projects. So that's something that we could look at increasing if we want to see more affordable in the county, and that's just one tool. The affordable housing program does have a subsidy fund. There's $3.8 million in that currently available. That could be used for, we talk about gap funding requests, but a gap funding request that's not in the TIF, or for certain incentives that we offer with whether it's improvements like sidewalk improvements or site improvements. There is no current allocation from the general fund, however. So that affordable housing subsidy fund could potentially go dry if there are not funds that are identified to go into that. One thing is in surplus properties, for example, which is governed by, we have a resolution that addresses it. There's no exact current allocation that's in that resolution, so it doesn't say 100% of surplus properties sold go into affordable housing, but it does say that it can be used for that. And so the one next thing that we were thinking is, do we allocate a certain amount of surplus properties to go into that affordable housing subsidy fund? That's a possibility. We look at, I think you said estimated, we have about 500,000 currently in surplus properties that has not been allocated anywhere. And so we're working with Sheila on potentially allocating that to affordable housing, but we're seeking direction today from the board. And then we look at ARP funds, which we've heard. We used some of those with some of the gap funding requests that came through that were in the city of Bradenton, the loans. It's good for gap financing if it is a loan. However, it is a finite source, and it does require a 20-year or more affordability period and loan term. So that's one of the drawbacks from using ARP funds. Yes, please.
Can you go back to the last slide, please? So 750,000 allocated out of the TIF. Didn't we allocate more than that, like 4 million for a specific affordable housing project through gap funding?
Yes, you can go above and beyond that. So the 750 is just an allocation that's kind of built in. So That, I don't know when that was approved.
Okay, so when Livable Manatee was first incepted, the funding source for both the subsidy fund and TIF, there was $750,000 approved in 2017. There was also $568,000 that was approved for the subsidy account. However, I think when RIO went away, some of that funding went away. And so we're also asking for that funding to continue and also to increase it for the support of the projected projects that we have coming forward as well.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, relative to surplus land, the last page here. So, my understanding, and just correct me if I'm wrong, Florida Statute 125, relative to surplus land, it doesn't say there's an allocation per se that's required to go towards affordable housing. But again, my going assumption, I assume this is what we were doing, apparently not. And if we were just doing it off the cuff, is that all of our surplus land has to be looked at to determine if it conceivably could be affordable housing. And if it's deemed, clearly that there's some land that's just out in the middle of a pit somewhere, couldn't do affordable housing, different bucket of surplus land. But if it's conceivable it could be affordable, like, for instance, Lena Road, for instance, the villages of Avion, for all of this, if you could otherwise build affordable housing there, those proceeds, my understanding was, do have to go towards affordable. Either you can give it to someone to build affordable housing, like a nonprofit, you could sell it to someone for affordable housing, or you could take the proceeds from that sale for affordable housing. So we don't have an allocation saying 50% of all surplus property sales go towards affordable. My understanding, again, by Florida statute was 100% is the allocation that goes towards affordable if the surplus land being sold could otherwise be used for affordable housing. Is that not correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So a vast majority of our meaningful, valuable surplus land, in theory, has 100% allocation towards affordable housing. Because if I think about our biggest 3 to 5 parcels of land, whether it be on Lakewood Ranch or Lena Road or any of those would be deemed. I'm just saying land that we own right now that we're not intending to use. That land would be deemed acceptable for affordable housing, and therefore 100% allocation would go towards an affordable housing fund or other means, right? Yes.
So, if I might dialogue with you on that real quick, just so I have a better understanding. So, let's say Lena is ultimately determined to be, potentially could be affordable housing. I guess my first question is, what kind of basic criteria are we looking at to make that determination? I mean, there's not transit at Lena, number one. There's not really, you can't really walk to any employment out there at Lena, number two. What kind of criteria are we dealing with? Just generally speaking.
I know, I didn't write the statute. It's very broad. All it basically says is, that I think the state of Florida's intention was for counties and municipalities to use surplus land for affordable housing. I think that was their default. Take your surplus land, and if you're not going to use it for your own county purposes, give it to someone to put housing on. That was their default. So basically, they said, well, if you want to sell it, you want to do something else with it, that's fine. But if you can build affordable housing, and they don't, as far as I know, define that specifically, whether it's a quarter mile, half mile from transit, or if it's a certain distance, I don't think they define it. I basically just say, if you can theoretically build houses on there legally and legitimately, then those houses or apartments could be affordable, and therefore it is deemed capable of affordable housing, and therefore those funds are supposed to go towards affordable housing.
Sure. So, and that sounds just super vague to me.
Could we hear from the county attorney?
Yeah, Mr. County Attorney, could you help us?
So I'm familiar with this statute, and I've got it on my screen here. It is not a mandate from the legislature that you have to take land that's suitable for affordable housing and use it that way, or use the proceeds of selling it that way. The operative word in the statute is may. You may. It's basically what you do have to do is every 3 years take inventory of what land you have that is suitable for affordable housing. And I think we may have dropped the ball on that a couple of years ago, and I believe Mr. Gibolino pointed that out, and we had to get caught up on that, I think, last year. So That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to identify the properties that are suitable, and then it authorizes you, if the board in its discretion chooses to do so, to use that for affordable housing or theoretically to sell it and use the proceeds for it.
I'd be curious because that's not how I read it, but.
Well,
I actually just sent Representative Robinson an email asking.
Okay. Okay, so I think that answered my question. So I have Bearden and Ballard.
So,
Commissioner Bearden.
And Attorney Clegg may be able to help answer this question, but my only issue in regards to properties such as Lena is that from a constitutional standpoint, if we decided that we wanted to put affordable housing in that area, how would that affect the property values of the rest of the housing that is around that area?
Well, I'm not sure that's a legal question. There's a debate. There's a debate about.
From a constitutional standpoint, if a government came in and said, we're going to put affordable housing here, and it drops the value of the housing in and around that area.
No, government comes in and does things that drops the value of housing all the time, every day.
Okay, but I just want to make sure that, this is not a constitutional issue here.
I'm
Mr. Clegg?
happy to answer it if you all.
Mr. Clegg?
So there is a debate, an intense debate around the country about whether affordable housing does or does not affect the value of property around it. And I don't think that it's my role to weigh in on that. There are people who have strong feelings in both directions on that issue. But I don't believe that, were that true, that it would create a constitutional problem for the county if we used our property for affordable housing. I do not.
It's not our property.
Well, you did say Lena.
Correct. I'm just saying in general, if it decreased the value
of adjacent property
significantly, then I would think that would be a major issue.
Not a constitutional issue.
One thing for Lena in particular, Lena is an interesting example because some of that property was purchased, I believe, with utility. I don't know if it's protected by bond covenant. So that one's a little bit of an interesting example, and I don't know what the breakdown is, but that's why that one's a harder example than perhaps something else.
As a real estate professional, I'm going to tell you that the active landfill is probably going to be a greater detriment to your property values on that road than would the potential affordable housing project. Okay, Commissioner Cruz, you were waving your card to speak, sir.
Yeah, it's not worth it.
It's not worth it. Okay. Is there anyone else before we go back to the presentation? Okay, ladies.
Okay, and so those are the current funding sources that the board has used for affordable housing. We've listed a couple other possible additional funding sources that Rowena's worked on. Do you want to go through these? Sure. Since these are okay.
Okay, so currently, the Affordable Housing Trust Fund is housed within Community and Veteran Services for other services. We don't have a trust fund for the development concept for affordable housing. So we would like to create an Affordable Housing Trust Fund. It's an interest-bearing account, could receive annual allocations and serve as the primary holding account for all of the funding for affordable housing development. We would then disperse to the different programs that we have to provide the support we need for development of affordable housing. The community development block grants are available to be used for affordable housing as well. We utilize those for right now public structures, such infrastructure such as sidewalks, where in an area where an affordable housing project is being developed in a CDBG area. And home funds, program funds as well can be used for new construction for low income families as well. The county millage allocation, we're not asking for new taxes to be put on citizens. We're asking for a portion of what is already collected. Documentary tax stamps can also be used. The county millage cannot be put in an affordable housing trust fund, but it can be used for support of development.
These are just different types of funding that have been used in other jurisdictions for affordable housing, so they're options. Yep, and they're just different fund sources, and we'll talk about those a little bit more at the end as we seek for some direction. Does anyone have any questions at this point?
Yes, Commissioner Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, ladies. Real quick, on the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, are you aware of any other counties in Florida that are currently using this as a funding mechanism for affordable housing?
Just about every jurisdiction that I've researched.
Huh?
We're one of the few that are not using it.
And do you know what it is? Do you know how much they, on average, are collecting and putting into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund? I mean, is there just a running average of what they're collecting from the development industry is where it's being collected from?
Right. The average I've seen is 5 to 15 million currently.
Say again?
5 to 15 million currently is what I've seen from the ones I've researched.
All right, thank you.
But they may also be using that same the same housing trust fund to cover gap financing and things. I mean, if we look at what we've approved, what the counties had approved in the last 2 years, it's been pretty significant for affordable housing.
Yes.
Even if it's in the form of like a 20-year loan, I mean, it's still pretty significant. And so this would serve as, like we write here, a primary holding account.
May I ask a question on that? Did I understand? I don't know if I heard right. On the Affordable Housing Trust Fund that you're talking about, is that monies where developers have to build or have to put money into the fund for affordable?
No,
or
that's at the
that's coming
statewide.
From our general fund.
From our general fund.
Oh,
That's statewide. The one you're talking about is statewide.
Okay.
Yes.
This could basically just be a holding account. So if there's an allocation from a certain fund, like general fund, I think at the beginning of Livable Manatee, we were getting something like $800,000.
Yes.
There was an allocation. Those allocations could go into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund as the holding account.
Okay.
That way, we don't have to come forward on
But
individual
you are talking
projects for
about
funding.
I'm sorry. I just want to make sure I understand this. I got a reason I'm asking. So basically what you're saying is any tax dollars that we get in, we designate a certain amount of that to go into a trust fund.
Yes.
It's an option. Yes, it's an option.
All right. And just so everyone knows, I did hear back from Representative Robinson, and there is no law designating that our surplus land has to be used for affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I have Commissioners Cruz and Ron on the board. Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, I mean, the advantage of a housing trust fund is it gives us a sense. We have these informal conversations all the time, like when we discussed Hope Village. It's like, well, at the time, Livable Manatee capped out at $500,000. Like, where do we come up with the extra funds? Talked about Riverview 6, the two projects at Onico, Astoria. You know, and right now we've been able to pick and choose money from TIFs and from ARP because that's a short-lived but currently available fund of money. At some point, if this is going to be programmatic in nature, because as we've just seen, we went from 900 units over 5 years to 1,800 units in 1 year at a very nominal cost. I mean, you look at City of Sarasota is in the process of contemplating, or I think they may have approved, floating like $36 million worth of bonds to build one apartment complex themselves and run it themselves at a tune of like $250,000 to $300,000 per unit. Our gap financing is about 10 to 15 grand a unit, and we're getting the same affordable units and arguably for a longer period of time with better management because we're not managing it ourselves. So I think we're coming up with a very cost-effective way, and I also think we have done a very good job these past 12, 18, 24 months working on non-financial benefits first and foremost. We said instead of just throwing money at problems like, you know, we talked about California, for instance, when Commissioner Bearden was talking about LA and whatnot, you know, we passed ADUs and have dwelling units and adjusted Livable Manatee to get longer LORAs. We were doing 10 to 15-year LORAs, and then they become market rate. We have a lot of these going out 50 years now. They effectively become affordable just by default because they're going to be obsolete older properties by then. You know, we've lowered parking ratios, pulled back on setbacks. All that was free to taxpayers, and we've substantially increased the stock of potential affordable housing. But at some point, there is some nominal amount that makes sense. And the nice thing about a trust fund is it's not one source of funds. We get money from various sources, whether it's the TIF allocation, whether it's millage, and you put it in one central location, and then we, with one central pool of funds, can determine how best to allocate that, and we do get interest out of it. So there's an advantage to it. It keeps the money local. It allows us to allocate in the best interest of what the community needs right now. Some of yours make sense. Doc stamp tax, I'm not sure what you're going with. We already pay additional doc stamps because that's what goes to Sadowski. At no point in time is anybody on this board going to propose more doc stamps. That's just not a viable option for anyone. I mean, doc stamps already went up what was it, 0.3 or whatever, for the sole purpose of Sadowski, which now, fortunately, with these new bills coming through, that's somewhat being locked down and fully funded going forward as a matter of course. The millage one's always, because I've brought up this millage allocation a number of times, because over the history of Manatee County, people have seen various community needs and did just that. And I would argue housing is a community need. It's where our teachers and our first responders, it's where people we need work care services live. Because if you look, I pulled a recent bill. We have basically 0.5 going to the libraries, and that's dedicated. It didn't increase taxes. They just said, okay, rather than giving this massive slush fund of general funds to the Board of County Commissioners every single year to spend however they see fit, let's make sure this 0.5 goes to the library, so we have a central source of funds for it. 0.33 goes to Children's Services every single year. Parks gets 0.3 every single year. And just recently, the taxpayers voted for 0.15 for environmental lands. None of that, well, other than the environmental lands, none of that increased taxes. All it did was pre-allocate general funds someplace. So, I am 100% on board with saying, hey, if housing's as critical as it is, and we need a central source of funds so we can work on things, whether it's gap financing or the stuff we talked about this morning with the rapid rehousing and the rental payments and figuring out transitional housing, to say, look, we're not increasing taxes, obviously, but we have 4.8 mils of general fund right now. Even if you took 0.1 of that, which is less than environmental lands, it's a third of Children's Services. That equates to less than 2%, approximately 2% of our general funds. And we're basically just saying that piece is being carved out to be utilized where this community needs it right now at no additional cost to anybody. It just makes all of us as a government, and if we support small government, we support lowering expenses of government, then everyone should be on board with pulling some of those general funds out so we can tighten our belt a little bit on things that are a bit more frivolous for the overall county. So I'm perfectly on board with that, and I've mentioned it a few times. This is the first time it's meaningfully come up as a suggestion in any of these.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Real quick, let's go back to Affordable Housing Trust Fund for a minute. These funds that would be going into this trust fund would be county allocated funds for maybe surplus funds or some other format. They would not be an exaction on housing coming into this fund. So we would not require to pay in some type of mitigation bank or something like that. It'd be strictly from the county. Is that correct?
Yes.
You got that, and you're shaking your head yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'm just making sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Ladies.
And we come to the dreaded gap financing. Okay, so last summer, staff brought to the board a couple of gap financing projects that are not within the county, but within the city. And those were 100% affordable developments. And the board asked us to come back with some guidelines and requirements, and also criteria for evaluating the development and the developers to provide gap financing and not just one-off. So we've gone and done our research. We have drafted a gap finance guidelines per the direction and legal guidance of Mr. Clegg. So today we're here just to present some information to that gap financing process and to seek your guidance and your direction to go forward. So the gap financing is meant to be a last option before permitting construction. Developers must show financial commitments from all other sources.
So just to clarify that point too, this is meant so when they ask for gap financing, when a developer comes to Rowena, they have to show that all of the other costs of their project have been covered. So they only need this last $1 million to cover all construction costs right before they would go to request construction permits. And so that's what it's meant to be. So we're the last stop that they would see.
What we realize is that developers go through their financial process to get to closing. And because of the rising cost of construction, insurance, and interest rates, they get to the first draft of their closing and they realize that they're short because of all these other external critical issues of financing. And therefore, they come to the city of Bradenton, other municipalities, and the county, because these projects are within the county, not necessarily within our jurisdiction of the county, but it's still Manatee County. So when they come to us, they're saying, basically, we have gone through our review process, the first process of their review for closing, and this is where we are. So we do require commitment to show from all of their lending sources that they have commitment for every other portion of their financing, and this is all they need to make their project whole. We have worked with PROG, who is Manatee County's financial advisors, to draft these guidelines as requested by the board, and we are just going through that process right now.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So how are we checking to see, I understand we have these, I guess I'm assuming financial advisors that are coming on board, as you stated, to say this is what is needed for the project. At any time, they might be able to manipulate that paperwork to say we need $3 million all of a sudden, and then bring it up to us. You know, how are we ensuring and checking to make sure that that's accurate?
Well, with PROG and our team, we submit all of the information that they provide. They provide us with their performance, their total construction performance. And so we submit that to PROG and we review together what their insurance looks like, what the percentages are, and to make sure that they are not overstating their budget. We look at those necessary items to make sure that we can help them to fulfill what their needs are. Majority of these developers right now are low-income housing tax credit, so there's already restrictions through Florida Housing Finance Corporation. So we look at those credit underwritings as well to make sure that they're within those guidelines.
So how are those, I mean, I'm just trying to understand this because, you know, I come from a business background, and when a company decides they want to sell their business at a certain price, you know, they can present a certain thing to that other person that wants to buy the actual business, but they can essentially manipulate the books to make something. And I have a family member that's dealing with this right now that was showing that they were making X amount of dollars for that business every year, but it wasn't in reality making X amount of dollars, and ended up, you know, suffering after purchasing that business. So with these audits, I mean, is it they're just presenting this paperwork to us and then we're just trusting that these are the numbers? Or how are those audits ran? Are they getting receipts? Are we capturing receipts based on the expenses that are being put forth? I mean, how is that process from start to finish being executed?
I was just going to actually defer to the county attorney as well. And so I think that this might help in some of the agreements that we draft with the contractual language.
Before we go to him, I just say it's a good question, because we're being stewards of other people's money here, right? It's not our money. You hear us say that a lot, but it's true. It's not our money. And a lot of people remember, like, the most famous example of this was Halliburton during the Gulf War, or during the Iraqi War. They were on a cost plus contract, right? So it was whatever it cost them plus 10%. So they would do everything they could to drive up the prices, and the unidirectional impact device was like the most famous one, which is a hammer, a unidirectional impact device. And they were charging the government $1,500 per unidirectional impact device. So yeah, and you know, y'all aren't experts, and we can't be experts at everything, can we? I mean, that's impossible. But Commissioner Bearden's right. You know, what can we do? This is the trouble with government getting involved in these things, is people take advantage. You know, we're well intended, and then on the other end, people take advantage of us. So we do have to be very careful of other people's money. Mr. Clegg.
Well, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I think every government agency, local, state, and federal, struggles with this issue because using public funds to provide financing for affordable housing is regarded as a public purpose at the state level and in the federal tax code. But anytime you're getting involved in the financing of what is basically a business venture, there's obviously risk and there's opportunity for misrepresentation. And I can tell you from experience, early in my career, I had the pleasure of selling off entire apartment complexes on the courthouse steps in Georgia for some bad affordable housing bond transactions where my firm represented the bond trustee, and we sold them at about 60 cents on the dollar for the bonded debt that was attached. And I'm not talking about individual apartments, I'm talking about hundreds of units at once. You can do non-judicial foreclosure in Georgia. So you just get out there on the steps and say going once, going twice, going 3 times, and you're watching the investors sweating hair coloring I'm speaking from real life experience here. So that was part of the reason that my office advised we bring in PRAG to help us on these transactions, because we started to see at the end of last year the county getting involved in direct loans for affordable housing. And you really have to know what you're doing. And I can't say that I do. I'm an attorney. I'm not a loan officer. I'm not an underwriter of loans. But they did help us, and they have somebody there that I worked with when I was in the private sector who is very, very knowledgeable and really puts them under some intense scrutiny in the financing process. Is that a foolproof way of doing things? No, but I don't think one exists in the world of finance. So the best I can say to you right now is, from my standpoint, I feel like we have the right people involved in looking at these transactions case by case and applying the kind of scrutiny that you're looking for, Commissioner Bearden. But does it make it 100% foolproof, no risk? I'm afraid not. I mean, several people on this board work in finance, and you all know there just isn't any such thing. I mean, theoretically there is if you buy treasuries, but there are people who might disagree with you about that. So, we're doing the best we can to follow the board's direction to provide these kinds of subsidies, if you will, in the financing of affordable housing, which is considered a much more efficient way than trying to build it ourselves as the government, right? So there's this public-private relationship that you see across the board throughout the country. So we're doing the best we can to do that and to protect the fiscal interests of the taxpayer, but I readily acknowledge that risk is always going to be there. That's all I have, sir.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Bearden? No. Okay. I don't have anyone else on the board, do I?
Yes.
You're on the board? Well, Commissioner Ball would like to speak, and then it looks like Commissioner Satcher, you wave it. You're going to wait till I say no one else is speaking and then wave it?
I thought
or
I
you
was
want-
pulling
okay.
that one.
So
You
we'll,
pulled it on me?
We'll say Commissioner Ball and then Commissioner Satcher.
Gosh. Okay. I thought sure I had you that time, James. Actually, that was going to be my question, was what recourse do we have if if it falls through and all of a sudden we're not getting our money back? That is not a viable solution to me. And I must say, I don't recall this board asking for it to be investigated as to how we could move forward and get a form to fill out and so forth. I've never heard any of that, but I think it was Mr. Clegg that did that, not the board per se. At least that's what I think I understood. Is that what you said?
Well, what happened was the board directed us to go through and move forward with several loan transactions.
Well, yes, we did.
And I got concerned that we didn't have anybody with lending expertise scrutinizing them, and recommended they bring in PRAG, and they did. And I'm reasonably confident we went around and we told the board about that. I think we did it by email, just to let you know that was a protocol we were putting in place. But it was something we did just carrying out the direction of the board to get the loans funded.
Yeah,
That's
and
why
I don't really care. I mean, I've never been in favor of gap funding. I'm not in favor of it now. I won't be voting for that. I think that it's putting taxpayer money at risk when we have other ways that we can do things if we need to do it. And I just don't see taking that risk. And you know, I don't think it's our job as looking out for the public and you know, the taxpayer dollars to go this route with the gap funding. It's too risky. So, you know, and the thing of it is, we don't know that we'll ever get our money back. So how can you say it's a good, you know, it's a good way to do things? I just don't think it is. So I'm glad, Mr. Clegg, that you said what you did, because that was really my question. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I would echo or segue into just concern about that. Obviously, the economics of the last year, 2 years, and if you go all the way back to COVID, a little longer, are not normal for our country, let's hope. And so I feel like we made some, you know, big and decisions that we hashed out on the dais, but to set it up to where that's going to be normal is concerning to me. And the reason is because one role we do play is setting up incentives. And it seems like this incentivizes ham-handed emergencies on the part of developers, you know, or builders. The more of an emergency you have and the closer you are, but yet you're $1 million, $2 million, $5 million away, then the better case you have to run to the county commission. I would much rather have a system that we would agree upon, which, you know, I don't know what number it would be, but anyway, a set of incentives that everyone can look at as they're going through the process and know I qualify for this much per unit if I do this, which we already have a good bit of that in place, but perhaps not enough. But to just set up a system where the person in the most trouble is who we bail out in the future, that doesn't seem like the way to go for the community or for the commission in my mind. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Quick question for you. I know Commissioner Cruz is probably more versed in commercial financing notes and things like that, and with apartment complexes and things like that. My question is that in this gap funding measure, we're kind of the place of last resort, the last stop where these guys have to be able to fund their project. If we, in our gap funding measure, where's our lien? Is it a proprietary lien? So if we do a gap funding measure, the project goes bad, we get paid back first? Or are we in the long list of mezzanine financing, HUD financing, takeout financing, and then we're at the bottom? So if it goes for a penny, our county attorney does a great job selling us on the courthouse steps, and we're the last guy standing.
We won't get any money.
With no money in our hands. So,
Commissioner Ron, you missed that was a meeting that we hashed this out before you were on the board. And there are 4 of us up here that are very aware of the answer to that one. But
okay, well, I appreciate that, but you know, being in the mortgage business, I mean, I don't want to be the last guy standing there with my hand out. I mean, our tax liens necessarily become before a mortgage. So is there a way to get us into a position where we feel better about gap funding and our position in the lien? And I probably Commissioner Cruz can answer that better than I can based on his commercial financing world. So that was my question.
Commissioner Satcher and I jokingly say it's like loaning money to family. You may or may not get it back.
Are we Sopranos going to send Guido and Luigi out to collect our money at the end? I mean,
well, if you want to do that would help. But
I used to do that.
Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, when these discussions first came up, the intent and reality, and I think the acceptance of the board wasn't that this was an investment where there's virtually zero interest out of this whatsoever. This was to help facilitate construction of workforce and affordable housing at what we felt is a very reasonable per pound basis of approximately $10,000. I think the first two, one was $10,000, one was $12,000. We had one that was like $17,000, one of the more recent one, maybe Review 6 or something like that, but all within reason relative to even the presentation this morning was saying the number it was showing just for the rental assistance, like $3.6 million for a couple hundred people. That worked out to, I would calculate, it worked out to $18,000 per person for 1 year of rental assistance on that presentation this morning. We're effectively getting like 30 to 50 years worth of affordability on a unit for a similar amount for 30 to 50 years. So we looked at it like, for all intents and purposes, these were effectively grants and funding towards facilitation, similar to what we do with impact fees. We've been doing it since 2017, before 6 of the 7 of us were on the board. We essentially give people $10,000 per unit by waiving and or paying their impact fees. In some cases, like Review 6 and Astoria, they were inside City of Bradenton, so we didn't have impact fees to waive, so those were hard dollars. They came out of ARP because we didn't have another source of funding for those. So I think we treated it as a note for 2 reasons. One, because it looked better on the capital stack for the tax credits and for the other sources of capital. 2, it does put us into a notice position. It allows us some level of oversight into some of this by having a note. But in reality, you're never going to supersede a senior, because a senior has to sign off even on us. They had to sign off on us as a subordinate piece, as we do have some rights as a subordinate piece, even if we're the second, third, or fourth piece down. So they all have to sign off. I think Chase Bank was one of them. U.S. Bank was one. They're not going to authorize our $1.2 million to be a super senior piece to their $40 million loan. That's never going to happen ever. I mean, taxes are a little bit different animal. They're structured differently. The reality is I wouldn't treat it as a loan at any point. It's gap financing, not gap loan.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Clegg.
So I would agree with that, with what Commissioner Cruz said. The key word is gap. You're funding the gap, and so you're only a small piece of the overall financing, and they're going to tell you, we're not going to be able to get our senior lien financing if you guys don't subordinate. We're just not positioned to be able to command those kinds of rights and that kind of recourse, and the chances of us getting our money back in a foreclosure situation in an affordable housing transaction are almost non-existent. They're almost non-existent. So, and that leads to my next comment, which, at the risk of maybe overstepping my role as your attorney, is, this is not my favorite. I just have to be honest with you. I mean, I had a lot of heartburn when we went into these transactions last year, and that's why we all kind of went, we got to get Prague in here quickly to have somebody look at this stuff. There is risk involved in doing this. It is a business and policy decision of the board. Is this the way you want to use your affordable housing money, or do you want to use it in a way that perhaps is less risk but maybe does not generate the projects that we saw come out of the transactions you did last year? And when we checked around, we're not the only jurisdiction that's been pressured into taking this role given the situation in the market. There's some of it going on, I think, Hillsborough and Pinellas and in South Florida. I mean, we checked with our bond counsel, and there are a few South Florida counties that are doing it. So it's becoming more common. But yeah, the issues that you all are identifying, I think everybody's wrestling with them. Okay, Sarasota as well. All right.
And I think to one of those points too, Commissioner Satcher brought up, the market, and this is a newer thing that could be due to obviously inflation and market conditions over the last couple years, coupled with the fact that, just until recently, Livable Manatee had a maximum incentive of $500,000. We've now lifted that. So if you're building affordable housing in the county, you could be credited for the number of affordable units, all those impact fees and all those facility investment fees that before we capped at $500,000. So that could also make a big difference, and we might see the fruits of that labor in the next 6 to 12 months. Gap financing is that last option. There is no contractual obligation to the county, obviously, to approve any of these requests. One of the things that Rowena was looking at the recommendation of the board was trying to firm this up so we could help you all have a more informed decision. Partnering with Prague, we used a couple other counties and developed a gap funding application. And that was meant to help streamline the factors that we were looking at, making sure that these developers had a track record of successful projects in the past, and that they showed certain things that we would then bring to Prague, and our consultants actually here with us. They would evaluate it. It would go through the county attorney before going to the board. it's just an option. And so the one thing that we would look at as staff is if the board, which, and maybe it's not, is amenable to looking at gap financing, we don't even need to have strict requirements, but we're looking at, do we do an application process where applications are only submitted during a certain time? Do we allocate a certain amount? This is the cap of the money that Manatee County is going to give. So if you need gap financing and we've already exceeded that amount, or if we've already met that amount, then there's no more to be had. Is there a maximum allocation amount per project? What are those terms? And again, those are just options to kind of guide staff to make sure that we're doing what the board wants. It's been a little bit of a, I don't want to say the wild, wild west, but I feel like people are just coming to us and we're trying to do the best that we can to evaluate the requests. But it was very similar to what Commissioner Ball said. I mean, there are concerns and the county attorney, and so it puts staff in an uncomfortable position. And so that's just what we were looking at today.
And the direction of the board basically was to bring a process back when we brought the other projects to the board for approval, for a presentation before we even funded them. This is a very temporary process. This is to assist where the need is. Currently, the entire country is facing a crisis with housing and the cost burden for developers to develop affordable housing at this point. So this is a temporary solution.
Speaking of Commissioner Baugh, ma'am?
Yes, and I do understand that, right now, everybody says, oh, the country is in a difficult position financially. Well, yes, it is. And you know what? There are those that it's fault that, we're in the position that we're in. It's not this county's fault, per se. So the bottom line is we've had almost 1,900 units in about a year that we've done. I think that's fantastic. For me, I think under the circumstances of what this county is dealing with, which has been our fault, right now we're not sure where we are financially. We've got a lot of needs and a lot of things that we have to look at and make decisions on. And I think right now we've got a lot of surplus properties. I'm excited to hear about community land trust. I've been waiting for that because a lot of our surplus lands can be used for affordable housing. The biggest problem has always been, until recently, was the cost of the land. That's what kept so many from being able to build affordable housing or workforce housing. So, I just don't feel that we need to put ourselves in a position with gap funding. I don't think it's a necessity at this time. I feel like that we shouldn't even have that on the table at this point. There are too many other options that we have to be able to build the housing that we need. And I think we've had a great start, almost 1,900 units. That's amazing. So, I don't see doing it anymore. I think we'll be blessed if down the road, when none of us are on the board anymore and those loans are coming due, are we going to get the money back? I think that'll be the interesting question to be had. And I'm not willing to take that risk. So for me, I'd just as soon see that go away, look at other options, put a fund together of our own that's not gap funding, look at our surplus land, get a community trust going, and, we can do more for our community by making sure that the decisions we make are safe for our citizens and doing it that way instead of taking the risk that comes out from it. I just don't see that. And there was one other thing that I really wanted to mention, and I can't remember right now. I'll think of it. But at any rate, that's kind of where I'm at on all of this. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I don't see anyone else waving their card for discussion, so if you want to continue the presentation.
Was the perfect leeway from Commissioner Ball into county-owned surplus property. So quick little update. And so Rowena put together a little bit of information.
Okay, so surplus property is property that has been declared surplus by the board, and they have authorized its sale, transfer, or development. These can be placed in three categories: declared surplus by the board, those identified affordable housing on the list by resolution, and those under consideration for affordable housing. Local government shall prepare an inventory list of all, and this is based on the resolution. So Mr. Clegg spoke on that a little bit earlier regarding the resolution and the list that we do have. There is currently about 4 of our parcels on that list that was for the list of affordable housing as of 2021. So for the ones in green, those are actually on the list. The ones in yellow are currently advertised for sale, and those are 2 in Robonia. The remainder of the parcels, we are looking into those. And what we actually wanted to talk about on these today was a revolving loan pilot program to get these infill properties developed. Now, the 28th Street parcel is the 16-acre parcel that we reconveyed from Manatee County, from the Housing Authority last year. And so, according to previous discussions from the board, they would like to see that go towards the Community Land Trust for the pilot program. And that is currently earmarked, but it still needs to be surplused to go forward. So the revolving loan pilot program. As we research,
Commissioner Ron has a quick
Going back to
question.
the surplus lands, other than the 28th Avenue property, which seems to be a large parcel, 16 acres, correct?
Yes.
The other parcels, are they scattered, just vacant lots?
They're scattered vacant lots.
So there's nothing that can be joined together to form
Multifamily.
or acreage or anything like that that we could go in and do a single family housing project or anything like that on?
Yeah, the one at 600 20th Avenue was basically a split lot, and they combined that one. But since the zoning changed to being a minimum of 3,500 square feet, we had asked staff to go back and split those so we can put 2 units on that parcel.
But to be clear, we have a tiger team, so to speak, from property management, development services, community and veteran services that hold meetings on a monthly basis to discuss the surplus properties and whether or not we could, because one of the ideas that we had was, could we maximize density before we sell these lots to potentially get, something like a multi-family. A majority, if not all of these, other than the 16 acres, are small lots.
Are very small.
Yeah, they're all the standard lots in the middle of a neighborhood surrounded by houses.
Right, we can't increase that. It's like next to all single-family homes, or we looked at maybe potentially a duplex, or we did have staff looking into those. And so any of these ones that are not highlighted yet have not come to the board for surplus yet, and they're still in development with staff trying to see if there's an opportunity to maximize density, or to perhaps use for something else.
Okay, so basically what we have here is a collection of vacant lots that we need to surplus or sell or whatever as fast as we can.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Some of them could potentially have homes on them, don't they?
Yes.
A couple of them have homes on them.
We have evaluated all of these parcels, and they can be developed.
I understand that. So, are we going out to to our affordable builders like a Steve Reinhardt or someone like that and going, hey, we have these lots available. Are you interested in building on them?
So
are we actively seeking to have these lots developed?
Previously, what was happening was some of these lots previously deeded to nonprofits. What we have seen is a lot of the nonprofits, basically, they're at capacity right now, and some of the lots, they sit and they wait. So we're trying to build units so we can put these back on the tax roll and have eligible families moving into these products sooner than a year.
But to answer your question right now, the answer is no.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the easy answer at this point.
Commissioner Bearden, and then Commissioner Baugh.
So are these just properties that were like tax liens at one point in time? Is that?
Some are as cheated, yes. Some of them are as cheated to us, and some of them based on liens.
So are we, I guess, reaching out to the tax collector's office to see what has been a lien, and those just get, I guess, we just absorb those properties? Is that how that works?
Yes. The one on 523 21st Street, 5511 12th Street, that one was as cheated to us. And so we're looking to split that parcel right now to develop 2 units on that. So we do have some that are tax liens and some that are as cheated. And we're actually actively working with property management to make sure we can evaluate those and get them shovel ready.
I honestly don't know what happens to the liens once the property is taken by us. I don't know if they're forgiven or at that point how they're repaid. That might be a question for perhaps FMD or property management. I'm not entirely certain.
We can definitely ask that question and
We'll find that out.
give you information.
And I think this is really another presentation. I mean, we can come forward with a comprehensive update and a report on a regular agenda and just come forward with actual properties that we're ready and that we've looked at rezone for board direction. Several of these are still in development, though. I mean, the green ones have already been surplused, but we are still looking at some of the other ones, so. And this is an ongoing thing. The properties are added to this, and so we'll add that to our inventory. But this really, to County Attorney Clegg's point earlier, I really don't know that we've been, following the statute to a T in the sense that we're supposed to be going through the surplus lands every 3 years, and I don't know when the last time that was. So we're formalizing the progress now.
2021.
2021 we last did it. Okay, so we are still fine. So we'll do for another one in 2024 then.
So maybe a silly question, but how come Lena's not on the list? Because we surplus that.
We have not surplused that yet.
We did.
Did we surplus
We
Lena?
formally
I
held
don't
a
know.
vote and surplus that. I was there.
Oh, and that's why we've already got the ITNs. I'm not sure why it's not on the list. I think these were certain properties that we looked at for affordable housing in particular.
These were ones that were sent directly to us to
I'll
put
find
on
out.
our registry that we've been
From
working
who?
on.
Who sent that directly to you? Who provided you the information?
Most of these I had from coming into the county a year ago, and we have a couple that came from Property Management Department.
That's what I was gonna say.
The ones that they cheated, that they
Okay.
have gone through the process to make sure that other county departments did not have any need for them before they came to us.
Tell you what, Mr. Clegg, yes.
So, Mr. Chairman, this is a bit of a bureaucratic silo within the county, but the people that are, to use some terminology from earlier, but the people that are presenting to you today do not maintain
Not their department.
the inventory of all the property owned by the county. That's actually broken up between a couple of different departments, but most of it, the stuff that's, I guess, buildable footprint would be within property management. And they keep that larger inventory, and then a portion of that was identified and sent to these individuals and to the board as affordable housing eligible property. But there obviously may be more of that in our larger inventory that the board could designate.
So, Mr. County Administrator, could we get a list by district, by county commission district, of property that is not being that is owned by the county that is not currently being utilized by the county?
Yes, we can, Mr. Chair. We'll work on that now.
Perfect. We get that emailed to all commissioners. Okay. Who else is on the board here? Commissioner Baugh.
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, because these were questions and comments that I planned on making, because I believe it was, Nicole might remember, I don't remember exactly. I don't remember if you guys in 2020 were on the board or if this was discussed actually before you came to sit on the board. I cannot recall. But I will tell you, there's a lot more properties that the county owns than what we're showing here. And I do know that we went through this very same thing before, where not all of the properties were coming to the board for us to see. And I remember us talking about it distinctly. I don't care and didn't care at the time and still don't, what properties perhaps, some departments decide they want to keep. I think the Board of County Commissioners needs to be able to see the whole list and make those determinations. And I can't believe they're bringing it back to, it's not you guys, but, shame on them if they really thought this was going to pass. So, yes, Mr. County Administrator, if you could, we need the whole list so that we know what we have. We're smart enough to know this isn't even close to what we have. So that would be very helpful. Courtney, you know what I'm talking about.
Well, yes, this is not an exact, this is not the official list.
No.
This was a list that was provided by Property Management, and Mr. Clegg was exactly right, in an effort to see if we could potentially use these for affordable housing or rezone them to something else to bring to the board for guidance and a way ahead. Because in development services, we've got the zoning official, for example, that knows what the zoning regulations are and what could potentially be done on some of these lots. But that was the main purpose of this. So sorry to confuse anyone if that did confuse.
No, I
but this
just
is
think,
for
we
ones for
do want to
affordable
make
housing.
those determinations.
Absolutely.
We do want to move it forward, I'm sure. But, we need the whole list to be able to look at to make those decisions, not just what they want us to see or what's readily available or whatever. And anything can be rezoned if need be. So I do appreciate you bringing forth this list, though.
Yep,
I
and this
know
is a great opportunity too for an
it
education.
really is.
on some of these lots.
Yeah,
That
it's a
might be a
great
good thing to
opportunity.
show.
That is a good idea.
Yeah.
Send us a video, sort of district by district, pointing, that would be great. And not just vacant land either, but like, directly across the way here, there's a large space within a building that is not being utilized.
Is that the old jail?
Well, yeah, but I mean, you get my point is, anywhere that we have either land or a building and space that's not being utilized, if there's a building that's only being half used, we should, I think, be made aware of that as well.
And since I still have the floor, Mr. Chairman, I think it's great, and I totally agree with what you're saying, but we need the entire list, not just what's in District 5 or in District 3. I
Sure.
mean, we all need the whole list.
We'll
I
get the
wanted
list
to
sent
break
out
it down
immediately.
by district.
Yeah,
But
well,
the full
It'll
list.
be the
everybody,
full
but-
list broken down by district
Yeah.
as asked for, yes.
Yeah,
All right,
perfect.
thank you.
Okay,
Thank you
so
so much.
we have Commissioner Ron and Commissioner Satcher on the board.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to move this along, this conversation along, this is just an example of what is out there in the county right now that is deemed affordable. So in District 5, you could have affordable housing out there. I doubt it, but we possibly could have affordable housing out in District 5. Our surplus lands probably that are not set aside for parks or recreation, sports, or leisure. So this is an example. It's not all that's out there. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Satcher has removed himself from the board in the spirit of moving things along. So back to the presentation.
Okay, we're going to try to move things along as well. So since county-owned surplus properties is going to be discussed many times in the future, we're going to skip over a revolving loan pilot program. It's an option in how to fund surplus properties or how to use them. So I'm just going to skip over that. And then we do have some recommended motions based on today's work session. I'd like to try to go through these pretty quickly. And so if you don't mind, I'm going to. Sure. Okay. So number one was currently right now, we are reimbursing impact fees for livable manatee and crediting them based on just how the program is currently formulated. We are seeking direction from the board to waive those instead. That way, we don't actually have to use more staff time. So we accept the payment, then we reimburse for the percentage of affordable housing. So let's say if an affordable housing unit is 25%, I'm looking at Nicole in case this comes up, but it's 25% affordable. They would pay all of their impact fees. And then once they show that affordability, we would then reimburse them, credit them back the 25%. That's extra staff time in seeking those reimbursements. And so what we're looking at is providing a waiver, just waiving those, and then that way at the end we don't have to actually reimburse.
Okay,
Yes.
before we go too far, I do want to hear from the county attorney, and then everybody's going to start waving their cards.
Perfect.
But I'm not positive that we can waive impact fees. Mr. County Attorney?
Well, we did incorporate into our impact fee ordinance the ability to waive for affordable housing, but it requires a resolution and it requires a LURA. It's not something that the board could do just with a across-the-board motion today. But we did do that in 2021. There was an ordinance brought forward because the statute allows us to do it, but it's a little more complicated than that recommended motion describes. So I think we need to circle back around and bring that back to the board in a way that satisfies the requirements of the ordinance.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody likes the direction you're going.
Fair.
And
Just
we
saving
probably would have
staff
already been
time.
done if we were allowed to.
Yeah, the
drafted
LURAs
the ordinance, so
include
she
language,
does-
but we'll get
Does
some
anyone
language
have an
back to the
issue?
board.
Does anyone have an issue with Mrs. DePaul and Mr. Clay getting together to see how close to that they can get us? Okay. So you have heads nodding for that. Mrs. Knapp needs a
I'm
microphone.
going to bring up my impact fee administrator for a second.
Perfect.
She has the appropriate lingo.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Nicole Knapp, Comprehensive Planning Division Manager. And Mr. Clegg is correct. We adopted 11086 of the Chapter 11 of the LDC. Speaks to how the board may reduce or waive, but with a further resolution adopted and subject to Allura. Then April 18th is the workshop to discuss everyone's favorite topic of impact fees. And I think that would be an appropriate day for us to discuss the resolution and what that looks like. My recommendation, anyway.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
So we'll bring that back on April 18th when we talk about impact fees. The next one is to direct staff to use the funding sources identified to budget annual allocations for continued support of affordable housing development. And so this is a little bit generic, but what we're looking at, and I think a couple commissioners alluded to it, was potentially allocating certain amounts or not into an affordable housing dedicated fund, so that we are not having to come to the board to seek additional funding out of different pots, so to speak.
Sure. I'll start the conversation and say that that's not, I know that that's something that some commissioners support, but it is not something that I support. I don't know if anyone else wants to pick up the baton on that conversation. Commissioner Cruz.
I think I already said my piece on it, but again, we collect a fair bit of taxes. We've lowered our taxes 0.4 mils in the past 2 years, the first decreases in taxes in the last 10 years. So we've been lowering taxes and we've been keeping services on pace. But, if we keep talking about smaller government and tighter budgets and more efficient administration, well, I mean, we've got general funds and we've already proven and done a fair bit of allocation of general funds. If you really look at what we collect, it's more like 6, but we only keep 4.9 or whatever it is in general funds because we've systematically said, Children's Services needs to have confidence in funding going forward, so let's allocate some to that. Libraries need confidence going forward, let's allocate some. Same with parks. Just like the list I gave earlier. I don't see housing as any different. I'm not saying do the same level as 0.33 of Children's Services or 0.25 with parks or, some of these other big ones, but again, this isn't raising taxes. This is basically telling this board and future boards, instead of having a big slush fund of general funds to go out and spend it, let's make sure that we're allocating certain amounts of existing taxes to places that the community needs. So I'm fully on board allocating, call it, for the sake of discussion, 0.1 mil towards housing so that we have a dedicated source of what's 0.1, like $4 million, $5 million max. I mean, the environmental land tax is 0.15, and last year was $6 million. So, this is about 2/3 of that. So that's about $4 million. I'm sure it'll go up a little this year. And that's not a very big number. It doesn't even get us very far, but at least it gives us some bucket of money outside of subjective money from the state and some other sources that we can be looking at, where at least we know we have some pool of money. So Rowena and her team can start looking ahead and not project by project, day by day, wondering where are the pennies going to come from when they look in the couch to come up with something. They could say, okay, let's look at a 3-year, 5-year, 10-year plan down the road because there's a projection of known funds that can cover that, so they can start making some meaningful changes, even at a very reasonable cost. So I would 100% support taking 0.1 of our mill when we do our budget this year and dedicating it, of the existing millage, not of additional millage, and dedicating it towards a housing fund.
Thank you, sir. And personally, I'm okay with government constantly counting the pennies and wondering where it's going to come from and sifting through the cushions of the couch to find the dollars. I prefer that over an allocation that sort of it's essentially, my worry is the slippery slope of creating a government program that lasts forever. And that tends to happen when you create a government program, especially a feel-good government program. Those dollars are there forever, regardless of the need, they're coming and they're always going to be there. So the need is always going to exist. We're always going to find a need because the money's there. And that's my concern. It's a philosophical
For
position.
some clarity, we $750,000 is already allocated out of the Southwest TIF toward affordable housing. That's an allocation that's already there based on our conversation with FMD. There used to be an allocation of around
$568,000.
Okay, exactly. $568,000 that used to come out of the general fund and go into the affordable housing fund. That stopped.
That sunset? How did that come to an end?
We have no idea.
Okay.
No. We've talked to FMD. I don't know if it was just a changing of, I don't know if it was just over time. I don't know if it was just meant to be temporary. We tried to look into that before the briefing. The only other thing, again, surplus funds is a revenue source. So that would be going into the affordable housing fund. And in the affordable housing subsidy fund today, we have about $3.8 million. So that would be increased if we sell surplus lands and the board decides to put, a percentage of that or 100% of that one sale toward affordable housing. So that is the way of obviously building up that account is surplus lands today with the $750,000 that comes out of the Southwest TIF, but that's all we have.
Sure. And I don't like the idea of building up the account. But again, at the same time, I'm not against these projects. I voted for all of them. I brought one of them forward. So I'm not against the projects. I'm against government programs that just become behemoths that never go away. That's my great concern. Commissioner Ball.
Yeah, and I agree with the chairman on this. I think anytime that we sell surplus property, it should come back to us and say, what do you want to do? How much do you want to put in, affordable housing in the fund? And I think that you'll find that that's probably the best way at this point. Because, I know for me, I'm sitting back, we have so many items right now that we don't know where we are with some of them, and we don't know where we're going to end up. So I think it would be not being very frugal on our part if we just, arbitrarily decided on a figure today and give it to you to put into affordable housing, because it might be that we'll end up doing more if we don't do it today, because right now we just don't know, and it's not really, we just don't know where we are. And Courtney, I know you understand what I'm saying. We just don't know. So it's too risky, it's too important, and I think we should probably wait on that. But do know that it will be looked at and we'll make decisions when the day comes. Absolutely.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to go a little bit, zoom out a little. We had on your earlier slide, it was earlier in the day, but you talked about, in the last, I believe it was year, you talked about the pending plus the allocated, I forget the exact verbiage, on how many units we had either in the works in the last year.
These are land use projects with either an approved, pending, or anticipated land use restriction agreement. So maybe not necessarily constructed, but they have a land use restriction agreement.
So you're right at basically 2,000 between approved and pending, and that's in the past year, you said?
And that's since the last fiscal year.
Okay. So, and then if you look at and I guess I'll just make these general comments, I think that if we do the math between 2010 and 2020, I'm a general math person, you're looking at 100,000 people that have moved to Manatee County, right? Somewhere around 300,000 in the census in 2010, somewhere pretty close to 400,000 in 2020. So you're talking 10,000 people a year. Then you figure out, if you do the math beyond that, how many actual housing units is that? Somewhere between, I don't know what the average is per home in Manatee County. But then you look at that number, 2,000 units in 1 year, it's a significant number. It's a significant number. And so I think we need to consider how we are going to define as a board, as a county, as a community, how we're going to define success. Because if, let's say, 2,000 units is a fourth of the units that have been approved in the last year, if there were 8,000 units that were built and 2,000 of those that's 25%. Now, I understand that within that, not all those units are on the affordable list, but I'm just saying that's pretty significant. And so is the right move at this point to now we need more dedicated funds and now we need more of this and now we move? Perhaps not. We should probably define, and maybe I'm off, but we should define with the end goal in mind, what is the end goal for the community per year, and 10 years from now, what we want to have accomplished.
Right, and one thing is certain, it's that things change all the time. Things are cyclical. The economy, anyway.
Right.
Commissioner Cruz and Commissioner Ballard.
Yeah, I'll just point. I like where you're going with that. That was a good analysis, and it makes sense. That should be how we're looking at this. I'll point out I agree. There's been a lot of new projects that have come online, either approved or pending or anticipated in the past, effectively 18 months. Right. This is fiscal year, so it says of October. Yeah, so October 21, basically till now. But I'll remind you that most of those, at least the bottom line, the 70% affordable approved, 51% affordable, most of those used some level of our funds. So this isn't a chart of why do we need to do much of anything, because look at all these affordable units being built without our help, so how much help do we really give? Most of those either took impact fee credits or We just broke ground at 2-3 weeks ago on 3 separate projects, the 2 Onico projects and Riverview 6, all using our money. There were 650 of those units across those 3 projects alone. So, but in each instance, those developers had to stress. They had to come to us. We had to try to find money. We were able to find money, fortunately, in large part because we had ARP money, which 18 months from now, 24 months from now, isn't going to exist as a pool of capital, presumably a lot sooner than that, because one of these days we have to finalize that. So yes, this is very positive. I think the non-monetary steps we've taken have helped facilitate this. The monetary steps we've taken have certainly helped facilitate it. And this doesn't even include things like the 192 units we just approved that aren't quote-unquote affordable per se. They just took density bonuses based on smaller units, which inherently will have some level of affordability just based on square footage. So we are making a lot of headway. I just think when you look at how much money we've put towards those units, it's not even arguably, it's definitely more than even what I'm proposing on a 0.1 mil. The 0.1 mil is about $4 million. Just those 3 projects alone were close to $4 million before all these impact fees for the other projects we've done. I just think having a dedicated pool, again, this isn't dedicated pool of 0.5 mils, this isn't $20 million of some massive pool. This is where you can probably look back over the past few years and see a trajectory where we've spent more than that. I just think if you give the housing group, if you give Rowena and her team a dedicated pool where each year they know that it's going to increase approximately 7%, which is what our tax base has been going up, and they can look ahead and say, okay, is there someone to hire to facilitate this? Can we put together a real program for rapid rehousing or for rent help or for down payment assistance above and beyond SHIP funds, that we can have a more efficient system in the long run because it's a real program that's working like clockwork, advertised properly, and moved forward properly, as opposed to right now. I get everyone, as the chair said, looking at every dollar and coming back when they need something, but this is $4 million. There are some things we just pre-fund. There are some things that you're just better off knowing that funding's there. That's why we have all these other ones. If we made the children's services every single year come back with $0 allocated and say, you go talk to all these nonprofits, you come to us with your recommendations, and we'll as a board decide how much of that we feel like giving you based on the need that we feel the children have this year, that would be a ridiculous waste of everybody's time and a lot of uncertainty for them and for the nonprofits. I think having some nominal, again, I'm talking very nominal, $4 to $5 million is what this works out to have at least a guaranteed minimum seeding towards a fund is not a whole lot. It's probably the bottom of all of the other counties. Certainly probably at the bottom of all the other counties of our size. So I think that's a very reasonable request to get the ball rolling.
I'm trying to figure out what they did before we gave them gap funding and how they were actually able to provide affordable housing at that point in time without giving gap.
I can tell you if I could dialogue real quick.
Yeah, inflation was a huge
This is the first time we've ever done that. So, obviously there was a time and place where this was happening without allocating gap funding for any type of project.
Well, I will tell you one, it's by far not the first time it's ever happened. It's happened many times. A lot of the government loans that have come through from HOPE funds and so forth were all created initially back during previous inflationary periods because of previous gap funding. This is just inflation above and beyond what we've typically seen, at least since the early 80s. So it is excessive. And I'll tell you in some cases what people have done. They didn't build it. I mean, later we're going to talk about Robbins Apartments. That project has been on the drawing board for about 5 years, both as they were planning it and as they were figuring out the financing for it. So what they've done is effectively delayed construction and delivery of units that are much needed in this community. So again, I reiterate I know we're not talking about gap funding now, we're talking about millage and funding sources, but I'll go back to the fact that $10,000 per unit, whether you want to call it a loan, a grant, a giveaway, a government subsidy, whatever you want to call it, $10,000 per unit is the cheapest housing you're going to get. You pick someone up off the side of the road because they're homeless and you put them in jail at $100 and something per day. It's costing you $3,000. 3 months in jail because you pick someone up off the side of the road is the equivalent of what we contribute towards an entire unit that will be affordable for 50 years.
Commissioner Ballard.
So I don't disagree that we need the funding and that all of this great work that we've done over the past few years probably wouldn't have happened without the board funding it. My concern is that I would like for the board to have some control and some flexibility over these projects to respond in the way that we need to as a community. I agree with the chair that once you get this dedicated fund in place, it's going to stay forever. A need will be found. We are not going to need to move at the rate that we're moving with affordable units in the future if we continue to do our jobs. I think that I don't think that we need the dedicated fund. I would like for the board to have control and to have flexibility, and I just that's all.
I mean, were we
Commissioner Ballard or Commissioner Bearden? I'm sorry.
So, I mean, 2008, we didn't have gap funding in Manatee County, and that was the largest housing crisis that was ever, in the history of this nation. So, I mean, my thing is that, okay, say we do our last project, we did 100% of the gap funding, 100%. We didn't even negotiate whether it was 25, 30, 40, 50%. I had an issue with that, right? We literally covered everything. So that's my only problem with that. I understand that there needs to be some sort of source of income that may be allocated for some sort of affordable housing. I just don't want to give the farm away, if that makes sense.
Commissioner Cruz.
Well, two things. One, we didn't have gap funding. As far as I know, I don't know if we had gap funding in 2008 or not, and I don't know if you 100% do either. But nothing got built in 2008, and nothing got built in 2009 or 10 or 11 or 12, which is why we have such a massive supply-demand imbalance right now across the entire country, but especially in places like Florida, where it was the epicenter of the crash. Nothing was built. So we went from a period of building 4,000 units per year to building less than 1,000, in some cases almost zero, for about 5 years. So we haven't even come close to catching up on that. That's part of the problem. So we kind of probably should have had gap financing back then, because maybe we wouldn't be in the exact same situation we're in now. So I don't know if that's a proof of concept. And to say we picked up 100% of gap financing, you're arguing we picked up 100% of 2%. I mean, they're $40 million projects. They came to us for $1 million and change. We may have picked up the whole $1 million and change, but there was another $39 million plus worth of tax credits, senior bank loans, sponsor equity, everything else under the sun. We picked up effectively rescue funding on the back end of it. So it may have been 100% of that, but it was 100% of, it would still represent a nominal amount on the overall cost, but an amount that was unattainable for the current developer, and the other option was just not to build.
Commissioner Cruz, I mean, you say it was nominal, but it was over 33% of our TIF funding that we took out to fund that project. So I have an issue with that when we're literally taking over 30-something% in regards to our TIF funding, which, needs to be allocated at, we need to look at and see where those funds need to be allocated to different projects, in regard to that district. So I did have a problem with that.
Okay, well, before you got on the board, we randomly and spontaneously pulled $5 million out of that TIF and just threw it into another bucket, because this board, and I vote against it, deemed that there was too much money in the Southwest TIF, and that we would, quote unquote, never find a use for all of these funds when we were up over $30 million, and we lowered it from $30 million to $25 million and removed $5 million for something else. On the fly. So I don't know if we used a third of it, because we had like 20-something million of it left after that allocation.
And if I can just chime in, I voted for these projects because based on the merit of the project. They're good projects. The value to us is enormous, in my opinion. As Commissioner Cruz pointed out, if people end up homeless, the amount of money that ends up costing taxpayers in the end is enormous compared to what it costs us per door for the length of time that this is going to end up being an affordable unit. So there's tremendous value, and he's right. The TIF money has literally been sitting there doing nothing and benefiting the public none, like benefiting them zero. So either return it or find a project that is good merit and is a great public benefit, and spend the money on that project, one or the other. But it's taxpayer dollars, and so either put it into action or return it to the taxpayer. So that was my opinion. on those. Commissioner Baugh.
Yes, thank you. And I wasn't going to say anything, but this is getting out of hand. Well, trust me, I don't want to, but it's not accurate. The TIF money grew over just a few years. It grew quickly because of improvements and things that had moved forward because of the economy. So we did take money out of the TIF to try to do some other things with, and it was good. But that being said, it wasn't because we had, just too much money, we didn't know what we'd ever be able to do with it. We didn't know how we could ever spend it. That is not the case. We kept going, as I recall with the TIF money, having patrols out, putting up lights in that district, in that area, and doing other things of that nature. Bottom line, it's not something we need to be arguing about between us at this point. The TIF money, we have used it for a good cause, meaning affordable housing. It's been good. I don't think, I'm not going to get into the argument as to whether or not we're going to use that argument to fund something now. I think we've talked that to death. This is not the House floor in Tallahassee. We've talked until we're blue in the face on it. We've covered everything on it we possibly can. So the bottom line is that board did make that determination on the TIF, and I think Commissioner Cruz is correct. He was here at the time when money was taken out of that because there was a lot of money that had gotten into that fund, and we needed to take that and use it on other things, and we did. Wasn't anything wrong with that, but it doesn't justify nor change the fact that we're having a discussion here on how to finance affordable housing. Bottom line is, this board has said, the majority have said, we don't want to do any motions to move things forward. That doesn't mean, as I said before, that we won't. So can we please move on to the next thing that we're looking at, is my point.
Well,
let's move forward.
I'm going to disagree with you, Commissioner Baugh. I think that
it's about time you did.
I know, right? I think that this is a healthy debate that we're having. I think it's important for all of us to feel, that we can get out and convey to everybody where we're coming from on this.
Where are you coming from?
Well, I've told you where I'm coming from. I have thought that all these, I vote on them by their project by project. I gauge the merit of that project and whether anything it's a good public benefit and a good use of tax dollars, a smart investment. We'll get a return on it. And that's, well, the return is not a financial return, is it? It sort of is, actually. It is a financial return. Because if people fall into homelessness, what does that end up costing us, right? That's a serious question. And if people in the end can't afford to live in Manatee County, and so they're buying or they're renting in Northport, or they're renting up in St. Pete, and then they're driving in and clogging up our roads because they're driving further and further. There's a benefit there as well. If we start to see more people, more heads and beds in downtown Bradenton, and more people utilizing transit and fewer cars on the road, I think there's a benefit. If more people are living close to where they work, I think that's a benefit to us. We have to have a workforce in this county. We know that. We want to ensure that people who work here are able to live here. So there's a benefit to all these things.
For the house.
Yeah, well, there's a benefit to all of these things. So I gauge these as on their merit, but I also don't want to create a government program, as I stated earlier, that sort of flourishes forever and see goalposts constantly shifting around. So that's where I am. Is there anyone else? Commissioner Cruz.
No.
And then Commissioner Ballard.
Can I just briefly say, I just want to say thank you.
No, and I appreciate that, because I 100% agree with literally everything you said, because this is not a financial situation. This is that you have to look at, if we're going to treat things like a business, you have to look at opportunity cost and alternative situations. And your points are well stated. We're trying to figure out our infrastructure. We're spending tens and tens of millions of dollars to widen like one road. But if we can keep some of those cars off the road because we're putting people living closer here as opposed to living in Ruskin and driving in as a teacher, then that's a benefit. There's a financial benefit to that. If we can keep a workforce here, then Sharon and EDC can go out and find higher wage jobs to come here because we can show them a skilled workforce that live in Manatee County and don't live in Sarasota. There's a lot of ancillary benefits that aren't just about what the return is on a gap. When I was talking about the millage, I'm not specifically talking about gap financing. $4 million is going to gap finance 3 projects. That's not the be-all, end-all. I just meant having a dedicated seeded source for a fund in whatever the case that may be, whether it be down payment assistance, whether it be rent repayment, whether it be working with Deputy Jewett and others, whether it be for hotbeds and whatever. There's a lot of things we can do. I guarantee if you put $20 million into the fund, you'd be able to find $20 million worth of stuff to do with it in 90 days. Our situation is significant, and it's going to be long lasting. So I think putting 0.1 of our existing mill into it so that our staff can have a dedicated pool of funds to start working towards meaningful programs to facilitate housing, which could ultimately become a net benefit financially to Manatee County to avoid other situations, is reasonable. And I would make that motion to direct financial management and the county administrator, when they bring our budget back in this calendar year, that they dedicate 0.1 of the existing millage rate into a housing trust fund.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Baugh and then Commissioner Stacher.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one thing. Great discussion. But yours was terrific. Spot on. Oh, spot on. Yeah. However, you should know that I believe Sarasota County, it's my understanding, they shut the Sarasota Trust Fund down. They don't have it anymore. Just thought I'd add that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Stacher.
So I wanted to clarify with with Commissioner Cruz and Chair Van Osterbridge. So Commissioner Van Osterbridge spoke, then you said you completely agree. I did come in the middle of what he was saying, but it seems like y'all completely disagree to me, because you do not want a dedicated source. You want per fund, each vote to see the project.
It was a different discussion. He was talking about all of the benefits to Manatee County outside of a return on a loan, and I was agreeing with that. And then I went back and, for the second time, effectively made a motion, which then got ignored, and somebody else got called on to speak.
So I'm correct that you disagree. Just making sure. And I mean, I do see some advantages into each. I mean, if it's project by project, I've already spoken to say that I don't like that we're incentivizing emergencies, and it changes the way the commission works. I mean, we're going to have people that are going to want to talk to us about each thing, and I guess sometimes we might see that as a good thing, but perhaps not. So both sides on that. So, okay, just getting a little clarification there that we disagree and are moving on.
Thank you, sir.
I like this because we are having some disagreements here.
Yeah, it's healthy.
Which is good.
It's very healthy. You haven't stooped, Bearden hasn't stooped so low as to call me bald yet, but still, it's still pretty healthy. Yeah, he may not. Commissioner Cruz, I'm not sure if you'll have the votes, but do you want to I don't want to pass up without giving you opportunity to make your motion, sir.
I did make a motion. You just did.
Would you like to make it formally?
Yeah, I said I would make a motion to direct the financial management team and CFO and the county administrator to bring back a budget in this current fiscal year, when they bring it back, with 0.1 of our existing millage rate being dedicated towards a housing fund for use for future housing needs.
Okay, so Commissioner Cruz has made a motion. Is there a second? Okay, sir, so your motion fails for lack of a second. We'll return to the presentation. Well, you should have seconded. We'll return to the presentation for the next request for action.
So unless the board would like to, I was going to skip over the third item because it was allocating money from the general fund and the TIF into affordable housing, but it sounds as though the consensus is that that's not the direction that we're going to be given. So I'm going to move on unless someone objects that. The next one is going to have to do with surplus property, so we'll bring that back at a later work session when we have property management here. And then the final one, though, this one is not seeking allocated funds. It's just saying, or the direction would be no gap financing. We won't look at the applications at all. But this was to direct staff to finalize the gap financing program and the application guidelines, administrative procedures, and the process, and then draft a resolution to present to the board for approval. So this is really, how are we treating gap financing, or does the board not wish to look at it?
Okay, so we have Commissioner Ballard and Commissioner Cruz on the board to speak. Commissioner Ballard.
So I actually don't disagree with a gap financing program guideline, but I would still want every single proposal to come before the board. So I think that this would actually potentially make it a little bit stricter before things even come before the board, but every single project would still be before the board. There would not be just, money that's being given out without a board vote. Is that correct?
Every project in our program comes before the board.
Yes.
Every single project in all of our programs in the form of a land use agreement that the board sees for livable Manatee, it comes before the board.
But these gap financing, these would come before the board as well. So this would be all of these decisions, and they'd be coming after we initially evaluate them along with our financial consultant. Then we'd bring you a recommendation basically on this makes sense. And then the financial management division would also show an available source, a funding source, if it exists, to say we could use these funds.
No, I think that's a good idea.
Commissioner Ballard, the county attorney would like to weigh in.
So, Commissioner Ballard, when we got into this last year, when we looked at what other counties were doing, we saw that some of them put out a program. We have this amount of money, and everybody's going to compete and apply, and then we're going to select some applicants. That's one way to do it. The other way to do it, which is what we kind of fell into by default because of the situation in the market, is that they just sort of came to us piecemeal and asked the board to consider them, and the board made motions and directed staff to go look at, different transactions. So I think what staff is asking is, should we have some formalized process up front and have the board say, okay, it's going to be this much money and everybody's going to compete for it, or should we just leave it as an open, door that people can come to us and ask?
Open submission process where all year long we accept applications and we just bring them to the board when we get them.
That's kind of what they've been struggling with. So that's what's driving the request, I think, to maybe create some formality around it. But each transaction still has to come back to the board under Florida law for approval regardless. So I think that's what, did I phrase that correctly, Courtney?
Yes,
that's what
because
staff is looking
we didn't know if this would be treated like a scholarship program. We're like, we have this amount of money every year and you have to submit it either in June or December for consideration. Right now, I'll tell you, we have 2 gap funding applications. We've been using this sort of informal process of just so that we can give some sort of an idea to the board of what it looks like. We do have those to potentially bring to the board in the next couple weeks, but we are looking for some direction because staff is struggling with these.
And I have to add that there have been fair housing amendment lawsuits over this. I was involved loosely with one years ago in Duval County, where the allegation was made that one developer received financing and another did not, for arbitrary or indefensible reasons. And so we did come up with some criteria kind of on the fly last time to make sure we were doing things in a way that was formalized. But that also is a concern if the board's going to continue in this business.
Well, I mean,
Suggesting you do or don't. I'm not taking a position on that. I'm just saying if you are, you have to be aware that there is the potential for those kinds of claims to be made against you for selectively financing some and not others.
Commissioner Ballard, you still have the floor.
I don't have anything else to say except that if we are going to continue with gap financing, I think there does need to be some kind of formalized procedure.
Okay. Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, one, to preface it, I'm sure it'll shock you, but I am in favor of continuing the gap financing program. But two, then we have to have a program in place because, and the county attorney and I have spoke about this, and he alluded to, these 2 projects that are going to come up. I mean, you know these projects, but when these 2 projects come up, 2 more projects maybe you don't know, or maybe the developer you don't know, are going to come up, maybe ask for same amounts. Maybe the amount they ask for is lower on a per unit basis. Maybe they're effectively better in any way, shape, or form or metric you can look at. But if we approve these projects that come in the next few weeks and decline those, that's where we're going to get sued because we don't have a program in place. We don't have you have to put in by this date of every quarter or of every half year or whatever the case is, and these are the metrics, and we're going to rank them like they do with tax credits. They're going to rank them. It's like Children's Services does, where they rank them. We need a better system because we are going to get ourselves in trouble if it's just, HTG put in and we love them because they do a bunch of projects. Let's give them money, and then somebody else shows up and we decline them for no seeming reason.
Well, may I dialogue with you on that? Because so you're touching on some of my concerns with this. My worry is, because I don't have a problem creating guidelines, that doesn't bother me at all. My worry is a couple things. One, if we create the guidelines and someone meets each of the criteria that are set forth, are our hands tied? Do we then have to grant their application? And if we don't, do we subjugate ourselves to liability? That's, to litigation.
Probably do. That's why it's better to have an application process with a dedicated, and Rowena mentioned it. If you had a dedicated, we're doing a maximum $5 million or whatever it is for this quarter or this 6-month window, and then you can rank them and tier them. Once you max out the $5 million, you're not responsible for anything above and beyond that. You've set.
Hold on, you're not recognized right now. So then the next question is then, if we do that and say, what was TGH? Is that what you said? The
HTG.
HTG. So HTG comes along and they apply, and we've done multiple successful projects with them up to that point. The board chooses to give them great favor, right? Because they're like, hey, you're a known quantity.
That's what the program is, because there'll be a weighted average of the program where it gets ranked for different things. And one will be its experience with Manatee County, our relationship with them relative to performance that they've had, size of the company, dollars per unit of our investment. There'll be a whole ranking criteria, and then it spits out, maybe they come out 89. Someone else comes out 88. But one of the reasons they got all up to 89 was because of relationship and projects done. So that would be one of the criteria. It could be weighted however we see fit.
And so say, Mr. Clegg, that we're awarding a single project and we choose, of the 3 projects, we choose the one that was ranked second. Does that put the board in a bad place?
Not necessarily. So the housing finance authorities for the different local governments and the Florida Housing Finance Corporation deal with this routinely. There are best practices that they use. Commissioner Cruz is right. I believe every single one of them looks at the history and success record of the applicants as one of the weighted criteria that it uses to decide, to whom to award financing. So there's room for discretion there, but it's much more defensible to exercise that discretion if you're doing so within some objective guidelines.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to dialogue with Commissioner Cruz for a second, and maybe the county attorney can chime in also. The applicant goes through the process. We've set these guidelines in place. Applicant goes through the process. Does that give the applicant or the developer a reasonable expectation that we're going to give them this money? Or do we still have the ability to say, no, we're going to pass on you because this developer is a little bit better than you are? And if we do that, does that not create some type of, not maybe fair lending is the wrong word to use, but does that not create some type of ambiguity? And we all of a sudden now, I'm just concerned if we go through the process. I'm a mortgage guy. I want everybody to be approved. But I have a reasonable expectation that my underwriters are going to approve it, but they don't approve every loan. So is that the case we're going to go through? We have an underwriting process here that we're going to go through. And then is that developer going to have a reasonable expectation that we're going to give them the money for their gap funding? I don't know. This is the first time I've ever worked on
I
this.
can give you an exact example that's relevant to this. 9% tax credits from the federal government, which are the best source of funding for housing. Only approximately 20% of the applications get approved right now, 1 in 5. It takes months to put together one of those applications and costs like $100,000 worth of putting together specs and so on and so forth. Every single one of those developers who spent months putting that together and expending that money had a reasonable expectation of being accepted, or they wouldn't have wasted that time and money. But they understand there's a threshold that they're being ranked upon, and they need to try to jump everybody else, and they need to get to the top of that. And they know there's only a 20% chance, because this isn't 20% of all projects. It's 20% of the projects that felt confident enough to even to apply for that. So yes, there's a reasonable expectation, but what, in a perfect world, what happens is people start seeing what the program requirements are and start saying, you know what, I need to make sure I'm approved. So, one of it is what percentage of the units are affordable. I was going to do 50%, but I really want this gap financing, so I'm going to do 75%, bump myself up. I was going to do 20-year LOR, I'm going to do 30-year LOR, and that's what happens in tax credits. That's why now you see all these 30, 50-year tax credit deals, because they all try to game each other and one-up each other. So, at the end of the day, there's a reasonable expectation if they're applying, but as long as you have a sound program in place of how you're going to rank it and a max dollar you're going to fund, then nobody, in my mind, and my attorney can say otherwise, can be slighted if they're not picked, because some people just aren't. That's how it works.
Could I just add to that, Mr. Chairman? By all means. So I agree with that. I think if you do it right and if you follow the templates that you see in other local governments, you have the ability to say no. I'm much more concerned about somebody bringing the kind of claim you're talking about when there is no formal process. and when they're basing their expectations on talking to individual commissioners and staff people without that objective criteria, that is a much more legally precarious position to be in than what we're talking about. Nothing's perfect, but between the two, that's an easy choice as council.
Thank you, sir. So we have Commissioners Bearden, Stacher, and Baugh. Okay, Commissioner Bearden has removed himself. Commissioner Stacher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I feel like we might be dealing with two different questions at the same time. The former GAP loans funding that we approved, that overall the board voted to approve, and there was debate about it, and I don't know that I was, anyway, it doesn't matter where I was, the board voted. But that was ARP funds. We're talking beyond that at this point. We're not talking about necessarily ARP funds. So I believe we have two different questions here. And knowing where, Commissioner Cruz, if I understand where he wants things to end up, I feel like the first vote and the first issue is, do we want to continue GAP funding? If I were Commissioner Cruz and I was going to make the question and the motion to everyone, I would start with some low 2 million, of at least 2 million per year, or whatever you feel like is a low number that you're likely to get votes, and find out if you even have 4 votes for that. Because if the answer is no, we don't have 4 votes to continue any type of GAP funding. Now, we are all, I don't see any debate about whether or not to, continue to reimburse or waive fees and all these other, incentives for affordable, lowercase a housing. So nobody wants to, we do understand that it's a good community benefit, but I wonder, where everyone is on GAP funding in general. I would feel like we need to decide if there's 4 votes here or not for that. And then the next question is, okay, if there are 4 votes, 5, 6, 7 votes, then the next question is, well, how are we going to administer it from here on out? So that's what I would encourage, someone that wants to see us do a professional job of this. That's the motion I would approve. That's the question I'd have for the board. I'm not going to make the motion because I will, I would be one of the votes against it, I assume. At 2 million. Anyway, so that's my advice, is to make a motion that we continue some type of GAP funding program at least a minimum amount and see where the votes are on that. And then we move forward to how to administer that program. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, sir. Commissioner Baugh and Commissioner Bearden.
I just have a quick question. Does anyone know why Sarasota County stopped their trust fund and their GAP funding? Anybody heard? I'm just curious. Oh, yeah, right. Okay, just curious. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Bearden.
I mean, we all know why we have a housing issue in regards to affordability in this county, and it simply has to deal with supply and demand. We have to find equilibrium wherever that's at, period. Before 2008, the average price of a house was, what was it, Chairman? Before 2008, I mean,
Before
the average was
2008,
pretty high.
You're in the
Right.
350s.
350s, right?
Yeah.
Maybe 400s. Okay.
Yeah.
So
this was nothing but orange groves.
Yeah, no joke. So, I mean, I think that is the main issue from economic standpoint on how to drive homes down, right? The average price down is obviously to create more supply. We are working on that, right? So, when it comes to the GAP funding, I don't feel good about it. I don't think we need to push this forward, year after year. I mean, we've done it in this county and built affordable housing without GAP funding, and I think we can continue to do that. That's just the way I feel about it.
Okay, thank you, sir. Commissioner Cruz.
I'll just quickly reiterate. This is just a request to authorize and direct staff to finalize a program to bring to us for this kind of discussion. If the decision is don't do GAP financing, if we don't have this program in place, I would argue that means we're doing 0 GAP finance. So don't come back with your favorite buddy from down the road who has this great project that really just needs a couple of bucks. It's off the table. It's, this program doesn't guarantee we are going to do gap financing, but not having this program all but guarantees we are not going to do any gap financing, even in extreme circumstances. So this program could be directed to start extremely tight, and then we could tail it back. It could be, very high thresholds, and then have this board pull it back a little, or have the market pull it back a little to make it very hard even to qualify for the program. But at least the program exists for us to modify. If we don't authorize this program, there are projects in the works in this town right now that have gap financing needs that are very nominal, that are going to facilitate meaningful projects that are going to be off the table for this county commission if we don't at least start this process today. And that's all that's being asked.
Commissioner Cruz, if we could dialogue for a moment. We might be talking about semantics here, but I need you to help me get to a yes. Instead of calling this a program, could we say that we are going to pass criteria today?
Sure.
I just don't like government programs.
We can call it guidelines, criteria.
Yeah, I can handle criteria.
The Kevin Van Ostenbridge housing program.
It's we're gonna call it the stature criteria. Commissioner Bearden.
Yeah, so I'm looking at this chapter. I don't know. It comes from like Chapter 13 housing program. Is it SHIP? Is that the right program? SHIP.
No.
Is that what it's called?
SHIP is a program.
Okay, so what does SHIP do?
Chip and sale come from Sadowski that gets paid from part of your dock stamps when any real estate property is sold.
Okay.
It goes up to the state. They reallocate it based on proportion of towns. Historically, it's been swept, so we've gotten virtually nothing. Last year, they committed to funding a minimum of 50% every year, which they did. This year, the Senate and House bills going through are locking in that 50% for every year going forward, so they can't further sweep it. Plus, they're providing about $500 million of additional non-recurring funds, and a big chunk of that's going to go to ship and sale. Sale goes towards development of affordable housing, multifamily. SHIP comes to us directly as a county. That's what the AHOC board does, what Rowena does. That goes towards down payment assistance, housing renovations, things like that.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Thatcher. Commissioner Thatcher.
I apologize, Chair. I'll defer.
Okay. Mr. Clegg, could you verbalize a motion for us using the language criteria over program?
Yes, sir. I can just slightly modify the language that's up on the screen. The motion would be to direct staff to finalize gap financing criteria and guidelines, administrative procedures, and an application process, and draft a resolution and present it to the board for approval.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Cruz to approve the motion as read by the county attorney. I will second that motion. No, ma'am, there's no motion on the floor. So the motion is by Commissioner Cruz to approve the motion as read by the county attorney, seconded by Van Ostenbridge. We'll open this to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on the motion on the floor? Sir, please state your first and last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes to speak on the motion on the floor.
How'd you know he was coming with your back turned? How'd you know he was coming? You had your back turned.
Glenn Gibelin for the record. The criteria. Let me tell you what's going to happen if we don't have gap financing. So my concern is, all right, we have, first of all, I'm a numbers guy. All right, we're about 40,000 units short of workforce housing. So this 2,000 a year that you think we're so great, we're 20 years behind. My second point would be, now we have people that want to bring in workforce housing. Forget about affordable, workforce housing, right? And they're going to come in there and say, look, we got this property, we're just about there, we need some help, do it, right? So without the gap financing, you're going to get a developer in there that says, man, we're so glad you didn't give them that extra money, because we're going to go in there and we're going to build market rate house rentals, and we're going to get $3,000 a month. But you know what? Those guys would have gave you 50-year LORA, 50 years of reasonable rent for the next 50 years. You have to start valuing our workforce workers, and I don't think you do. I don't think you know the struggle these people that are out there in the labor market working 2-3 jobs, spending 40-50% of their income because of market rate rents. forget about buying a house. They would just like to have some place to move to at a reasonable rent so they're not getting squeezed at the market rate. So you have to value the workforce housing. This gap financing to keep these workforce housing developers in town is a home run for the next 50 years. Like George said, you get a guy on the street, 3 months in jail, there's $9,000. Well, we have to pay that to the sheriff, but let's not give it to the developer to have reasonable rents for 50 years. It's absolutely insane. And part of the criteria should be, okay, let's do 50%. You want the gap? We need 50% workforce housing. And we need it for 50 years. And if they're going through the Florida Housing Trust Fund, the 50 years is there anyways. They're just piggybacking off that. It's a win-win-win. And if you look at the projects that might go under, if they're backed by the Florida Housing Trust Fund, they don't go under. They've done all your homework for you. So that gap financing is guaranteed. Otherwise, the Housing Trust Fund wouldn't do it. The bankers wouldn't do it. It's a win-win-win for everybody. 50 years of workforce housing, reasonable rents will benefit our community entirely. So, George, great numbers, great facts, undisputable facts. For the record, Glenn Gibolina.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward for public comment? Okay, hearing no one, we're going to close public comment at this time. And Commissioner Bearden is on the board for discussion.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Gibolina, I love you from the bottom of my heart. But I have to disagree with you on this because I don't believe government is the answer. It never is. It never will be. And, rental prices were affordable a few years ago. People could get into a home at $1,200 and $1,500 at rental prices. We're dealing with this across the nation. And that being said, I just don't necessarily think we need to allow the private market to see these opportunities and capitalize on them. I completely, think that's the right direction that we need to take. So, a few years ago, rental prices were affordable. Because we weren't dealing with the inflation that we're dealing with today. And I don't think we're going to deal with the inflation forever, especially if we get the right person who's our commander-in-chief. That's why we try to tell people to vote Republican, because when you vote Republican, you have a good economy. So that's all I have to say about that. Thank you.
Well, you closed it out well, sir. Commissioner Ballard, you're next on the list.
I don't disagree with your last statements, Commissioner Bearden. However, I will say that the issue of workforce and affordable housing has existed in Manatee County for much longer than the current administration and even before the inflation issues that we're facing. I have seen it time and time and time again. It has gotten worse. I will give you that, but it's something that we've been dealing with in Manatee County for at least 7 or 8 years, if not longer. Right. So, and I do agree that inflation won't be an issue forever, and that we won't be doing gap financing forever. But in the situation that we're in, we are way, way behind with affordable housing. I would like to keep the option open for limited gap financing when it makes sense. And I do think that we need these criteria so that we can keep that option open. I don't think that we'll need it forever. I don't think we'll utilize it all the time, but I think that we need to have the option open for right now.
Commissioner Ballard, I understand what you're saying, but once we develop something, I think we will have it forever. I don't think it's ever something that we're going to get rid of once it's established. And so I'm trying to stop it from being established. But when it comes to gap funding, I don't think we need to be spending taxpayer dollars on this. I think there's other creative ways that we can look at, instead of, obviously the last project we did 100% We covered all the impact fees on that deal, and I just didn't think that was a good deal for the county. So, I mean, that's my
Impact
opinion,
fees are
but-
not the same as,
No, but it did cover that. The 4 point, however, $1 million was.
we don't apply impact fees to affordable housing units.
No, you don't, but we took the TIF out to apply that to the credits of that. So I just want to, make sure that we don't continue to do that. And I just don't think it's the right way we need to spend our money, but everybody has a right to their own opinion, so.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I recognize procedurally there's a motion on the floor. If there were not a motion on the floor, I would move to proceed with the but I've got the floor now, and I'm going to speak now.
You have the floor, sir.
And I'm trying to save your bacon. That I would proceed with legal analysis from the county attorney on the 2 pending projects that we have in the county, and then reassess at a future date market need and the will of the board. So that's what, I feel like we could say, okay, we've got these 2 that have already, left port, so to speak. They're already in motion. There's a lot of, and we know, especially, met with the people from Robbins just the other day, and just through some of the nonprofit work that I'm involved with, I hear wonderful things about Robbins, and then there's another project that seems to have some good merits. So I'd like to see us proceed with those, and then maybe reassess at that after those 2 projects, whether this is something we want to continue or not. So if there were no motion on the floor, that's what I would move immediately to do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Satcher, I'm going to take a rare opportunity to show you my cards. When you know you're not going to win one, which is a situation I figure we're in right now, you try to steer it to a direction that you can work with it. So from a program, we've gone to criteria. So now we're just down to criteria. So go ahead and support the criteria, and then you work with staff to establish what those criteria are going to be. We're giving them a completely blank slate, right? So I would just ask that staff work with individual commissioners to get their feedback on what that criteria should be or we want to see before we come back to a meeting to discuss further. It's not an amended motion. This is simply a suggestion to ensure that we, because we have different opinions here, and everybody's kind of going in a different direction, and Commissioner Cruz's criteria are probably going to differ from Commissioner Satcher and Commissioner Bearden's suggested criteria. But I guess my point is, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, because this is going to pass. We're going to have, legally, we have to have some kind of criteria. We know that. We're going to do more gap funding. We know that it's, okay, well, it's likely there's going to be more gap funding, so we're going to legally have to protect ourselves and have some criteria. So work within the system and try to help craft that criteria to fit what it is you want to see come from this. Does that make sense, hopefully?
Makes sense.
Okay.
I mean, disagree, but it makes sense.
Our clerk is going to die soon. Okay, so that just in. All right, so yeah, someone can call the question. I'm entertaining. Okay, so the question's been called. All in favor of calling the question, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, Madam Clerk, the question has been called. We'll hold the vote now. We're going to go by district. District 1?
Nay.
Is no. District 2?
Aye.
Is an aye. District 3 is an aye. District 4?
Aye.
District 5? No. District 6?
Nay.
District 7? Okay. Madam Clerk, the motion on the floor passes by a vote of 4-3 with Commissioners Bearden, Satcher, and Baugh in dissent. All right. Thank you. We're going to take a 10-minute recess before we resume this meeting and conclude the agenda. We're in recess. All right, welcome back, everyone. And we're really moving right along here. And so we're on to item number 5, and it's only 4 p.m. So we're going to have community land trusts. This presentation is timed at 37 minutes without commissioner comments. So we're now going to turn this over to the county administrator to introduce the item. Sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As been mentioned many times this afternoon, we've been waiting for the Community Land Trust to begin as far as that process, and we have with us this afternoon from the Florida Housing Coalition, the CEO, Mr. Sean Nesbitt, and Mr. Matthew Wyman, who's the Community Land Trust Institute Manager, who will be going over the presentation and taking your questions. Gentlemen.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sean Nesbitt. I'm the CEO of the Florida Housing Coalition, and this is Matthew Wyman, our newly appointed CLT Institute Manager. And we're happy to speak with you about the status of the CLT. Before we do that, we're just going to quickly, by request, go through a little bit on Senate Bill 102 and House Bill 627, which has passed the Senate. At this point, I believe it's going to be heard by the House this week, so it's moving very quickly through the legislative process. And so someone asked about the SHIP program. Just wanted to talk very quickly about that. So in 1992, the Sadowski Act passed, and it was really meant to create that dedicated funding source for affordable housing that comes up out of your doc stamp transactions. And so 70% of that goes to what's called the goes to the state housing, goes to our state local housing trust fund, which is our SHIP program, which all of you know through down payment assistance and housing rehabs is typically what those are used for. And the other 30% goes to the state housing trust fund, which we call the state apartment incentive loan. Most of that goes to that, which is itself is a gap financing program for affordable rental housing. And so a few years ago, there was what resulted from many years of stop the sweeps. Senator Pasadomo, who's our Senate president, was the first one to officially do the stops the sweeps. So this has really been going on for quite a long time, but a few years ago, it finally came to an end. We had a permanent cut to that. So 50% goes to the housing trust funds, 25% goes to septic to sewer, the other 25% goes to deal with rising sea level and climate change. So we have a permanent cut, but it's no longer going to be considered a cut, so there will be no more sweeps. So you can really count on this funding every year, 50% of what's in the trust fund going towards affordable housing. And so what does that look like from a number standpoint? These estimates were from February. As of February, this is what was going into the SHIP. 252 million, 259 million going into sale. And so you can see how the numbers break out based upon those formulas. These numbers may or may not change, so we're kind of following that. But this is where it's at. So this is, this number hold, this is twice what you got a couple of years ago, basically. So you're really looking at significant funding for affordable housing. It all adds up. This is over $800 million that's being appropriated from the legislature towards affordable housing. This does not count individual projects that might get appropriated. This does not count the interest payments that have come through sale. This doesn't count a lot of things. So this is close to $1 billion of affordable housing financing just out of appropriations.
Sir, hold the microphone just a little bit further back from you don't have to quite eat it, but.
I'm sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry.
There you go. That's okay. I had to get used to it, too.
I can't hear myself, so that's the problem.
Commissioner Ron blew out 2 speakers before we got him straightened out on how to use the thing. Yeah.
So there you go. So that's what's going on. So it's really quite a bit of funding So I just wanted to point those out here as we get started. You're really looking at a lot of funding coming from the state down to the local level. Fully funds the Sadowski Trust Fund. In addition to what's coming through the trust fund through doc stamp collections, the state is allocating an additional $150 million to sale over the next 10 years out of the general revenue. They're also allocating $100 million through a tax credit program whereby local businesses can pay, instead of paying corporate tax, they can pay into sale. So basically, we don't know how this is going to be operationalized, but it could potentially create, the opportunity for local funds, for local projects through the business community as well. They're also doing an additional $100 million as an inflation response for 2023-2024 through the SAIL program. They had done what was called the CHIRP program, which was a temporary program to address inflation. And so this is an additional $100 million so that they're not taking out of the trust fund, but adding to it to address inflation. So this is a temporary program, but it's $100 million because we do know that projects, it's been really difficult for folks to track costs from month to month. So projects that are in process are experiencing, rising costs. And so this is to keep projects going that are already in process. And so they do have to verify that there is a bona fide cost increase, and there's tight underwriting on that. But just wanted to show, these are programs that are happening at the state level in the context of the conversation we're having today. And so this is how the additional $150 million is going to be spent. 70% towards new construction, urban infill, mixed use, and housing near military installations. The other 30%, which we talked about today, using public lands, addressing the needs of youth aging out of foster care, elderly housing, and rural housing opportunities. And so all of this is going to flow through Florida Housing Finance Corporation's request for application process. So once this passes the House and is signed by the governor, this is all going to be executed through an RFA process that Florida Housing Finance Corporation is going to administer. And just in the context of our conversation, every one of those projects that are funded through Florida Housing is going to require local government contributions. So, think about that as you're thinking about how you're crafting and thinking about the conversations we're having today and how you use your funding. Something that also came up today, the property tax incentive, and this is coming through the legislature right now, the ability for local governments to have a local option property tax incentive, and this is really targeted towards households that are at that 60% AMI or below. So the development has to have at least 50 units in it, and at least 20% of the units have to be for 60% AMI or below. Doesn't say how those rents are necessarily subsidized, but as long as those rents are affordable for 60% AMI or below, you can offer this property tax incentive. And so this is really something you could do immediately to address immediate needs and work towards incentivizing property owners to participate in providing affordable housing. And so if you have a property that has anywhere less than 75%, less than 100% affordable, you can offer up to 75% property tax exemption. And if it's 100% affordable, you can offer 100% property tax exemption. And this is a local option. You can put into place, it lasts for 4 years, and you can continuously renew it. There's 2 new automatic property tax exemptions. So land that is owned and leased or owned by a nonprofit and leased for 99 years, and that will play into our conversation about the CLT, will be 100% exempt. So that land, the value of that land will be 100% exempt. Also, for multifamily developments of 70 units or more that serve up to moderate income will have the ability to experience some property tax exemption. And these are automatic exemptions that have to be put in place. the state is also amending the statutes around publicly owned land. So we know that every 3 years you have to do an inventory for lands that are appropriate for affordable housing, and that's is kind of left undefined, but you decide what's appropriate. But at least every 3 years you have to do that. So it amends the statute to also include any dependent special districts. So land, for example, that might be owned by the CRA, in addition to land that's owned by the county or the city, governments have to be included on that list. You have to post that list online now, so they're putting a little bit more parameters around what you have to do with it, and they're encouraging local governments to operate these best practices to establish the criteria, to make the process publicly available, and ensuring long-term, or we would like to see permanent affordability through land leasing. Some preemptions, permanently prohibiting rent control, and there are some land use preemptions that came out in 2020 that they're kind of rolling back a little bit. In 2020, we talked about House Bill 1339 that said that if you had a proposal for affordable housing, you could approve it regardless of the zoning or underlying land use if it was for affordable housing in any residential, commercial, or industrial zone. So you could approve it without having to change the zoning or land use. Now they're going to take residential off of that, so it's just going to be for commercial and industrial zones. Some new preemptions, though. So for affordable housing proposals in commercial and industrial and mixed-use zones, the new preemption is that local governments cannot regulate the use, density, or height of an affordable housing development for rental projects if they're proposed in any of these zones, if it meets any of these criteria. If it's in a commercial, industrial, mixed-use zone, at least 40% of the units are affordable for households up to 120% of the AMI for 30 years. And if it's in a mixed use, at least 65% of that development has to be residential. So if there's a development that's proposed that meets these criteria, you have to approve it. You can't regulate the use, density, or height. It does have to meet other requirements.
Commissioner Ron has a question.
So I got a quick question for
Yes.
you. And where you said that we cannot regulate in multifamily mixed-use residential or commercial zones, industrial mixed use. What if it, for example, my district's the urban core, and if I wanted to build, and I want to build as a developer comes into my district and wants to build a 5-story in commercial use or mixed use or whatever, but it's in our airport overlay, that's government regulating the height of a building. So is there some exemptions in that where if there's an overlay for something safety or whatever that we can regulate the height of those buildings?
Yeah, basically what they're saying, you have to give them the maximum height that's allowed.
Okay, maximum height that's allowed.
Yes. Okay. So you can't limit the height. So you have to allow the use. So they have to get the maximum. You have to allow the use. They have to get the maximum density that you allow in a residential or commercial zone. If you allow residential within commercial, and you have to give them the maximum height. That's what they mean by you can't regulate it. And then you still have to meet other requirements, setbacks, whatever other things you have in place. But those are the 3 things you have to allow the max for. Just a few other things here. And I think this kind of gets to that, still other things apply, setbacks, parking requirements, lot coverage, all of those other things that you would still want to see happen, with the development still have to apply even in this case. And so, we really encourage local governments. This is pretty much going to pass. It's a good chance it's going to happen. So we would say, start thinking about, places where these things would apply and kind of get out ahead of it. Thinking about, your land, thinking about, where these zones where you might see this type of development happen and really start, planning for that. Thinking about where this additional funding is going to come through and kind of start prioritizing projects or things that you want to see that can really fully take advantage of this, because it is essentially a 10-year experiment with this additional funding and additional requirements. And it would be good that we make a lot of progress, towards providing and expanding access to affordable housing during these next 10 years. I think we talked about striking that, so I'll keep going. The other thing they just mentioned, they're really encouraging local governments to adopt best practices. And so these are some of the things, and we'll talk about, utilizing public land, community-led planning, having certain project features that maximize the efficiency of land, and thinking about, alternative means of construction, factory-built housing, and really kind of encouraging those things. Accessory dwelling units, which I know you all have taken up in the past. So, really encouraging local governments to adopt best practices, many of which you all are already doing. And the last thing that they have changed, in order to get your SHIP funds, there are two required incentives that you have to do. One is expedited permitting, and the other is to look at the impacts of any land use on affordable housing, have a process around that. They're requiring now local governments to be more transparent about what expedited permitting, what that process is. So they're going to require local governments to post those procedures online so that it's very open and transparent as to what those procedures are. And so that's really kind of a quick overview of Senate Bill 102. There's a lot in that bill, but just wanted to cover some of the big things that particularly folks are interested in that are going to have huge impacts.
Any questions, commissioners? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Move on.
All right. Just to be clear, my part's 37 minutes. Sorry.
You need to get on the microphone.
I'm coming to it, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm slow. I got to let the blood get in my legs. My apologies. Okay, here we go. I am Matthew Wyman. I am the Community Land Trust Institute Manager for the Florida Housing Coalition. Very thankful to be here. I want to give a shout out to all the people in the back for their stamina. I almost passed out and hurt myself right before that break last time. So just wanted to break the ice a little bit so that we can get moving on this community land trust. I know you guys are itching to hear it. 37 minutes go. The segue from the Senate Bill 102 is it's setting the table for the use of surplus lands for community land trust. You all are well positioned to take advantage of these things as they come down the pike. But before we get to that, I'm going to set the table for what we're going to talk about. We're going to go through some information that was presented to this body in 2019, which included going over affordability assessment, identifying affordability for low-income houses, defining what a CLT is, providing options for you all as for establishing a land trust here in Manatee County, discussing a budget as part of that, and then we'll close with Florida Housing Coalition's recommendation as to how to proceed with establishing a land trust. So what you have on your screen right now is two pie charts on the right, which existed in that 2019 study. What you should take away from that is that renter households are more possibly cost burden. It's more likely that there'll be cost burden, excuse me. Cost burden, what is that? I believe Rowena talked about it earlier today. Cost burden is when a household spends more of their income, more than 30% of their income on housing expenses. That is how cost burden. It is an offshoot of what is affordable, which is spending less than 30%. Everybody, no matter what their income is, wants to afford their housing. Some folks might be able to afford more, some maybe less, but it's based on what they can afford. So moving to the table on the left, showing that, and this is data from Schimberg Center, which is the clearinghouse for housing data in the state of Florida. They're showing that Manatee County is has the fifth highest percentage of low income, and that low income in this particular table is defined as 60% of area median income, which again is $90,400 annually, has the highest percentage, fifth highest percentage of folks who are cost burdened at 60% AMI. So we're just establishing affordability and need right now. Bear with me, because I know it hurts. Housing cost versus income, which you should take away from this illustration, is simply that the trend of median purchase price has obviously escalated quickly. We can feel it. We don't need to see it on a chart, while incomes have lagged. Purchase prices have accelerated more than approximately 20% more than income in the 5 years ending in 2021, and then we had 2022, which further made the situation worse, as you can see with the affordability gap on your screen. Finally, the last slide in regards to housing need. So we've established essentially that the shortage of housing that is affordable, 30% of folks' income, is most in need for those who need it the most. Three-quarters of households earning 30% of AMI cannot locate a affordable available unit because they don't exist. That's that first bullet point. This is down from 34 in 2019 when this study was originally conducted, okay? The second bullet, Schimberg shows that there's a need of 11,000 additional units that are affordable for households earning half of the area median income, which is about $45,000 for a household of four, because it's half of AMI. And then the illustration on the right is just simply showing that about 1,600 rental units will go offline. They will no longer be under a LURA or other kind of affordability agreement over the next 20 years. All right, so now we can dust ourselves off because we've identified a problem. But it's okay, because here's the solution, okay? Here we go. Community land trust. We will define that in this section, and it is a best practice when it comes to affordable and workforce housing. It is simply a tool in the arsenal, not the only tool, but a tool in the arsenal to combat the forces of our housing woes. It is an alternative to renting by offering an opportunity for home ownership to workforce housing, households that work, because workforce housing simply is affordable housing for folks who work. That may not actually qualify for your more traditional means of purchase. Fee simple. You buy the house, you buy the land, it's a package deal. The community land trust allows for a nonprofit organization to hold the land in trust, lease it to the individual or household who's buying the home. They buy the house, they have a lease interest in the land, they pay a nominal fee to that organization. Also very important to note, your investment, your community investment by way of your tax dollars, grant money, so on and so forth, that subsidy gets stuck with the unit, not the individual, thereby reducing future administrative burden when you're trying to recycle funds through programs like down payment assistance and rehabilitation and those types of things that are typically funded by SHIP, the State Housing Initiative Partnership. Okay. Where are community land trusts in Florida? Well, they're all over the place. More often you'll find them in higher populated areas, but there's a few areas where land trusts are being established in locales that might have a population more conducive to Manatee County. You want to note number 9 in particular, Bright Community Trust for the rest of this conversation because they are a land trust that is expanding, and they started in Pinellas County. Here we have an illustration on how a CLT works for home ownership. Simply put, we're separating the land from the home. An eligible home buyer buys the house, leases the land from the land trust. They steward the property, and if and when that homeowner wants to sell, we repeat the process, right? So the next homeowner buys the home, rents the land. What does that do? It keeps that $100,000, $150,000, $200,000 parcel out of the equation, making it affordable. Your subsidy's stuck in that house, making it more affordable, okay? And then we have a land trust that's assisting that new homeowner as an alternative to renting to make sure that they are doing the things that oftentimes new homeowners, first-time homeowners don't really realize that they need to do because they have a landlord. But now they have a land trust to help them. Hey, you need to check out that roof. You might want to look at those windows. Excuse me. Lots of advantages to the land trust. Moving on. For rental development, works very similarly. However, an end user is not buying the property. A developer, possibly the land trust, will continue to own the improvements and rent those out either through a sublease agreement with the land trust or directly through the land trust. Instead of Allura, the ground lease establishes the resale formula for home ownership. I failed to mention that earlier. My apologies, which is another way that the land trust maintains affordability in each of these units. The LURA, the ground lease takes the place of the LURA in the situations for rental as well. So that's establishing the affordability. How do local governments in Florida partner with these land trusts? We talked about surplus land. Neighborhood revitalization, of course, can strategically revitalize a neighborhood while reducing the impacts of gentrification. Inclusionary housing policies, density bonuses, those types of things. Sometimes a developer might be required to pay in lieu of or build in lieu of, and those units can be parked in a land trust and maintain affordability permanently through that 99-year ground lease. And one thing I want to definitely connect with you all, I'm sure you're already seeing it, is your established programs are something to get excited about when it comes with connecting with this land trust. Your Livable Manatee program, the potential for a revolving loan pilot program, which I know you did not take action on today, but it's something to think about as you move forward if you so choose with the land trust. Rental development, with the subsidies that are coming down through the state potentially, and discussions on gap financing and other things, there's another opportunity to bolster a CLT and build its size so that it can act autonomously rather than requiring support and financial support moving forward. Skip the page. We talked about surplus land. I'll move on from that. But a great example of that is Port St. Lucie's homeownership program. They've donated lots. They put neighborhood stabilization program funds in for construction. At that point, the land and the improvements were separated. CLT took title of the land and sold the improvements to the eligible home buyer for less than $130,000. That local government investment will be retained forever in those homes. I'm sure that you get the point with the advantages of the CLT. So now we've talked about the established need. We've defined the CLT. Now we're going to get into the options that are available to you in creating the CLT and making it, bringing it to life here in your county. It's important to note before we get into that the Florida Housing Coalition is currently working with staff and will continue to do so to create the framework necessary to establish the CLT. So as we go through those options, please keep that in mind. Also, critical questions as you think about what option that might work best for Manatee County. Do you need a new organization, or do you have an established nonprofit organization that operates here in the county that could take on this role as community land trust? Or would you prefer to exclusively utilize the land trust for county-owned surplus property and develop only it without use of any kind of external donation, resources, so on and so forth? So the next few slides, I will go over a total of 3 options. The first option is actually bifurcated in 2, A and B, because they're very similar, but they are just slightly different, which is why they're bifurcated. And then the third will be a separate option. First, as a reminder, this is the flow of a community land trust. And I'm going to skip those because I went over that in detail earlier. So we can start a new independent nonprofit with the advantages being able to generate its own revenue source through developer fees, collecting rents, of course, the rent through the ground lease, ability to receive donations from external organizations, of course, surplus land from the county, and presents a unique opportunity for this body to establish a structure that aligns and complements your existing programs, as I mentioned before, with the Livable Manatee and that potential pilot program with the revolving loan. Now, some considerations for starting a new organization would, of course, be it takes a little bit of time. Again, Florida Housing Coalition is here to provide that support in creating the articles of incorporation, filing them, creating a board, identifying who those folks will be, bringing on a staff, creating operations, and the administration necessary to operate the program. Additionally, there is extensive community engagement that is required so that people are aware of what this type of program is and what it isn't, to set those expectations, also to build a pipeline of eligible participants, as well as the stewardship, the development of land, and so on, requires staff capacity. And staff capacity is going to be required of any of these options. Just keep that in mind. CLT of Palm Beach County is an excellent example of an organization being created from scratch. And they are a productive group. And later on, we will compare their revenue sources and their performance with another organization that will fit the bill for the next example, so that you can actually see a real-life comparison. Palm Beach County does not require a ton of local government support at this time. Option 1B, utilize an existing organization. So this option would be if there is an organization identified in the community that could perform, and it has the same advantages, of course, as 1A. This, of course, would lessen administrative burden on county staff and would be able to scale up operation quickly, naturally, if they have capacity. So that would be one of the evaluative metrics that you want to apply. Is an organization that has a proven track record, has a good relationship with the county? Those are the types of things we will look for. Considerations: staff capacity of said organization. Can they actually perform and fulfill the needs of the county? Does it have financial capacity? Is it familiar with the area? And can it manage scattered site, maybe a lot farther from, a lot farther from where they're normally operating, because those costs are going to actually increase. Anything involving this option and cost would need to be negotiated once this particular organization is identified. So it's not exactly scientific or anything, but it is something that can be discussed moving forward if this is the route that the board would like to take. And lastly, it's going to require a request for qualifications or a request for proposal unless there's an organization already in mind, and that's barring your procurement process. There's quite a few examples across the state that have started land trusts in their communities. Excuse me. Quite a few examples across the state, both in the Panhandle all the way down to the Keys, of existing organizations taking on the responsibility of serving as a land trust. So, option 2, the workflow for this type of land trust found in Chapter 689 of Florida statutes is a little bit easier to follow, but the best example of this type of land trust, which is your third, called option 2, is where Pinellas Board of County Commissioners authorized the HFA to serve as a trustee. In a community land trust, the model has 3 stakeholders. In this type of trust, it has 4 because the trustee is in place serving a portion of the role of the community land trust, as you can see. You still need to work with a nonprofit to develop the properties, develop a pipeline of applicants to steward the land, etc. And then, of course, the end user is still the same, folks who would purchase the homes or rent through that 99-year lease trickles down to the end user through a sublease agreement. So there's additional pieces to this one. This particular option is a little bit faster to stand up, naturally, because there's less new stuff to create. Each project is governed by a trust agreement. So similar to a donation agreement, when a property might be conveyed from a local government to a nonprofit organization, it will establish the specifications for the project, certain benchmarks that have to be met, et cetera. And this type of land trust can serve as an incubator for a community land trust option 1, but it does have complications because you have to end up restructuring the organization in order to do that. Considerations of the 689 trust option. A big one is the program requires a long-term commitment. Whatever entity is selected as trustee will have to be on board. They will have to have staff capacity. Nonprofits that are partnering with that trustee will have to have capacity to do so. And with all land trusts, the community engagement and development is still a necessity. So in summary, options 1A, 1B, creating a new or utilizing an existing organization to serve as Manatee County's land trust, to manage both government-owned surplus land as well as resources that are outside the county. Option 2 would be considered if you only intend to dispose of county-owned parcels. So our last section, budgeting and Florida Housing's recommendations. We established a need, we defined CLTs, you reviewed the options. no matter which one of these options that you select, it will require a great deal of commitment, both in startup as well as over the next few years and beyond. So we'll first start off comparing the CLT of Palm Beach County with Delray Beach, okay? As you can see on this chart, the biggest takeaway is that Palm Beach County CLT is about twice as productive when it comes to units produced up until last year, but less reliant on public funds. Both of these organizations were established in 2006. There may be other extenuating factors here, but CLT of Palm Beach County, if you remember, was a new nonprofit. Delray Beach is most closely related to option 2. A sample budget is shown on your screen now. Costs vary widely. The best, most accurate cost involved for an annual budget is for option 1A. 1B and 2 are dependent on how much work they're going to actually put into the CLT, because these are existing organizations that are going to have other operations that they are also committed to. So it won't be the full cost, but naturally, you may not get as much activity either by the same number of full-time equivalents. You should expect for this level of funding to extend to the first 3 years to effectively establish the organization with the goal of bringing it to autonomy. So I'll remind you of just showing this slide again as the critical questions, because the goals of the board are most impactful when deciding which route to take. I'm sure this will be discussed. The Florida Housing's recommendations are that we continue to work with staff on creating the framework for the potential land trust, and we determine if there's a likely candidate or candidates that might be out in the community that could serve as a land trust. And if you also choose, the board may establish a new independent nonprofit to operate the CLT or issue a request for qualifications to select an existing organization. Those are the recommendations of the Florida Housing Coalition. That concludes my presentation. Hopefully somebody timed me. I probably skipped some stuff.
Well, that flew right by.
Good. I hope it was exciting.
Was anyone on the board for comments at this time? Oh, Mr. County Attorney.
Yeah, I do have
Good
a
luck,
question.
man.
So if because the board's wanted to do a land trust for a while, when other localities have gone out for some kind of competitive selection, do they typically identify land when they put the RFP or ITN out on the streets, or do they simply put something out that says we want to see if anybody's interested in coming into the county? I mean, how specific are they when they offer that to the market?
Just a point of clarification. When you're talking about the procurement getting put out, are you referring to the procurement to identify a potential organization that could serve as a CLT?
Yes, sir.
Have you seen it both ways? Yeah. Because I have not.
I'll say most cases, what we've seen is they put out a RFP. They might have already identified some land, or in some cases, land and funding, and they're also putting in land development funding as well as maybe some operating funding for the nonprofit, to increase their capacity.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Commissioner Cruz.
Last question. What would be I prefer this government do as little as humanly possible. What would be the incentive for us creating our own nonprofit, a new nonprofit to effectively run this versus just going out and finding an existing, more experienced nonprofit to take the heavy lift and handle this themselves outside the scope of this building?
Well, to be clear, we are recommending that you create a nonprofit that would be independent of this body, to be clear. And so we're not recommending that the staff take that on.
No, okay, let me rephrase. I meant more the organizational side of it. I understand that we wouldn't physically run it, but I'm saying you're creating a new one from scratch, then you got to hire an executive, you got to put the whole team together. That takes time, that takes money, that takes a whole process. I mean, you know, they're presumably very qualified nonprofits out there, some that have run a community land trust, some that haven't. Where would our incentive be to, and I know you showed a bunch of charts and whatever, but they all kind of flew by, and the slides weren't on here. Where would our incentive be to create a new one instead of just going to one of these existing ones, either piggybacking off of a nonprofit that's working in a different municipality or one around here who has an intimate knowledge of Manatee County that can just kind of step in and get this process started?
Yeah, I would say that where local governments have chosen to start a new one really had to do with a couple of things where even though it was still an independent, you know, they had, you know, seats on the board, you know, they had a little bit more control of that particular nonprofit. And they also didn't want to create, you know, essentially another competitor, you know, out, you know, in the sea of nonprofits that, you know, are still, you know, coming to them. You know,
But-
so that's the decision. I wouldn't say that there's one is necessarily better than the other.
No, and that's good. That's helpful. Is it possible then effectively to blend those two and effectively create a kind of sub nonprofit, independent of but managed by an existing nonprofit? You basically create a standalone nonprofit on the side that's essentially a tier down from an existing nonprofit to still allow for board seats, some level of control of the government. Even though you're taking an existing nonprofit here, you're basically saying, okay, you're now down here, whether, you know, however you structure it, 99-1 or whatever the case is, even 100%, but it's a new nonprofit that basically has a separate board than the current nonprofit to allow for one or more board seats without having to recreate the wheel, but still getting some of the benefits you're naming.
Yeah, I think that's possible. That's what Central Florida has done. In the Orlando area, they created, it's a new nonprofit. It's managed by Bright Community Trust, so it's an existing
And we know
nonprofit
Bright.
that knows
We've
it.
had
But it's a whole separate entity, has its own board of the community in that particular area, but it's, you know, it's managed by, you know, they have a management agreement. That's the legal.
So they're getting the benefits
So
of
they're getting the
control of the
benefits.
new nonprofit without the headache and the time of
Correct.
effectively creating the new nonprofit.
Correct.
Perfect.
Mr. Clegg has another question.
So if the board wants to get this moving, and they want to use option 1B and perhaps leave some of the options available on the table that Commissioner Cruz just discussed, then is it realistic if the board identifies land and a suite of funding and puts that out on the streets, as they say, as an ITN or an RFP, in your experience, would that be a way for them to move it forward and potentially get parties in interest, nonprofits around the state that would be willing to come in and talk to us about that kind of relationship?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Satcher.
I don't know if the appetite to do this today is there, but my proposal is, if we are going to make a motion, would be to set it up the way the port's set up. So we're the board of the Community Land Trust, Manatee County Community Land Trust. We're obviously going to be a lot more motivated. The county's going to be more motivated to put, to put land into it if we know that we're in charge of the direction of it. That doesn't mean we have to do the day-to-day. We could outsource out the day-to-day operations.
Mr. Clegg?
Well, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Satcher, there is a really good handbook on the Florida Housing Coalition's website about community land trusts and setting them up and what goes into creating the nonprofit. And it's a lot of work. It's a lot of, they have to have staff, they have to have HR procedures. It's basically creating a company to serve in this role. And it's something the board could do if it wanted to have that level of control over the whole thing, but it's going to be more time consuming and more expensive than if you take more of a market-based approach and say, well, let's, for example, direct our staff to put together an RFP or ITN and bring it back to us with, you know, a set of lands that we can identify and funding that we can identify that we want to offer to the market. That is going to be the fastest, most efficient way. I mean, I'm trying to be helpful here because the board has expressed a lot of frustration over the last couple of years that we haven't moved this forward. Yes, sir. So I'm trying to give you a way that you can move it forward quickly. That's all I'm doing.
Commissioner Bearden?
So why is it the 8th presentation?
I don't know. They've been doing these presentations since way, way before my time. I think Jamie came in and did one forever ago, like at the convention center. I mean, we just keep, once a year we have this presentation. So get to know these two because next year we may have this presentation again. I mean, at some point we just need to move forward. My understanding was, didn't we hire you or at least contemplate hire to start this process? Like this process has effectively been teed up to start at this point. So now the question really is, where do we stand in that process and what is left to move you forward?
Yeah, so we are basically creating everything for this operation to happen. So we're creating the bylaws, we're creating the ground lease, we're creating the whole infrastructure so that whichever direction you choose to go, whether you choose a totally new nonprofit, do the RFP process, or do the 689, the whole package is there and is ready to operate.
If I still have the floor, if it was up to me, honestly, I know we can RFQ it, RFP it, do whatever. I mean, I like Bright. I think we've met them many times. They're very competent. They know Manatee County. They handle stuff right up, and I believe he's based right in St. Pete or Clearwater. You know, I like the Central Florida idea. I like the idea of creating effectively a pseudo where you create a new nonprofit, but entirely run by Bright. We take a couple of seats on the board, whatever that looks like. I'm not trying to legally structure it today. And we start moving this forward. We know we have land we're ready to put in there. We've got a piece up north of the river that's just kind of waiting to move forward. And we have some other ones we can be looking at. I just think we're wasting time, and you know we continue wasting time. It sounds like you're all on the right path of putting us in a structure. You're just looking for direction of 1A, 1B, 2, whatever process. I don't want to own my own. I don't want to control my own nonprofit. I'd like to have somebody on this board, whether today or 10 years from now. It's always good to retain that 1 or 2 seats so there's some oversight. But I think running the whole thing is a bit outside the scope of the competence of anybody on this board at any point in time. I'd rather have smarter people and community people involved in this to move this thing forward with just some level of seat.
Is smarter people, Commissioner Cruz? Smarter people?
Hypothetically. I'm not even talking about this board. Maybe some subsequent board, there may be smarter people.
Yes,
I guess
I understand. That is a valid
is-
concern. So we have Commissioner Bearden and then Commissioner Satcher.
So my question is if we've been doing this for 8 years, how come the board hasn't decided to move forward with it all the way? Is there some reason that's holding them back? I mean, Commissioner Cruz said it was 8 years.
I've only been here 2. I believe Jamie was here at least 5 years ago. So it's been quite some time. It was before my time.
Anybody explain that
And this
to
is
me?
my 3rd year.
What is the reason why we
It was
haven't
before
moved forward
COVID.
with this? Maybe Commissioner Ball can explain that to me.
2019? Okay, so 4 years.
It was 2019.
Okay, well, Commissioner Ball can explain the whole process on why we haven't moved forward.
This is the first time
Probably
we've
in a
heard
shorter
about it.
amount of
so.
time than you.
Commissioner Bearden, is that all?
So
sir?
what? Yeah. Why is there this reserve? I don't understand. I'm trying to figure this out.
Mr. Clegg would like to dialogue with
I'm going to
Commissioner
take a
Bearden.
shot at it.
Mr. Clegg would like to dialogue with Commissioner Bearden.
I think that there hasn't been a decision point brought forward to the board. Here's land that you can designate to be offered up as a land trust. We need to decide how much money we're going to offer up and which option to choose to pursue. I mean, those are the decision points to get it moving. Unless I'm misunderstanding the presentation, though, he's nodding.
Why are we having such a problem deciding this? That's
It
what I
hasn't
want
been
to
brought
know.
up, queued up for the board for a decision. So I think the board should give some direction to Mr. Washington and me to go ahead and queue it up so that the board can do that. Looks like he's ready to speak.
Go ahead, Mr. Washington. You got anything? Okay. Well, I'll allow okay.
Mr. Washington, would you like to dialogue with Mr. Clegg and Commissioner Bearden?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's everything that the county attorney has said. I mean, I think really also it comes down to not having a full appetite to bring it to the Manatee County for the residents here. We've talked about it many a time. As the gentleman mentioned in the very beginning, it was 2019 that they showed data. But we've never gotten this far with the process. We've actually spent money to bring on the Florida Housing Coalition to help us form this. And really, there's only two decisions to make, and they've asked for that in that slide that's on the screen right now. But to answer Commissioner Bearden's question, I think it's a combination of not having full appetite to make it happen, but also not having staff on board that could actually bring it to the board for some type of decision.
Okay. So do you think that it might be a philosophy issue, the reason why we haven't moved forward with this? I mean, that's a valid question.
So I have Satcher and Baugh on the board next. If Commissioner Bearden is relinquishing the floor, yes, Commissioner Satcher, Baugh, and Ballard.
Well, I think the answer, if I had to answer that, I think that is the question. I don't think anyone here jumps at the chance to create a new big program that administers a bunch of stuff. I think we are all a little bit reluctant to do that and need a whole lot of, a whole lot of information before we'd be willing to move forward on that. Of course, we've had lots of meetings, as Mr. Cruz or Commissioner Cruz mentioned. I just had a question, maybe. This is most familiar, or the organization that I am familiar with that seems closest to this, although I'm sure there's a difference because their name hasn't come up, is Habitat for Humanity. Does it work like this? Is it a little different? I mean, are there any counties that use Habitat for Humanity to administer their land trust?
Yes, Ocala, Marion, Habitat is administering the land trust. There are a couple down in the Keys, St. Lucie County. So there are several others that are utilizing habitats.
So, yeah, and I think part of Commissioner Bearden's frustration may be, just not knowing where people are. So, obviously, I am reluctant on most of these fronts. I would be most comfortable if we either reach out to them or do some sort of open RFP that would consider our local habitat, just because I know multiple people who have, successfully either are a part or have been a part of that program. So that would help me at least a little bit get to a yes if we're even working to get to a yes. And if everybody's just a no, you should just say so and we'll move on. I don't know. There's so much delay. So you haven't. I make them.
All right. Commissioner Satcher, do you have anything else to add? Okay, Commissioner Baugh and then Commissioner Ballard.
Yeah, just to give some back or some knowledge here. I think in 2019, we did talk about a trust, and they were going to get the surplus lands together. Then we got involved in a pretty hefty campaign in 19 and 20, in 2020. And then everything just kind of got put on hold because we thought, sure, that we were probably going to have new board members, which lo and behold, we did. We got 3 new ones. So at that point, we started moving forward. Well, it was one thing right after another. Then we get into 22, and we know we're going to have new board members. So here we are. That's how we ended up today, and that's how we ended up here today. And I think that's probably, if you talk to others, including Commissioner Cruz, who's sitting there, he's a little bit perturbed right now, but it's okay. Because we actually looked at him as trying to put something together, and correct me now, George, if I'm wrong, wasn't it on affordable housing and so forth that, you were, because I know there was an issue there with getting you on the committee, et cetera, et cetera. So George was kind of like the one who has truly moved this forward and brought things to the board, in all fairness, to give him the credit that he so deserves. So now we've ended up with, 6 new commissioners in a 2-year period. That's why you're seeing it here today. It is something that I will tell you, this commissioner, I can only speak for myself, can't speak for others. I have mentioned it several times that I wanted us to have this discussion about land trust, because we did have surplus property. And that's why I kind of got, I said something today when we were talking about the surplus properties, because I knew we didn't have all of them. And for me, I don't care if a department says, oh, but I want to keep that because I might want to do something with it. No, it needs to come forward. Let this board decide what to do, because this is an important issue. And that's why I said what I did. And I just got a dirty look from the county attorney when I said that. So, it's like, damn, I'm damned if I do and damned if I don't. But at any rate, we need to make some decisions and move forward. This is something we need to do. Yes, I think we had a good year with 1,900 homes, but we need to continue it. And the one way that I think we can is with a land trust. I don't think that this board or the county has anyone experienced enough that should manage it. I think we should have a company do the whole shebang, deal with it. And so I think that's where we are today, is some of you are getting your first look at this, which is not fair either, because some of us have been around a little bit longer and seen it a few times. But that's why you're seeing it today. Am I hoping that, and I'm not going to make the motion because I don't think I should be the one. I think one of you newer commissioners should, because it's a decision that all of you will most likely be here to deal with and handle. Not me, probably. I'm getting up older, and I've been here longer. So I'm hoping that, we do move forward. And I think Commissioner Cruz, if he would give us some insight on this with the experience that he's had in looking at this over the last couple of years, it would be most helpful. Commissioner Cruz, I'm going to look to you for it, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Ballard.
So I think what I was going to say in response to Commissioner Bearden was what I had a guess, but Commissioner Baugh confirmed it, is that the board hasn't moved forward because there have been significant changes. We've been dealing with significant other issues. I think that, as we have talked about ad nauseum today, we have a significant problem with affordable housing, with workforce housing, with homelessness. We need a multi-pronged response. And I believe that this is an important part of a multi-pronged response. And I believe that this is one of the only things that we've talked about that can lead to home ownership, which is, I think is really important. So I don't think that we need to keep pushing it forward and pushing it forward and pushing it forward, saying, I'm brand new, so I just saw it. I think that we all need to do our research and, be ready to make decisions on some of these issues, because if we keep pushing it off, then before you know it, we're going to be in another campaign season, and then things are just going to keep getting pushed off again and again and again.
And
thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, I was just coming on to make a motion because this needs to move forward. I mean, my preference is to go off for an RFQ and or just piggyback off of one of the known entities. But, whatever the motion needs to be to authorize county administrator to continue work that, I don't know if we need to authorize you to continue work you're already working on. That seems a little silly. But I do want to make a motion to issue an RFQ to source an independent nonprofit, and then we can discuss the structure with that nonprofit and how it's going to work to allow some level of oversight with this board, but not controlled by this board.
So could I give you some suggested language, sir?
You're saying
Mr.
that
Clay.
wasn't perfectly legally stated?
Yes, exactly. I'm
All
saying
right.
that, but very politely and respectfully. So I would suggest that you say, that I move to direct the county administrator to undertake procurement to seek interest for an independent nonprofit to serve as a community land trust.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Cruz to approve the motion as read by Mr. Clegg, and has been seconded by Commissioner Baugh. Commissioner Bearden, you're on the board for discussions.
Yeah, I mean, I think this all boils down to is we got a presentation, but I haven't been able to do my own research. This is the first time I've ever heard of this, right? So I honestly, myself, would like to do more research before I can move forward with something like this. I just want to make sure.
Well, I do want to just make sure the board understands.
Thank
the
you, sir.
motion.
Mr. Clegg.
So the motion, I worded it more broadly because it might be an ITN, it might be a sole source. It depends on what Jake Erickson finds out there. Whatever comes back, it has to come back to the board. It's not something that they can just go and do. It has to come back to the board with a proposal, what kind of land they're looking for, what kind of funding they're looking for. So this is just to get that process started.
I understand that, but I don't necessarily want to be spending the resources to move something like this and to start this process if I don't have what I feel, all the information that I need to make a decision. That's all I'm saying, because this is the first time I've heard of this, and so I want to be able to do my own research.
Mr. Bearden, I just wanted to make sure the board understood the effect of the motion. I wasn't trying to debate your position with you, sir.
Commissioner Thatcher, do you have any comments, sir?
Well, just
You were handling your card, so I wasn't sure.
some of those concerns go back to an issue that I guess I will continue to bring up, which is I don't know that we were briefed on this, and this became a voting meeting, so it is kind of unfair. I remember the first time I was in one of these meetings, and they went over community land trust. So, but we didn't have a vote that day on the very first time I'd heard of it. So I understand the concern.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments before we go to public comment? Mr. Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, this came from the meeting from last April, and these folks are already on the contract, so the work's going to be done. We're just asking for the next step to bring more back to the board before we finalize anything. If I'm mistaken, County Attorney, let me know, but we're just asking to move forward to the next step. But we did discuss this last April, and this is how we came here.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Thatcher.
But, were you on the board in April? So I just think it would have been fair to the new commissioners to have briefed them on what was coming and what happened in the meeting in April. We don't have that ability. I can't call them and by law and say, hey, last April we voted on this, and now it's coming back before you, so you might want to watch that meeting. So that's my only point is, and I just feel like it's a pretty simple point, and I've made it in meeting after meeting, that if we're having a voting meeting, it's fair to the commissioners to get briefed about what is going to be on that meeting. And in this case, you're right with me. I was here in April, so I'm not making the same objection. I'm just saying that I understand the objection from the new commissioner. Thank you.
Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When it comes to things like this that are being brought that I'm expected to essentially vote on, I want to ensure that we, from this point forward, that if it's something that's on the agenda, that we take the initiative to advise us on what's what's coming up. That's all I'm asking for, is initiative. And I don't want to have to come to people to ask them for certain things. I want them to be able to take the action to come to me to brief me on these certain things. I don't think it's, I think it needs to be the other way around, not us coming to you guys, but you guys coming to us with that initiative.
Just to be 100% clear, I'm not arguing with what any of you are saying, but I just want to add the caveat that any sitting commissioner can make a motion during a meeting at any time for anything. So Commissioner Cruz is the one who made the motion. We do have a gentleman's agreement here that, we try not to ambush one another with motions, but it is a fact that regardless of what staff says, Commissioner Ron can make a motion for something in his district at the end of this meeting out of the clear blue, should he choose to. All he has to do is obtain the floor, right? All he has to do is obtain the floor, and he can make a motion. That's just Florida statute. That's just the law.
No.
So I can't stop a commissioner from doing that.
No.
So,
and I get that,
Yeah.
Chairman. However,
it is a little separate from
if
what you're
it's on
talking
the
about.
agenda
Right.
of,
You want to be briefed if it's on the agenda.
I want to know what this is, or somebody to come to me to say, hey, do you know anything about this? This is going to be on the agenda coming up. That's all I'm asking.
I got you.
I don't want to have to feel like I'm having to go and to find out this information. I want people to take initiative to tell all the commissioners the information.
I understand where you're coming from. I just want to make sure we all knew it wouldn't be, even if that, hopefully that gets implemented, that's just not bulletproof. That's all I was making sure we understood. Okay, we're going to open this up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to comment on the motion on the floor? Sir, please state your first and last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
For the record, Glenn Gibolina. Community Land Trust hasn't changed much since I took it 6 years ago, so I took from your organization, so I'm qualified to talk about this a little bit. We've been kicking this can down the road for a long time. I want to bring back up, Manatee County. What are we noted for? Tourism, beaches. Fifth in the state in a housing crisis. Where's that slide again? 11,000 units we are short. Fifth in the state. To tell everyone, we don't have any housing. We rank fifth out of 67 counties. Let that sink in. Is that something really you want to be proud of? That we're fifth in the state in a housing crisis? Community Land Trust is one way to help. And I've brought this up before, and I'll bring it up again. I'm like a broken record. The Lena Road, you got 160 acres there. You could break that into 4 40-acre properties, bring in Blue Sky, bring in Habitat, bring in Shaft, bring in some other nonprofits to develop those acres for workforce housing. I heard, it's not by transportation. Well, guess what? Workforce housing, we drive when we got to go to work. We don't care about public transportation. That is such a small percentage that comes in the equation for workforce housing. We all drive to our jobs, or we go to our company and take a company truck. You could eliminate probably 3,000 or 4,000 units on the Lena Road project alone. And we've been kicking that can down. When did we take the thing over? 2 years ago? 2020. We're in 2023. Had we moved that into affordable housing, we'd be probably getting a CO about now. But you need a developer with deep pockets. That's a $50 million project all day long. So these nonprofits that want to come over, where are they going to get the deep pockets? You got to have developers with deep pockets that can see this through. And that's part of the equation I really didn't get. So if Blue Sky comes in and it's a land trust and it's run by a nonprofit, are they tax exempt? Do we lose revenue to keep those prices low? Something you guys didn't address, and I would like to know that answer. So I think you got Lena Road, you can move forward, break those pieces of property up, make it palatable for the big developers that want to come in there. You're not going to get anybody that's going to buy 160 acres for workforce housing, but you might get 2 or 3 developers that'll do it. And that's before my 3 minutes. For the record, Glenn Gibolina. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward for public comment? Okay, seeing no one, we'll close public comment. I don't see anyone on the board for discussion at this time. We'll go ahead and hold the vote. Commissioner Satcher, we'll start with District 2. Make my list here. Okay, District 2 is a yes. District 3 is a no. District 4 is a yes. District 5?
Yes.
District 6? District 7? And District 1 is absent. So, Madam Clerk, the motion passes by a vote of 4-2 with Commissioner, where are we here, Van Ostenbridge and Bearden in opposition, and Commissioner Satcher absent. All right. Made that as easy as we could. Is there anything else on community land trusts that we need to cover before we move on to the next agenda item?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay, then let's move on to comprehensive planning, which will be presented by Development Services.
Commissioners, I've got Nicole Knapp, our Comprehensive Planning Division Manager and Impact Fee Administrator, here to talk about a couple things that we've already implemented in our code in response to the affordable housing situation that we're facing in Manatee County, and then also some future amendments that we're looking at. And so, Nicole.
Do I just? Yeah, okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Nicole Knapp, Comprehensive Planning Division Manager. And as Mr. Paul said, I'm here today to give you discussion about future potential amendments to the Land Development Code that could be, based on the direction or the desire of the board, could be possible or potential to assist in, to assist in helping us with mitigate our affordable housing crisis. The reason I say potentially is because not all the code amendments we bring forward are strictly offered to just affordable housing developments. As you can see from the list on the screen, the top 6 bullets are amendments we've brought forward in the past 18 months. And while they may not be strictly offered to affordable housing developments, they definitely can be viewed as potentially being offered to assist another tool in the toolbox. So I'm not going to go over each of those. I just wanted to give you an update on one. And the one I wanted to give you an update on, unless the commissioners have any questions, was ADUs. We adopted ADUs, the ordinance for ADUs 18 months ago. In those roughly 18 months, we have seen 18 to 20 building permit applications. And as you're aware, when we adopted that ordinance, as an impact fee administrator, I presented an independent analysis that said in a determination that we would suspend assessing impact fees at that time because they're deemed to be an extension of the principal use, and we felt that they would probably likely be what's considered de minimis on the impacts in the infrastructure. I'm kind of happy to report unofficially, we'll talk about more of this at the April work session about impact fees, that we will recommend that we continue to not assess impact fees on ADUs based off of, again, them being an extension of the principal structure and accessory use and de minimis in nature. I'm going to pause here before I move on just to see if anybody had any questions about the other amendments. Otherwise, I'll keep moving. No? Okay. So the first one that we want to talk about is Florida Statute 125 and the incorporation of House Bill 1339. This slide, as well as the next one, also provides some information about the pending Senate Bill 102, House Bill 627, which, frankly, the slides that were presented by the Florida Housing Coalition do a much better job of presenting those facts, so I'm not going to repeat any of that information that was shared. What we're looking for today is the board's desire to offer a very minimal basic amendment to the Land Development Code that would codify the legislative intent behind the statute that allows affordable housing within residential, commercial, or industrial developed, zoned or used or zoned properties. In short, an amendment such as something that says, notwithstanding any other comprehensive plan policy or LDC code, that affordable housing that meets the limitations of the statute could be reviewed administratively. That's the first ask on this slide. And the other one would be, as you can imagine, from a planner standpoint, we suffer a little bit of heartburn sometimes when topics like this are approved where you bring residential units into an area that's zoned for industrial or commercial. I mean, it's our nature to suffer a little bit of heartburn and concern with that. We have to protect the resident side of it as well. And so we worry about compatibility and transitional uses and the transition of buffers or additional setbacks. So we'd like to receive some direction on the board from the board in this case about, do they want to impose any what we would call like a reverse transition or a reverse compatibility, where you put the onus on the residential developer, the affordable housing developer, to offer those additional setbacks or additional screening that normally would have been placed if the industrial had been there first or had come after the fact. Lastly, on this topic, we would like to get, excuse me, okay, so sorry.
Commissioner Cruz has a quick question.
Okay.
I just wanted to be on the board until you were done.
Okay. And lastly, all on the same topic, we would like to initiate the conversation and get the desire of the board to discuss whether or not is there a desire to increase the minimum required percent of affordable housing and or require that there be a LURA. Right now, the statute requires a minimum of 10% affordable housing. And so that these are the, from this takeaway from this slide is the directions we would like to either hear discussion or receive a motion that directs us to come forward. I have the last motion there would be something that we recommended, assuming there's the desire to most importantly, we need to codify the code to give the intent behind the bill or the statute and the allowance to do it administratively. The additional requests would be above and beyond, and whether or not there's a desire from the board to do that.
Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, we do need to codify 1339. I mean, we're kind of like behind the. I mean, 1339 was from last year, and it's effectively almost become revised and moot as of July 1st. That said, there are people that want this and need this, and you know, especially if what you're saying, it's a pretty straightforward, you know, language to drop in, just so someone can use it even for 90 to 120 days. But once you get to 102 and 627, which 102 already passed, 627 gets heard Thursday and should finalize Friday, that clarifies this, because that was one of my complaints to some people up at Tallahassee was 1339 was so vague. It was great. I loved it. And I'm glad they took out the residential part of it with the new version relative to allowing it on residential zoning. But it didn't really clarify what you could actually build. It just said you could build something. It's like, we're on our own. The new bills coming through this year are much more specific. That they refer to density and height and setbacks, and I mean they clarified a lot. So I wouldn't go crazy on us voting on a lot of these, like, should we handle this setback based on industrial or this, because it's all going to change soon anyway. I think at this point it's like, how many things are going to come in front of us that are using this? 2? I mean, it almost seems like we're spinning our wheels on it. And ideally, if 102 and 627 work well, some of that may not even really come before us much at all, because it's going to be effectively as of right, because it pretty much dictates, here's your density, here's your height, here's your setback, here's the zoning. You don't even really need to go in front of anyone. Just go put a shovel in the ground and start building housing, ideally for your employees and people like that. So that's where I stand on whether or not we want to get too specific about adjusting it above and beyond what 1339 is. I think this is just a placeholder for clarity for temporary purpose. Relative to the 25%, since I have the floor, I've always been a proponent of it, but I'm starting to sway a little bit. First off, I don't know if the new ones specify 10%. I mean, Tallahassee's very good at just saying, we're telling you what to do. We may or may not, and it's 90-something pages long, and I've read it, but not to a point of knowing if it said at least or if it said exactly 10%. I wouldn't be surprised if it said, as long as they provide 10%, you have to allow them to do this, which doesn't even give you the right to go up. But honestly, the problem I have with this 25, and I love it when people use it, is nobody uses it. I'm almost tempted to discuss lowering our 25s on our other stuff more than raising 25, only because I'd rather have 10% of something than 0% of something. Some places use 10, some places use 15. I think it's like 11 and a half in some places. Very rarely do you see 25% requirements to encourage it. I almost feel like we'd probably get more utilization of this. And that also goes to your first motion up on the top. If we made it a little bit more reasonable. I know City of Sarasota now went to like, if you build 10 or 15, I think it's 15%, you get like 4 times density. Like who's coming to Manatee County? When we give you double density, if you build 25%, you can go to City of Sarasota and get quadruple density for 15%. I just think we've almost made it too onerous where if people use it, great, but nobody uses it. So I'd hesitate to increase this to 25. I'd almost rather revisit our other 25 relative to Live Manatee and our density bonuses and look more at a 10, 15%, take a survey to see if that would actually get more utilization. Because I think we'd actually get more affordable units at the lower percentage than we do at the higher percentage.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Ron. Mrs. Knapp, go ahead.
No, I was just going to comment, fair enough, that it seems like it's a little bit delayed. The work session, I think, been rescheduled. So and by the time we get something in front of you, we'll know the outcome of the pending bill. So that's what we needed to hear and discuss today. And we've had a response to legal service from the county attorney's office, legally advising us that we should have something that codifies at least the board recognizing the codification to say that it can be done administratively. So at this point, maybe it is best to wait and see the results of the new pending bill, unless Courtney wants to say something.
I was just going to say I think so too. And then what we can also look at is, I'll discuss with Rowena ideas of bringing something back with Livable Manatee with a lower percent if that's what the board would like to look at, in the next update for affordable housing.
I would just like maybe Rowena and whomever to maybe look at some other places to see. I honestly think our 25 is probably almost an outlier. At the very least, it's commensurate with the higher end of ranges. And I'd be curious if you looked at Sarasota, City of Sarasota, some other places, if they're using lower percentages. I'd be curious, even just if it's an informal survey of some of their development people, how many people are taking advantage of it? Not taking advantage of it by getting density bonuses because they slap a Starbucks in front of the place and call it mixed use. I'm saying take advantage of it for affordable housing density bonus. And I would this is fully guess, I would guess they're getting more affordable housing units, more inclusive and affordable housing units intermixed with market rate at a lower percentage than we're getting. I think our 25 looks nice on paper, but doesn't actually result in rooftops.
So then the last item I have is the middle bullet, which is that topic of tiny home communities. While the LDC is currently silent to a specific tiny home zoning district, we believe today that you could achieve a tiny home community through planned development process with clustering. However, a true tiny home zoning district may be, and the ability to develop a community with an actually Euclidean zoning district may be more appealing to the development world out there, where we could establish minimum setbacks and bulk regulations, again, like a Euclidean zoning, not requiring then planned development. And perhaps we would model that after something similar. Obviously, we would look at other communities, but something similar to an RV park standard, or maybe even look to amend our existing multifamily. There's options there. So we're looking for the direction from the board. Is there a desire to actually create a tiny home zoning, Euclidean zoning district?
Okay, so we have Commissioner Cruz, Commissioner Ron, and Commissioner Ballard on the board.
Yes, we 100% have to do it. First off, we've done every other step of the way. You can basically do every part of a tiny home except for put it someplace in Manatee County right now. We've already gone through all the other process of minimum sizes, minimum parcels, but we just don't have a zoning district that allows you to place it. So it's kind of silly. At this point, we need to do it, even if it's just a temporary fix of just saying, the typical mobile home park, RV park type, are as of right for tiny home zoning and clustered, tiny homes for the time being. But we do need to look at it. I think there's a demand for it. City of Bradenton has whatever their quirky zoning is. They got some little homes right here on Manatee Avenue, the cottages. that effectively do. They're not tiny homes by any stretch. They're a little bit bigger. But, I mean, the concept's there. And in reality, I mean, tiny homes are only a couple hundred square foot smaller than some of the stuff out in Lakewood Ranch that's going about the same process of almost creating clustered tiny-ish homes. They're 700 square feet, not 400 square feet. But the concept's there, and it's attractive and popular. I mean, we already went to have dwelling units for multifamily, went to ADUs. This is more of a trend. We just need to get the zoning in place. I think people will use it.
Commissioner Cruz, the chair is entertaining motions at this time.
I will make that motion.
I'll second.
And I'll let my attorney word that properly for me.
Yep.
Correct.
So Commissioner Cruz makes the motion to direct staff to prepare a text amendment to the LDC to create a tiny homes zoning district. That has been seconded by Commissioner Bearden. And we will open that to public comment at this time. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on this item? Keeping in mind, sir, you're only prolonging things by 3 minutes, but so first and last name, county of residence, you have 3 minutes.
I've waited all day for this, tiny homes. Glenn Gibelin for the record. Great idea, great idea. I built a tiny house out of 20-foot shipping container, had it here in front. I got no place to put it. So, I get it. But I think there's a mass confusion on tiny homes and tiny homes, right? You guys are talking tiny homes on smaller homes on foundations. Tiny homes are regulated by the tiny home industry. They're built to tiny home standards. They're on trailers. They're on wheels, right? So that's the way they're built, but that's not how the way the people live. I've done an analysis about 30 tiny house communities in the country. So they roll their tiny house up, they park it, and it stays there forever, right? It may be a tiny house, but it doesn't move, right? So that's the kind of zoning I'm looking for, is to have all these people that have tiny homes on wheels, drive them up and let them park there and live there long-term or forever. So that's not what we're talking about here. When you say tiny homes, we're talking smaller homes on foundations to Florida building codes. We should be doing both. We should be doing both. We should be a tiny house community like they did in St. Pete. I mean, in Tampa, they just expanded it again, the Escape, and there's about 30 of them. I've done 30. They all work. They can do them in city blocks. They can do them on 5 acres. You got 15 acres out there. That would be a perfect pilot program. But don't lose sight of the real tiny house community that everyone in this country knows as tiny houses. So when you say tiny houses, you really mean smaller residential homes. And there's a big confusion here. I would like to see both, but I would certainly like to see a tiny house community where I can stick my 20-foot container tiny house. Thank you. For the record, Glenn Gibelin.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward for public comment at this time? Seeing no one, we're going to close public comment, and we will go to the discussion and debate. We have Commissioner Ron, Ballard, Bearden, and Cruz on the board. Commissioner Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I'd like to advise staff, since we're going to move forward with this motion, is that look to Hillsborough County, like Mr. Gigliola talked about a minute ago. They already have it in place. They're already doing it in the city of Tampa and in Hillsborough County. So I would advise to just take a peek up there. They have a great community that's up there right now. It's a mixture of both that's on slab and is brought in on wheels. So that would be my only comment, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Ballard.
I have nothing to say. Thank you.
Commissioner Bearden.
No, I think it's great. I mean, a tiny home district, this is a prime example of the private market taking advantage of an opportunity that we keep talking about. When we create things such as zoning districts for tiny homes, it creates opportunity, and it creates the private market to come in and capitalize on the opportunity. As far as the wheels go, I mean, to me, I would think that the foundation is the better way to go about this due to the weather, inclement weather, tornadoes, and hurricanes that we have on this coast from time to time. So,
thank you, sir. Commissioner Cruz.
So I'll be quick because I made the motion for the actual motion, but I 100% agree with Glenn. I don't see why we restrict them just to those on foundations. I mean, I've seen a lot of tiny homes that aren't. First off, some of them can be strapped down and probably more secure than a lot of other things that people live in. And second, you can hypothetically, if there's a big storm coming, just get it out of the way. I don't see why we restrict it just to set foundations. Especially if you're actually going to call a tiny home and put capital T, capital H on there, that's kind of defeats the purpose. It should just be called small homes.
Thank you, sir. We've held public comment. There are no other commissioners on the board for discussion. We'll hold the vote at this time. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, it passes unanimously by a vote of 6-0 with Commissioner Baugh absent. Mrs. Knapp, the floor is yours.
I'm done with the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
That's because
Okay, we're going to move on to our final. We're going to move on to our final item of the day, which is a commissioner-added item. Commissioner Satcher added presentation by Hope Pathways, Align Consulting. Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted Hope Pathways to come, and I will profusely apologize for what a marathon meeting we've had, and obviously didn't realize we would have a long meeting, but the floor is yours, Hope.
Hi, I'm Christina Gherkin. I'm CEO of Align Consulting. I'm a resident of Manatee County. My husband is, yes, Captain Rick Gherkin, who has been giving 30 years of service to our community as well. I'd like to thank you, commissioners and county attorney and county administrator, for your time and your service. This was a long day, and you covered a lot of things, and so I thank you for that. I am short. In my presentation, it is literally less than 10 minutes. I've had the opportunity to meet with most of the commissioners, so thank you for your time in that as well. But just kind of wanted to go through and let you know about Hope Pathways of Manatee County initiative and just the mission of it. So it's a collective effort of community organizations and individuals in Manatee County using calculated compassion as a process of lifting men, women, and families out of the poverty cycle. And so this started as a roundtable in 2021, June of 2021, with key leaders that came to the table, looking for Manatee County and how to coordinate and collaborate a model that could be utilized between private and public stakeholders and partners. And so with this, we became a pilot initiative March of 2022, so last year. So this has been a pilot that has been running for 1 year with 12 local organizations. There are many organizations in our area that were not a part of the start of this. They're amazing organizations, but we believe in starting small. And so this pilot project was that. And so HPMC is a solution. It's not an organization. So it's an initiative through Align Consulting. So it's a corporate initiative through Align Consulting that provides a solution for collaboration and coordination. And so with that, it looks at the poverty cycle as a whole. So we've heard about homeless. We've heard about affordable housing. We've heard about just different options. And so this takes and looks at it as a whole. And it is a coordination that is central to all the partners. You've also heard today from the Florida Housing Coalition and from others that there are gaps, right? There are gaps in the system. We know this from organizations, entities working together. And so the model that we have right here shows you, includes all of those components, because every single one of them is important to end the poverty cycle in Manatee County. And it takes us working together, communicating together, and having one centralized thing. So one of the things, chronic and transitionally homeless. Chronically homeless is if you're homeless for more than a year. Transitionally homeless is if you're homeless for less than a year. and we've seen the increase of that. We also know that we are in need of shelters. Salvation Army provides shelters. Hope Services provides little shelters. There were a couple of others. And Nick Manasseh Ministries is an organization that is set up to provide those tiny home shelters as well. And so the digital platform that we chose, you heard about the digital platform, the HMIS, right? That we found in our research was that not a lot of organizations are on it. So what can we provide? What can we vet that allows easy access to coordination and to follow through with clients to provide social services and mental health services? And so Unite Us was the platform that we found that worked, and it is free to all organizations. And so one of the things that we did with that, we wanted to see if the model would work. So we used collaboration and coordination with Unite Us to gather data to quantify what we were seeing, all right? And to close the gap of duplicating services. And we did that through meeting once a month with the CEOs or the directors of each organization and strategizing and taking next steps, all right? And so with that, we have results. So we know that there are over 1,500 homeless children served each week. That's from working with the school district, with FELT, and the child welfare system. We know that the Manatee County Sheriff's Office, outside of the city perimeters, they have documented 1,022 homeless that have names. They keep track of them, and that is where they're at. And they started that documentation in 2021. We also know from working with the child welfare system that foster youth aging out, in 2022 fiscal year, there were 22 that aged out. In 2023, from July to January, there have been 47. We also know that 70% of those, and that's a low number, that's the national number, result in becoming homeless. Turning Points has had preventative requests in August of 2021 for 480 requests. And if you're just taking 1 month, fast forward to the next year before Hurricane Ian, they had 741. That's a 55% increase in 1 year. And we know that the judicial system is working with the child welfare system and us right now to develop attract metrics to keep track of families that are waiting to be reunited but cannot. And one of the main reasons is because there is no affordable housing. And so the anecdotal evidence that has been shared is that they can estimate on the low end, 50% of those cases are that. So what do we do with that data? The Florida Housing Coalition did a great job of addressing the ALICE study, the average median income, so I'm not going to go over that. But here's an example of what we have been able to give. So each organization is held accountable through Unite Us to utilize Unite Us. And what that does is it gives us an oversight that we look at once a month to see if our organizations that have agreed to the partnership are utilizing. And then we look at the data and we can give that back. And so for our community, just with our 12 organizations, we've had since September, so the last 6 months, 584 cases. 49% were resolved, 20% remain open, and 31% were unresolved. And most of them were because they could not connect them to services. So why we like Unite Us is because we can give data to you, and the organizations can give data to their funders and show demographics and analytics right away. Down to demographics, age, and all of the above. We know that seniors, families, children are homeless in our county. We know that workforce housing is limited and they are homeless. They're living in tents, campgrounds, cars, and they don't have a choice. There is nothing. So one thing that I was encouraged about today, even though it was a long day, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for taking the time to listen to different solutions, different options for affordable housing, for providing that. You recognize that. Thank you. Do you have any questions for me?
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, Commissioner Bearden was making eye contact with me. I wasn't sure. Maybe it was just the wink I'll take as a flirt. Commissioner Ron has a question, so don't go far. I need you at a microphone so that you're on the record. Not you, sir.
Sorry, apologize for that. The numbers you came up through Unitas, what percentage of that is families that are out there that are homeless today? Do you have a number or a percentage on that?
We can get that exact percentage for you. Right, for the ages 18 to 44, 68% of the cases were between the ages of 18 and 44. So that answers a little bit with the families, but we can give the exact demographics of the 31% that were unresolved, for example, and the 49% that were resolved that can tell you that. I can get that for you tomorrow.
Thank you. Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for coming, especially taking your time to spend the whole day here to put you on the back end. I mean, we probably should have rethought it since a lot of what you're doing is homeless in nature, and that was kind of the pre-lunch, so there may have been more people in the audience. But you came and met with most of us. I believe you said 6 of the 7 of us, I think, before today. So we had a pretty good handle on what you're doing. I think what you're doing is great and helpful, and hopefully some of the other the groups you're on here, a lot of which were in the audience before lunch, could be working with you and using some of this data and providing data and figuring out ways to really, we had conversations before lunch about getting some of the groups together to come up with collaborative and some of what you're doing goes right along with that. So I just want to thank you for letting everyone hear this and see some of the options out there, and hopefully some of those other groups, watch to the tail end of this meeting and we can make something happen together. So
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah, really well said, Commissioner Cruz. Commissioner Satcher and then Commissioner Bearden.
Yeah, I'll just echo what Commissioner Cruz said. Thank you for your patience and then for what you're doing in the community. The Unitas sounds like a really worthwhile tool that you're using there, so that instead of this big barrier for nonprofits that are trying to take their funds and put them towards helping people and then saying, okay, and now you have to pay to use our process, instead you've found something that is effective and free. So that's exciting to hear, and so I appreciate your work.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks again for coming, giving us your presentation. We were speaking about issues and problems that the system was having, and it seems to me that you have figured out that solution, which is awesome and great. No, I just appreciate the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, ma'am, for your patience with us, especially today. Okay. Commissioner Satcher, is there anything else you wanted to add, sir?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So we covered an awful lot of material today, and I think we got some good things accomplished for our county. Mr. Attorney, do you want to add anything?
No, sir.
And we will. Mr. County Administrator, is there anything you wanted to add, sir?
Nothing, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. We'll open this up to public comment at the end because I did say I would do that. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward other than Mr. Gibolina? Please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes to address the board.
Tara Booker, Interim CEO, Suncoast Partnership, Manatee County.
Could you please repeat your name? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Tara Booker.
Thank you.
I have been with Suncoast Partnership since 2017, and I am thrilled to see leadership here in Manatee County taking lead and initiative to move the complex issue of homelessness forward in a strategic and system-focused manner. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate the investment in the FHC study and other structures, changes that you've made. I want to comment on a few things quickly that I heard today. To be clear, HMIS is a housing-focused system. So most projects set up in there, your outcome has to be housing. Unite Us platform allows for many, many, many different types of outcomes. So I think that's, I'd like to add that point of clarification. I wanted to comment real quickly because we've talked about rapid rehousing a lot, and some people seem to latch on to rapid rehousing as just housing someone quickly with financial assistance. The very key part to rapid rehousing and keeping people housed is the case management. And we've heard a lot about the capacity of the agencies here. You can't have 120 cases and expect to keep people housed. It just doesn't work that way. The supportive service package is key to keeping people housed. How we are providing services is key to keeping people housed and ending homelessness. I want to make a quick comment about concerns that, if you invest in Manatee County, you're making it attractive for other people to come here for homeless services. There are lots of little ways that you can put caveats in your funding to address that. So please don't let that derail how you're going, please. And in 2017, 2018, when Manatee and Sarasota County providers worked together to roll out coordinated entry, we made a decision to have one coordinated entry project manager at Suncoast because we didn't want to continue to further the divide between the counties. And so it was very well intentioned that way. We wanted to keep trying to bring people together. I can see that that's probably, hasn't worked. So I am in the process of analyzing our budget for funding gaps to see what it would take at Suncoast to divide that up. So there's a person focused on Sarasota County and a person focused on Manatee County. We are your lead agency, and we are committed to serving the community within FL 500, which includes Manatee and Sarasota. I personally take our duty and responsibility in that role very seriously. So I look forward to continued open dialogue and conversations on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Please state your first and last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes. And if you can time it as well as the previous speaker, we'll be impressed.
Kathleen Kramer, Manatee County resident. I heard a lot of talk about mental health, about drug problems, about bringing more homeless to our community with our outstanding services. So I wanted to just kind of end with some statistics for you. First of all, chronically homeless are less than 15% of all homelessness. Please keep that in mind when we're making policy, when we're talking about homelessness. The folks you see on the street, 15% of individuals who are experiencing homelessness. So we heard that homelessness is primarily a mental health problem, but decades of research shows that less than 1/3 of people experiencing homelessness have severe mental health illness, but 100% of them don't have housing. If mental health was the main driver of homelessness, places with the most mental health issues would have the most homeless. But data shows the exact opposite. Mississippi has the worst healthcare system in the United States and the lowest homelessness rate. We also heard about drug problems, but statistics show that only 20 to 40% of homeless persons suffer from drug abuse. If drug abuse was the main driver of homelessness, it would be reasonable to expect that the states that have the most drug use would have the most homeless. But statistics, again, do not support this. West Virginia has the single worst overdose rate in the country, but one of the lowest homelessness rates in the country. And only 1/3 of those with addiction actually had that problem before they became homeless. 2/3 started that addiction while in homelessness. We talked about homelessness being a progressive policy issue, but if this was the case, wouldn't the most generous welfare benefit states have the most homelessness? Data doesn't show that link at all. Or wouldn't progressive cities with similarly high levels of homelessness have the same, have similar levels of homelessness throughout? But they don't. Blue cities like Detroit and St. Louis have much lower rates of homelessness than New York and San Francisco. Why? Housing costs. Places with the highest housing costs and the least housing supply have the largest homeless population. If the primary problem of homelessness is housing, then the primary solution is housing. Atlanta reduced homelessness by 40% through housing. Houston reduced homelessness 63% through housing. Housing is vital, but it will never be enough on its own. For the disabled, elderly, and other vulnerable populations, we will need supportive services. But data clearly shows that the places with the best track records of reducing homelessness do two things. They build ample affordable housing, preventing homelessness in the first place, and they have ample subsidized housing to humanely and effectively address the homelessness that does occur. Places with the highest addiction rates, severe mental health, highest poverty rates, most generous welfare benefits do not have the most homeless. Places with the highest living costs do.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward to speak at public comment at this time? Okay, we're going to close public comment. Commissioners, do we have anything else to add before we close out the meeting? Okay, hearing nothing, we're adjourned.